End the man they fear. Then we send you home. My barrier does not break.
The engagement party was the first time in 3 years I let myself believe things were going well. The hall was full. Nobles I had shielded from invasion stood in clusters, raising glasses I had made safe. Elaine stood across the room in white and silver, her blue hair catching the chandelier light. Beautiful, precise, the kind of beauty that left no room for warmth. I never asked for her. The king arranged the match after I cast the national barrier, a commoner's reward dressed up as a noble bride. But I was not going to complain. I was the lowest ranked of 10 court mages, despite being the one who actually protected the country. The others wielded hundreds of spells. I had one, barriers, and I had used that one thing to build the single most important piece of infrastructure in the kingdom. Still, every room I entered, I felt the looks. Then Victor walked in. The knight commander parted the crowd without touching anyone. Dark steel armor, gold trim, a cape that moved like it had been rehearsed. He stopped in the center of the ballroom and announced to the entire hall that I had been conspiring to overthrow the kingdom. The air left my lungs. My head went white. I tried to think of something to say, something about loyalty, about years of service. The words tangled somewhere between my chest and my throat. You would think a man accused of treason would have a defense ready. I did not, because I had never imagined needing one. Evidence in my quarters, plans I had never written. The king himself had approved exile as an act of mercy because the original sentence was life imprisonment. I turned to Elaine. She would not look at me. She apologized for entering my room without permission, said she had been curious about what I did every night, said she had found terrible things. Her ice blue eyes stayed on the floor. Then she glanced at Victor, just a flicker, a fraction of a second where her gaze met his, and the corner of his mouth moved. They had planned this together. A barrier mage losing control in front of the court would have confirmed every word on that document. That was what they wanted, so I said nothing. I let them take me. On the way out, I ran through every possible reason they wanted me gone. The military budget I had tried to cut because the barrier made half of it redundant. The tax reduction I had proposed with the savings. The pay raises I had pushed for the other court mages. The marriage proposals that had started flooding in from noble families once my work became famous. Every single one of those things had made someone angry, and I had been too focused on the craft to notice I was building a list of enemies. My one magic was defense, and I had spent 3 years with 0 political defenses. No severance package, I assume, I said on the way out. Victor told me I was in no position for jokes. He was wrong. I was in no position for anything else. They led me out without restraints. A barrier mage who could only defend was not considered dangerous enough to chain. My hand brushed the palace wall as I walked the corridor. I felt the barrier I had woven into the stone 3 years ago, still holding, still patient, still invisible. It was not permanent though. Barriers do not decay gradually. They hold at full strength until they collapse all at once, like a dam. I was fairly sure I had explained that to someone. Maybe not. I decided it was no longer my problem. 3 days in the exile carriage brought me to Alsace. 1 week to leave the kingdom. Enough money to not starve immediately. The only personal item I kept was the gold pocket watch that certified me as one of Helena's 10 court mages. I bought preserved food, a travel bag, and a pair of cheap underclothes. The originals had not been included in my exile package. Thorough of them. On the ride out, I had sat in the carriage and thought about what I had lost, the job, the status, the woman, and I thought about my training. 15 years old when I started, every single day, nothing but barriers, because barriers were the only magic I could use. 10 years of that, a decade of grinding the same skill while other mages learned hundreds of spells. It had paid off once. it could pay off again. I sat in an inn and ordered steak, stew, and bread. The steak was better than anything the palace kitchens had served. I realized I had spent 3 years locked in a castle, missing out on the world. Then I remembered the unpaid tab at that club back in the capital, where I had tried to impress young mage recruits and come up short when the bill arrived. Wait, if I was exiled, did I still owe that debt? There might be advantages to this arrangement. I stopped smiling when I noticed 3 men at the next table pretending not to watch me. 2 had their hands near sword hilts. The third stayed behind a pillar. Classic formation, night order deployment. I finished half my meal, left the inn, found a dead-end alley with no witnesses. "You can come out now. Nobody around." 2 stepped forward with swords drawn. The third lingered in the shadows. One of them told me I needed to die and that I should not take it personally. They charged, fast, coordinated, Victor's personal guard without question. Their swords hit my barrier and split in half. Weapon breaker, a barrier that absorbs the incoming force and channels it back through the metal until the blade fractures. 2 swords cracking at the same instant, shards spinning through the air, embedding in the dirt. Barrier magic specialist. That level of attack is not going to work. The third one stepped out, calmer than the others. He said they had expected physical and magical attacks to fail. But what about debuff magic? A gravity sigil was already glowing under my feet. He had been casting since his partners drew their swords. I reflected it. The gravity spell bounced off my barrier and slammed all 3 face first into the ground. Their own magic, amplified, pinned them flat. "Just barriers," I said. "But I have a lot of different ones. Physical attacks, magic, debuffs, curses, poison. If it touches my barrier, it goes back." One of them said they had been told I was just a barrier mage. Just a barrier mage. As if 10 years of daily practice on a single discipline produced something ordinary. I had climbed to court mage with nothing but barriers. No one had ever broken through. Not once. When I said Victor's name, all 3 flinched. Confirmation enough. They admitted more assassins would come. Victor wanted me dead before I could rebuild anywhere. I released the spell and let them up. "Go. You could spend a lifetime trying to land a single hit." The leader paused to apologize. He said returning to Victor after failure was not an option. They would disappear, start over, find a new life. Then he bowed his head and said he was sorry. Even inside the order, loyalty to Victor had limits when the mission was suicide. South was the obvious route, so Victor would have it covered. North was similar. That left the Dragon Forest, the one direction nobody would follow. I hated forests. I had spent my entire life indoors. Bugs, dirt, no bathrooms, but nobody would chase me through dragon territory. I turned east. An old man at the forest edge warned me to stay silent. Dragons respond to noise. I lasted 2 hours. A caterpillar the size of my forearm dropped onto my shoulder. I screamed louder than I had screamed in my entire life. A blood-sucking fly the size of a dinner plate buzzed past my face. I screamed again. I stepped on something that crunched and turned out to be a beetle the size of a rock. I screamed a third time. I was a court mage. I had built the most powerful defensive barrier in the kingdom, and I was stumbling through a forest screaming at insects because I was an indoor person who had never voluntarily touched dirt. Then I saw the dragon, and I felt better. At least it was not a bug. Golden scales that caught the dim forest light and threw it back brighter. Wings wider than the tallest tree. Claws sunk into a trunk like it was clay. The magical energy radiating from its body was staggering. I had been so busy screaming at insects that I had nearly walked past the most dangerous creature in the forest without noticing. The dragon spoke. The voice was not a sound. It was a vibration I felt through my boots, rising up through my knees. I had read once that the strongest magical creatures could speak human language. This one was proving the books right. It said most humans were not worth eating. I might be the exception. I would really prefer you did not. It launched. The kick shattered the oak behind it. Its jaws came at me before the fragments hit the ground. Physical reflection. The impact was the loudest thing I had ever heard. The dragon hit my barrier face first and rocketed backward through the forest, smashing tree after tree. It came from the sky next, diving straight down, faster. Same result. It shot back up so high I lost sight of it. A tooth the size of a spear fell and embedded in the ground beside me. Golden scales drifted down like autumn leaves. The dragon landed, bleeding. It demanded to know why a human's magic could stop it, because that is the entire point of barrier magic. A barrier that breaks is not a barrier. It opened its mouth one final time, not fire. The light was blinding, heavy, molten rock. The blast hit my physical barrier and held but would not reflect. I switched to magic reflection. The stream reversed, curved, and engulfed the dragon in its own attack. The roar shook the earth. Trees leaned away. When the heat faded, the dragon was gone. In its place, standing in cooling magma like a lukewarm bath, was a girl. Golden hair, golden eyes with slit pupils, a slightly too large mouth that made her look perpetually about to say something reckless. Small golden wings folded against her back. She flicked hardened rock off her shoulder, snapped her fingers to conjure an ornate dress, and looked at me. You did that to me. You attacked me. I reflected it. Nothing has ever stopped me before. She stepped from the magma pool, her footprints smoking. I am Bahamut, the strongest dragon alive. Bahamut is too long. Some called me Faye centuries ago. Faye, better. She announced she was following me, not loyalty. She had never met a human she could not eat, and the novelty interested her. Also, the forest food had grown boring after several centuries. I told her to come along. She told me to walk ahead. She needed to prepare something. I took 2 steps, killing intent, thick enough to taste. I turned to find her lunging at my neck, mouth open. Her bite hit the invisible barrier I keep around my body at all times. Her jaw bounced back. The reflection knocked her to the ground. She stood up with tears in her eyes and a chipped front tooth. Body barrier, I said. Forgot to mention that one. She sulked. She followed anyway, behind me, not beside me. I could feel her staring at the back of my neck the entire time. This was going to be a problem. 3 days through the forest with Faye taught me patience. She ate my entire food supply within the first day. A week of rations gone. She complained the entire time. Human food was flavorless. The soup was just thirst relief. The bread was flour that had surrendered, but she ate every crumb and then looked at me like I was hiding more. She walked behind me constantly. Every few hours, I caught her inching closer, drool at the corner of her mouth. The body barrier held. The persistence was impressive. Her presence cleared the path of everything alive. No monsters, no dragons, nothing approached. The apex predator strolled through her domain in a ball gown, and every creature with survival instincts kept its distance. She also kept me alive in a more basic way. I had no sense of direction. Twice she told me I was walking the wrong way, and once I was headed straight toward a drop. Without her course corrections, called out from behind me with the bored precision of someone who had memorized the forest the way I had memorized barrier variations. I would have walked in circles until I starved. On the 3rd morning, the trees thinned, and through the last line of trunks, I saw Egan. Stone walls, thatched roofs, people, a living, working place. I am starving, Faye announced. You are always starving, then fix it. The first 3 days in Aegon nearly ended us. I tried the Adventurers Guild. They sent me after a low-rank monster. The thing took one look at me, turned, and ran. Barriers are walls. They do not chase things. I chased it for an hour and could not land a hit. The guild receptionist stopped making eye contact with me. You defeated me, Faye said from the doorway. But you cannot handle that? She was not wrong. I could stop a dragon at full power, but against something that simply ran away, I had nothing. Our money vanished. We slept in alleys. Faye eyed my neck with increasing interest and diminishing patience. I could not gather herbs because I did not know what any of them looked like. Monsters fled the moment Faye's presence registered. Even the guild receptionist's pet seemed nervous around her. My second career was dying before it started. Then I remembered the pocket watch. Helena's 10 court mages were famous even out here. I asked around until I found a connection to the frontier Count Albert, the most powerful noble in the region. His daughter was a prodigy, so gifted no local teacher could keep pace. A certified court mage was exactly what he needed. The Count's people verified the watch. Within a day, I had a position, room, board, salary. I almost cried. I had not eaten a real meal in days. The Count led us to the dining hall, a long table covered end to end with roasted meat, bread, soup, wine. My brain stopped working. Faye, eat everything. Do not stop until something breaks. I was going to do that regardless. She had a roasted leg off a platter before I finished the sentence. Both hands. No silverware, no ceremony. The Count tried to discuss his daughter's magical education. I told him the steak was extraordinary and asked for more. He smiled the strained smile of a man beginning to regret his hiring decisions. This seasoning is mediocre, Faye announced, draining her third glass of wine before reaching for a fourth plate. She had told me earlier that following me had nearly killed her from starvation. That human food was beneath a dragon, and that she regretted every step. She said all of this while eating enough for 5 people. Then a figure passed the dining hall entrance. She did not stop. She did not greet us, but I saw her eyes, sharp, cold, purple. They met mine for a fraction of a second with a look that said I was not worth her time. The magical energy I felt from her was staggering. The Count's daughter was a genuine prodigy. She would see through my limitations in approximately 1 lesson. She wanted advanced magic, new techniques. I could teach barriers, only barriers. Tomorrow, I was going to be fired. So tonight, I ate. Somewhere far to the west, the barrier I had spent 3 years building was a little weaker than yesterday. It would hold at full strength until it did not, and then it would go all at once. Victor thought the problem was solved. Elaine had moved on. The kingdom was running on borrowed time, and the only person who could fix it was sitting in a frontier dining hall with a dragon who wanted to eat him, and a job he would probably lose in the morning. I reached for another piece of bread and decided that was someone else's problem now. The Count introduced us with fatherly pride. His daughter stood in the courtyard in a fitted training tunic, silver hair catching the light, purple eyes warm and welcoming. She thanked her father, voice sweet as spun sugar, and said how honored she was to study under a court mage from Helena. I almost believed it. The moment the Count left the courtyard, the sweetness evaporated. Amelia leaned back in her chair, crossed her arms, and fixed me with a stare that could have curdled milk. She told me to confess. Her father was too kind to embarrass by exposing a fraud in front of him, so she would handle it herself. The words came flat and practiced, like she had done this before. Apparently, the last tutor had been a theory-obsessed coward who ran the moment real practice started. She had learned to be suspicious. I already told your father. I was a court mage in Helena. The pocket watch is real. I built the national barrier. She laughed. Not a warm laugh. She informed me that the 10 court mages of Helena were the pinnacle of a nation of 10 million people, that the barrier caster was a figure of legend, her personal hero, the mage she admired more than any other, and that if I dared claim that name one more time, she would make me regret it. I looked at Faye for backup. Faye was lying flat on the grass in the sun, wings splayed out, eyes closed. No help from that quarter. I watched Amelia train that afternoon. Every element, every discipline, fired in rapid succession at a practice stall that was already falling apart from months of abuse. Attack magic, enchantment, even healing. The range was staggering. I had known exactly one mage in Helena who could switch between schools that fluidly, and he held the highest seat among the 10. But the doll told a different story. It was destroyed not from a single devastating spell, but from thousands of accumulated impacts. She had power and precision, but zero sense of how combat actually worked. No one had ever hit back. I could teach her something after all. Come on, let me show you what a real fight feels like. She proposed hand to hand, claiming she had already spent her magic for the day and did not want to accidentally kill a fraud. Faye declined to spar, noting she might kill the girl by mistake. So it was me and the prodigy, squaring off on the cobblestones. She was fast. A spinning kick connected clean with my jaw. The impact traveled through her leg and into the invisible wall wrapped around my skin. She crumpled, clutching her shin. My body barrier had been in place since the day I learned to cast it. I maintained it every night. The strongest dragon alive had chipped a tooth trying to bite through it. A teenage girl's kick was not going to be the thing that cracked it. The second round ended the same way. She fainted high, drove a perfect fist into my stomach, and nearly broke her hand. She called me every name she could think of, demanded to know what my bones were made of, and limped away with a wrist she refused to admit was broken. The next day, she did not come to training. The servant said she was ill. I talked my way past the maids with the pocket watch and found her in bed, shivering, half conscious, muttering through a fever. Her wrist was swollen to twice its size. Purple bruising ran from her knuckles to her forearm. She had broken it punching my barrier and refused to tell anyone. I wrapped her in a barrier and activated the healing function. The space inside a barrier becomes sanctified. Bones knit. Fevers break. It was one of 500 variations I had developed during the years everyone told me my magic was a dead end. Faye appeared at the doorway, offering to help with her own healing magic. I have it covered. The tutor handles it. That was the job. She came back the following morning with her wrist healed and her attitude recalibrated. Not softened, recalibrated. She acknowledged I was not entirely a fraud. She demanded a magic duel this time. Full power, no restrictions. I let her go first. I always went second. She opened with fire arrows, not one or two. Over 100 materialized in the air between us in under 3 seconds. The talent required for that many simultaneous casts was terrifying. Barrier, magic absorption. Every arrow hit and vanished. The surface rippled, drank in the mana, and went still. She tried a concentrated beam. I absorbed it. She attacked from underground with a water geyser powerful enough to shred bone. I absorbed that too. She froze the rain she had conjured to trap my boots in ice, then summoned every floating shard to converge from all directions at once. 360 degrees. No escape. Brilliant. I built a sphere. Every shard hit the barrier and was swallowed whole. The mana tasted clean, not like Faye's breath, which gave me something close to heartburn when I absorbed it. This was manageable. She dropped to her knees, out of mana and out of ideas. What even is that? Call me teacher, and I will tell you. The word came out like she was spitting a nail. Teacher, my name is Ethan. I only know one type of magic. Barrier magic. That is all I have ever been able to cast. I used it to become a court mage, and I used it to build the barrier that covers Helena. She looked at me. She looked at the distant shimmer of that barrier on the horizon. She looked back at me. Then she screamed and sprinted out of the courtyard. She came back 3 times that evening. Each time she peeked around the doorframe, asked if I was really him, and fled shrieking when I confirmed it. The prodigy who had threatened to kill me was blushing so hard her ears turned pink. She had been my fan all along. 2 days later, Faye remembered she had left the dragon forest without appointing a successor. We walked to the forest edge. Amelia followed, protesting at every step, insisting that even approaching dragon territory risked reigniting a war that had devastated this land 300 years ago. We arrived just in time to meet the new management coming out. The black dragon filled the tree line, scales dark as tar, eyes burning. Amelia whispered the name, Nidhogg. I had never heard it. My education had been exclusively barrier related, and general knowledge had suffered accordingly. Faye told the beast to behave, to respect the old rules. The killing intent that rolled off the black dragon in response was so thick I tasted iron at the back of my throat. Faye erupted in golden fire. She shifted to her true form, a dragon whose scales blazed like a second sun, and launched into the sky. Nidhogg followed. What happened above us was not a fight. It was a natural disaster wearing the shape of two living things. Shockwaves gouged trenches in the earth. Something that might have been magma rained from the collision point. I threw a barrier over Amelia, deflecting a molten chunk the size of a cart. While the sky burned, I did the only useful thing I could. I built a barrier over the entire town of Aegon. Same technique as the national barrier, scaled down. Minutes of work instead of months. 3 years of protection laid over the town, while two entities from beyond human comprehension tried to end each other overhead. Faye's full power breath caught Nidhogg square and drove it back into the forest like a comet striking in reverse. The trees shook, the ground buckled, then silence. She floated down, shifted to girl form, and landed gently, one small cut on her cheek. "Shall we eat?" Amelia's composure had not survived. She was shouting, voice cracking, pointing at Faye, and then at the barrier now shimmering over the town, demanding to know if any of this was normal, if she was losing her mind, if the world had simply stopped making sense. Faye and I answered at the same time, probably. 2 days after the barrier went up, the Count called me in. His face was pale. He had talked to Amelia. He had seen the barrier I threw over his town in the middle of a dragon fight. He had learned that Faye was not a girl with decorative wings, but the most powerful dragon alive. He asked why the man who had built the most strategically important structure on the continent was working as a tutor in his estate. I told him. Helena decided I was expendable. The barrier was supposed to last, and nobody had asked whether it needed maintenance. The Count looked physically ill. He said foreign military strategists had written papers about my barrier. He said Helena's diplomatic leverage for 3 years rested on the wall I built. He asked how a nation could be that foolish. Then he fired me, not for incompetence, because keeping me as a tutor was, in his words, irresponsible to his entire country. Faye reminded me, with the smugness only a dragon could manage, that she had predicted this the moment I put up the town barrier. The Count was sending messages to his capital. My situation had outgrown his authority. He asked me to wait for representatives from the central government, and he promised the outcome would not be bad. I did not promise to stay. I had learned what promises from institutions were worth. We went into town that evening. Pay had come through. I wanted something decent to eat. Faye wanted anything edible. Amelia clung to my arm with both hands and refused to be separated. A voice came from a rooftop. She dropped to the street with the ease of someone stepping off a curb. Red hair, cat ears rising from it, feline eyes that caught the fading light, white long coat over leather armor, and a great sword on her back that looked heavier than she was. She introduced herself as Vera, Sword Saint of Ilias, the Beastman nation to the north. Her queen had dispatched her the moment intelligence confirmed a barrier, Mage, had been exiled, and a new barrier had appeared in Aegon. She wanted me to come to Ilias. When I declined, her smile sharpened. She said something about making the trip involuntary if I preferred. I told Faye and Amelia to step back. Vera moved. She was 3 paces away, and then her greatsword was crashing against my barrier, hard enough to split stone. The speed was beyond anything I had faced from a human. Barrier, weapon breaker. The force reflected back into the blade. Any normal sword would have shattered. Hers held. Beastman forged steel, built for a sword saint. She went airborne, using the sun for cover, attacked from behind. I switched to a sphere barrier. The blow landed and reflected. Her coat tore. Her armor cracked. She kept coming. She fought for what felt like an eternity. Every angle, every combination, every trick a lifetime of blade work had given her. I reflected everything. The damage accumulated on her side, never on mine. Her final strike was everything she had left. The reflection sent her to one knee. Her long coat hung in shreds. She was bleeding from a dozen impacts and breathing through what must have been fractured ribs. She stood, looked at me with eyes that held no defeat, only sudden certainty. I have sworn to marry the one whose defense my sword cannot breach. She straightened, despite what the movement clearly cost her. Become my husband. I handed her my jacket and suggested she cover herself first. Before I could respond to a marriage proposal from someone I had met 5 minutes ago, a seam opened in the air beside us. Through it stepped a woman with dark skin, large eyes, and the walk of someone who knew exactly what she looked like. Gabrielle, spatial mage from Minant, the southern maritime nation. Same mission, same urgency. Her attempt to teleport me on the spot was answered by my barrier reflecting her own magic. The spatial rift swallowed her clothes instead of me. She stood there wearing nothing but composure, looking more amused than embarrassed. I gave her my shirt. It was all I had left. She took it, draped it over herself, and told me I would have to take responsibility. 3 women from 3 nations, 2 wearing my clothes, all claiming some version of authority over my future. Amelia shouted that I belonged to her. Vera declared me her husband. Gabrielle implied debts I did not recall agreeing to. Faye watched it all from the side, eating something she had stolen from a market stall. She announced to the group that she intended to eat me when I eventually died, and that any marriages or abductions in the meantime were irrelevant to her plans. Vera demanded to know who would dare consume her future husband. Faye told her it was a dragon's prerogative, and Vera could have whatever years she wanted because a human lifespan was a blink to a creature who measured time in millennia. Somehow, they shook on it. I was still standing in the street, shirtless, surrounded by territorial women and a growing crowd of spectators. Then Faye's eyes went wide. In all the time I had known her, nothing had surprised her. She had fought a rival dragon with less emotion than most people used ordering breakfast. But now, her golden eyes were open so wide, I could see the slit pupils fully dilated, and her voice came out barely above a whisper. Look toward the forest. Everyone turned. The barrier over Helena was dissolving, starting from the top, peeling apart into particles of light that drifted upward like luminous snow falling in reverse. The largest barrier I had ever built was coming undone, layer by layer, shedding 3 years of work into the evening sky. I had known it would happen. The moment I walked out of Helena, the countdown accelerated. Without maintenance, 3 years was the upper limit, and my departure had shaved time off that estimate. I had expected a few more months. I had been wrong. Vera laughed, wild and sharp. She said Helena had spent years leveraging that barrier in diplomacy, and now the leverage was dissolving in real time. Gabrielle went still, her eyes calculating distances and logistics. Amelia stared with her mouth open. The crowd behind us fell silent. I said nothing. There was nothing to say. I could rebuild it in a month, but they did not know that. And right then, I was not sure I wanted to tell them. The barrier finished dissolving. The sky looked different without it, emptier, like a wall had been torn from a house, and the rooms inside were exposed for anyone to walk through. Everyone called it the end of an era. I thought it was just a barrier, but I had always underestimated how much my work meant to people who were not me. 3 days later, the bidding began. The Count represented Uri. Vera had her queen's full authority. Gabrielle had Minant's seal. Amelia was barred from the room and spent the session glaring through the doorway until her father shut it. Uri opened. Lifetime court mage position. 10 times the standard salary. A county and lands, Ilias countered. A duchy, 1/10 of the entire territory of Ilias. Developed land, existing population. Minant went last and went hardest. A duchy with port access and independent trade rights. Then Gabrielle offered territorial concessions to both other nations if they agreed to release me to Minant. The Count and Vera both turned toward me without making eye contact and suggested the Minant offer sounded very reasonable. They had been bought. Every offer was built on the same architecture. Come, cast barriers, be our asset. The terms varied, but the premise was identical to Helena. A leash dressed as a title. I had walked that road. I knew where it ended. None of it. The room went quiet. There is a territory on the eastern frontier, Mireille. Nobody wants it. It borders the dragon forest, has no strategic value, and has been abandoned for a generation. Give it to me. Full autonomy. No crown above me. I build what I choose, protect what I build, and nobody gets to decide when my usefulness has expired. The game theory was clean. Each nation would rather have me independent than allied with a rival. Granting Mireille cost them nothing. Refusing risked me taking someone else's deal. Mutually assured concession. The only outcome everyone could live with. Vera considered it. Then she grinned. Elias agrees. Gabrielle tilted her head. Minant concurs. An independent Ethan is preferable to an allied one. The Count exhaled. His nation had offered the weakest bid, and this outcome let him save face without losing anything. I signed the documents that afternoon. An exiled barrier mage with one skill and a dragon who wanted to eat him was now the autonomous lord of Mireille. Faye watched the proceedings from the corner, systematically emptying every plate the servants brought. When it was done, she walked over. Good, now feed me properly. I was going to build a territory from nothing. She was going to eat everything in it. Some things never changed, but the important ones had. The barrier fell and Helena lost its mind. I heard about it later, piece by piece, from travelers and traders and the occasional drunk who talked too much. The king had screamed for me, ordered the entire night order to bring me back. But I had been gone for 3 weeks before anyone noticed, and by then, the palace was already eating itself alive. Victor moved fast. He went to the king while the man was still shaking, still staring at the naked sky where the barrier used to be, and asked for full authority over the search. The king gave it to him without a second thought. Every report about me would now go through the man who had exiled me in the first place. I would have laughed if it were not so predictable, but the part that mattered, the part I did not expect, came from someone I had barely spoken to in 3 years, Olivia Arcana, top-ranked court mage. The woman who never spoke at meetings, never weighed in on politics, never drew attention to herself. She walked into that throne room after Victor left and told the king he was a fool. Not in those words. She was more precise than that. She asked why no one had investigated why I left instead of simply hunting me down. She told the king that my work had been undervalued for years, and then she said something that I still cannot fully make sense of. She said she had cried the night my engagement was announced, and that she was done lying to herself. Then she resigned, vanished into mist right there in the throne room, and set out to find me. She headed to Aegon first. I had already left. She went north to the Beastman territory. I had already moved on. She arrived at the Mireille mansion before I did, and the gate guards turned her away because they did not know her face. Every time she got close, I was already somewhere else. It became a pattern so consistent, it stopped being bad luck and started looking like fate had a sense of humor. Faye ate through our travel funds in 4 days. Gabrielle had given us a generous purse for the journey to Mireille, but she had not calculated for a companion who consumed 10 meals in a single sitting and then asked about dessert. By the time we reached a small town called Kanate, I was counting copper coins and wondering how a man who had just been granted his own territory could be this broke. Work, I told her. We need to work. You work. She did not even look up from the skewer she was finishing. If you die, I eat you and inherit the barrier magic. There is no downside for me. She had a point, an infuriating, logically airtight point. So I registered at the Adventurers Guild as a rank E novice and started looking for jobs that paid enough to keep a dragon fed. The guild receptionist would not let me take anything above herb gathering, no matter how much I argued. Rules were rules, and her smile never cracked. A swordsman named Isaac overheard us and offered to bring me along on a high-level dungeon run. He was the town's top-ranked adventurer, handsome, and annoyingly competent. the kind of man who helped old ladies carry groceries and bought drinks for strangers. I hated him on principle, but he offered to split the reward, and beggars do not get to be choosers. The dungeon was a wet cave system beneath a forest. Our target was a Gingame, a giant turtle-like creature made entirely of silver, physically indestructible shell, magic-resistant body, and a defensive instinct that made it curl up when threatened. The worst possible matchup for a barrier mage who needed to be attacked to be useful. Isaac spent the first hour worrying about traps and ambushes. I walked through every trap without slowing down, my body barrier neutralizing them on contact. Faye's presence scared off every lesser monster in the dungeon, so we reached the boss chamber without encountering a single enemy. This should have taken a full day, Isaac said, bewildered. The Gingame charged. Isaac tried to pull me behind cover, shouting something about long battles and heat tactics, but I was already moving. It slammed into my barrier at full speed. Physical reflection. Every ounce of its own momentum came back into its body. The silver neck snapped with a sound like a bell cracking, and the head spun across the cavern floor. Isaac stood there with his sword half drawn and his mouth open. Faye hopped onto the carcass and punched the shell apart with one blow, sending Isaac tumbling from the shockwave. She ate a few pieces of the enchanted shell, claimed the defensive properties were interesting, and sprouted a silver carapace on her back to test it. "What are you two?" Isaac finally managed. I told him the truth over dinner, all of it. The exile, the barrier, the 3 nations, Mireille. He took it better than expected. When I asked him to come along, he declined. He was the town's protector and would not leave until a replacement was found, but he wished me well and he meant it. I left a transparent body barrier on him before we parted. A small thing, invisible, undetectable, good for 3 years. He was a good man in a dangerous profession. It seemed like the least I could do. We ran out of money again. Faye's appetite was a force of nature that no budget could survive. A village headman hired us to investigate a curse that had been making his people sick for a month. I had no idea how to deal with curses, but the job came with meals, and that was enough. Faye smelled something familiar in a nearby forest. We followed it to a lake the color of old blood. At the bottom, sitting with his knees drawn up like a man waiting in a chair, was a demon. Black wings, 2 curved horns, a sigil glowing on his forehead, red eyes, vertical slits, ancient and patient. "Azazel," Faye said, with the tone of someone recognizing an old colleague at a reunion. "I thought you were dead." She broke his seal without consulting me. The chains shattered. The lake erupted. He rose from the water, shook the droplets from his body with a pulse of magic, and knelt before Faye with the precision of a soldier who had been practicing that genuflection for 300 years. His first request was permission to kill me. His second was permission to restart the war against humanity. Faye denied both and then pushed me forward. "Kill this one," she said, "and I will consider it." Azazel raised his hand. Decay magic, the kind of power that turned a full-grown tree into rot in an instant. 300 years of imprisonment had given him time to invent something genuinely terrifying. My barrier reflected it back. The decay ate his own arm. He cut it off at the shoulder before it could spread, fast and clean, the way you sever a burning rope. His wing went next when he tried a second time, because apparently losing one limb was not sufficient data. "Interesting," he said, staring at the stumps. "A week to regenerate. Acceptable." Faye explained the arrangement. My barrier could not be broken. Not by her, not by him, not by anyone they had encountered in centuries of warfare. His war against humanity would have to wait until I was dead, and Faye had absorbed my magic. 100 years, give or take. Azazel accepted this with the calm of someone adjusting a schedule. He would serve at Mireille until then. When I died, Faye would eat me, gain the barrier, and the two of them would do whatever they pleased. I stood there listening to 2 of the most dangerous beings on the continent plan my eventual death and subsequent consumption. and all I could think was that I was hungry and the village headman owed us dinner. We returned to the village and told the headman the curse was lifted. He did not believe us for a week. A priest arrived 3 days in and tried to take credit for the recovery, which delayed our payment further. By the time we finally collected, Faye and I had eaten the headman out of half his pantry in revenge. The Murray mansion was white stone and tall gates, impressive from the outside and hostile on the inside. The gate guards were polite. Everyone behind them was not. I showed the ruby bracelet Gabrielle had given me, the one that proved I was the new lord, and was admitted with the warmth of a man being processed at a prison. The servants watched me with open contempt. The hallways were clean, but the air was cold, and not from the temperature. The source of the problem appeared at dinner. A white-mustached old steward named Von Gotch, who had managed the territory since the previous lord died and saw no reason to stop. He looked at me the way a landowner looks at a stray dog on his property. He told me I was a commoner, that I should enjoy my travels and leave the real work to him. 2 large men appeared behind him to make the suggestion more convincing. I was weighing my options when the dining room windows blew open. Azazel walked in with a dozen demons at his back. He ignored Von Gotch entirely, knelt before Faye, and reported that he had freed his sealed comrades and brought them to serve for the next 100 years. Faye accepted with a nod. Von Gotch made the mistake of raising his voice. Azazel's decay magic was instant. One moment the steward was shouting about his authority. The next, there was nothing left of him worth describing. A white-haired demon woman stepped forward. Azazel called her Grace. Her face showed nothing, no pleasure, no reluctance, nothing at all, as she drew a sword made of crystallized water and moved through the mansion with mechanical efficiency. I should have stopped it. Part of me knew that. But the hostile stares, the contempt, the assumption that I would simply accept being a figurehead in my own house, all of it had worn thin during a very long journey. When it was over, 5 people remained. 2 gate guards who had been respectful from the start, a cook whose food I already liked, a young maid who had done nothing wrong, and a thin, frightened girl who turned out to be the previous lord's daughter, hidden and imprisoned by Van Gogh for years. Double wages for everyone who stays, I said, and take care of the girl. Azazel had the mansion running by morning. The cook made breakfast. It was excellent. I spent the next 2 weeks touring my territory with Grace and a handful of demons, laying barrier walls along every flood-prone stretch of river I could find. Miray's previous lord had ignored the waterways for years. The annual floods drove people away, kept trade routes unreliable, and made the whole region poorer than it needed to be. Hiring specialists from Helena to build proper levees had always been too expensive, so the locals piled sandbags every rainy season and hoped for the best. My barriers were better than sandbags. Transparent, nearly indestructible, good for 3 years. I walked the riverbanks with local foremen, identified the worst points, and laid down protection that would hold against anything short of a tidal wave. At the first town, the foreman made me carry sandbags for half a day before I thought to use magic. Faye had already carried 10 bags by the time I finished 2, and the foreman liked her better than me for the rest of the job. The look on his face when I finally laid down barrier walls instead was worth the backache. The corrupt officials were a different matter. Grace walked beside me through every meeting, reading the room with a demon's sensitivity to human malice. Most of the local administrators cooperated once they saw the flood barriers and heard about the tax reforms. One did not. He was fat, dismissive, and certain that a commoner lord, backed by strange companions, would not last the season. I gave the order. Grace moved. It was over before the man's guards could draw their weapons. After that, cooperation improved dramatically. Word spread through the territory in both directions. The flood barriers that actually worked, and the lord who did not tolerate being dismissed. I would have preferred to be known for just the first part, but the combination was effective. Azazel handled the things I could not. While I toured the territory, he took over the private army that Von Gotch had built. result. 500 soldiers trained for the old steward's benefit rather than the land's. Azazel called it a selection. 7 out of 10 did not make the cut. I did not ask what that meant exactly. I was learning which questions produced answers I could sleep after hearing. Among the survivors was a young man named Oliver, barely 18, who trembled every time Azazel looked at him. He had beaten one of Azazel's demon swordsmen during the selection, which should have been impossible, and then apologized for it. I had them spar in front of me. The demon swordsman drove Oliver to the wall in seconds. Then Oliver closed his eyes, the gift of possession. His body went slack for a heartbeat, and then a different fighter was standing in his skin. The stance changed. The rhythm changed. A sword technique so beautiful, it stopped the air in the room, carved through the demon swordsman's guard, and sent both her blades spinning to the floor. I caught his killing stroke on a barrier before it landed. The impact felt like something Vera might have thrown at me. Oliver opened his eyes and went right back to stammering. Over 1,000 dead swordsmen lived inside that gift, any one of whom could take his body and fight through it. Some were brilliant. Some, he admitted sheepishly, were not. I made him head of the military on the spot. The tax records were worse than the soldiers. Azazel laid them out one evening, and I spent hours reading through inventions that would have been funny if they had not been stealing from real people. A tax on having a son, a tax on moving to Mirai, a tax on gaining weight, a tax on cloudy nights during a full moon. I abolished every single one, except the weight tax. That one was funny enough to keep. Azazel proposed eliminating the head tax entirely once the barrier was in place. Without defense costs and with the corrupt skimming removed, the territory would run a surplus even with lower rates. I agreed. The people here had been squeezed long enough. I locked myself in the study for a month. The Holy Barrier was the biggest piece of work I had done since Helena. Same principle, same magic. But this time, I knew what I was building and who I was building it for. I worked from maps, extending the barrier outward from the mansion in careful layers, checking every seam, filling every gap. In Helena, I had been sloppy at the borders, cutting corners because I did not think anyone would notice or care. This time, I noticed. This time, I cared. This was mine. When it was finished, the sky over Mirai shimmered. Azazel stood beside me on the mansion grounds and looked up at it for a long time. "This is what human power looks like," he said quietly. "It is like watching a miracle. It is just barrier magic. Just barrier magic," he repeated, and said nothing else. Over the following weeks, the effects compounded faster than I expected. Land prices tripled. Merchants who had avoided the region rerouted their caravans. Families from neighboring provinces began arriving with their belongings on carts, drawn by the promise of a territory where monsters could not enter and floods no longer came. Leo arrived during this stretch, a young demon inventor fascinated by barrier mechanics. He wanted to build systems that could replicate and maintain barriers without a mage present. I gave him a workshop and told him to experiment. Iris came next, a sharp spatial mage who had originally been sent to investigate me for another nation. She studied the Holy Barrier for 3 days, decided she wanted to learn from the person who made it, and stayed. Azazel managed the influx with terrifying efficiency. Grace kept the mansion running without ever raising her voice. Oliver trained the soldiers. The cook made excellent food. And somewhere out there, Olivia was still searching for me in the wrong direction. Apparently, having been declared a goddess by a remote village after she accidentally killed all their local monsters while lost in the woods. Victor's move came at dinner time, which was probably the worst timing he could have chosen. The court mage Gemag was already sitting in my dining room when I walked in, 5th ranked in Helena's court, a light magic specialist who liked gold teeth and black leather. He had always looked down on me during my court days. He had always promised to prove he was the better mage. He told me Victor had had sent him to drag me back. Then he lit up his whole body with light magic, filling the room with a blinding radiance that whited out my vision completely. I could not reflect light that was not an attack. My barriers were up, but I had no target. He was fast, he was bright, and for 3 seconds I was standing blind in my own dining room. Faye had told us to take the fight outside. We had not listened. She tracked him by smell, crossed the room in the dark behind her own closed eyes, and punched him through the dining hall wall. He crashed into the courtyard perimeter and stayed there, twitching and bleeding. "Food," Faye said, sitting back down at the table. Now, Exiled returned from his errands, noticed the hole in the wall, and asked if there had been intruders. I told him to handle it. He collected Gamog and left. The wall was repaired by morning. Victor had sent his best available weapon against us, and it had not even interrupted our meal. He did not know about Faye's true power. He did not know about Azazel, the demons, the holy barrier, the growing territory. He was fighting a version of me that no longer existed. I almost felt sorry for him. Almost. That night, I walked the grounds alone. I ran my hand along the barrier I had woven into the mansion walls, the same way I used to check the barrier over Helena. Patient, invisible, thorough. The territory stretched out below in the dark, lit by scattered lantern light from the growing towns, and above it all, the barrier held, steady and silent. 3 months ago, I had walked out of an engagement party with nothing but the clothes on my back and a dragon who wanted to eat me. Now, I had a territory, a demon general, a headmaid who could kill without blinking, a knight who channeled dead swordsmen, a cook whose roast was genuinely exceptional, and a growing population of people who had chosen to live under my protection. It was not a kingdom, not yet, but it was mine, and it was working, and somewhere in Helena, a man in polished armor was running out of ideas for how to destroy it. I stood on the roof and looked at the sky I had built, and allowed myself, for one quiet moment, to think that maybe the work was finally speaking for itself. The territory was outgrowing my ability to keep track of it. Azazel stood across the desk, delivering the numbers with the precision of someone who had been managing logistics since before most kingdoms existed. Land values had tripled since the Holy Barrier went up. Not in one district, everywhere. The territory was appreciating so fast that people who had lived here before I arrived could barely afford the taxes on soil they had worked their whole lives. A pleasant problem, Azazel said, though his tone suggested he found very few problems pleasant. But a problem nonetheless. Speculators are already buying and reselling parcels at inflated rates. I understood it immediately. The barrier made the land safe. Safety attracted merchants. Merchants drove up prices. Prices crushed the very people the barrier was supposed to protect. My own magic was squeezing the people I had built this for. Cap the residential tax for existing landowners. Open new plots to the east for settlement. We have the treasury for it. I leaned back. My barrier caused this. I fix it. He inclined his head. That faint trace of approval crossed his face again, the one he probably thought I could not read. I was getting better at reading it. The flood control held. The dungeon produced at higher rates since Azazel reorganized the harvesting system. Oliver drilled soldiers in the yard below, and even from 2 floors up, I could see recruits who had fumbled with swords a month ago starting to move like they meant it. Grace ran the household with supernatural calm, and Faye terrorized any merchant foolish enough to offer her a free meal, though she called it cultural exchange. The territory was working. Every metric confirmed it. I should have felt settled. I did not. I found Leo by accident. The mansion was quiet. Azazel and the demons deployed to the dungeon. Faye off accepting a merchant's hospitality. I was walking the corridors when I heard rhythmic clinking from a room I had assumed was storage. Inside, a young demon sat cross-legged on the floor, surrounded by disassembled magic stones and tools I could not name. Gray hair, dark-lined eyes, a black tail swaying with the rhythm of deep concentration. He was so absorbed in his work that he did not notice me until I spoke. Leo, he launched upright so fast he dropped his tools. Then he bowed until his forehead nearly touched the floor. That is excessive. He straightened, vibrating with energy that had nothing to do with nerves. He had been buying magic stones with his salary, taking them apart, studying how they reacted to different types of energy, modifying them, repurposing their detection systems for something no one had tried. Your barrier magic can be separated from you and still function, he said, the words tumbling out faster than his politeness could organize them. I want to attach my modified stones to your barriers so they react automatically to incoming magic, a defense system that works without anyone controlling it. I gave him 20 barrier discs on the spot, 10 physical, 10 magical. He bonded them to his modified stones in minutes, muttering calculations I could not follow. When he finished, the discs rose into the air and began orbiting him in a slow, steady ring. He fired a bolt of flame at me to test it. I should have been concerned. Instead, I watched one of my barriers snap into position, absorb the fire without a tremor, and return to its orbit. Automatic, silent, perfect. Any concentrated magical energy triggers the response, Leo explained, practically glowing. And since your barriers stop everything, phase fire, Azazel's decay magic, all of it, anyone carrying this system has the strongest defense in the world. My barrier magic had always been personal. One man, one wall. Leo had just turned it into infrastructure. Soldiers, patrols, outposts, all shielded by my magic without me present. I am giving you a dedicated budget, I said. Buy as many stones as you need. Refine the physical defense side. I want this system operational across the territory. I left him 100 additional barrier discs before I walked out. Basic magic. Almost no cost to produce. The cheapest spell in existence. And this kid had turned it into the most valuable military asset on the continent. The next visitor came through the wall. Grace had barely finished warning me. Strong magical presence, approaching fast, when the air in the dining hall split open. A black rift tore through the space above the table, and a girl stepped out of it barefoot, wearing shorts and a shirt, pink braids bouncing, dark magical lines tracing across sun-browned skin. She grinned like someone arriving at a party rather than an enemy stronghold. I knew her, Iris, a court mage prodigy with more raw talent than anyone I had worked with, and the attention span of a hummingbird in a lightning storm. Victor had sent her to capture me. She told me this cheerfully, then immediately lost interest in the assignment. What she actually wanted was to fight. The black sphere she conjured was small enough to hold in one hand, and powerful enough to level the building. My barrier reflected it back at her without cracking. She opened another spatial rift and sent the reflected blast somewhere else entirely. She was not sure where, which was the kind of detail that kept me up at night. Then Leo ran in. He had heard the commotion and arrived with his auto barrier discs orbiting his body, legs shaking, clearly terrified, clearly unwilling to leave me undefended. I put my hand on his head and told him to stand down. Iris noticed the floating barriers before she noticed the boy carrying them. She stopped fighting, just stopped. The combat-hungry grin dissolved into something I recognized from years of watching prodigies encounter a problem worth solving. She walked over to Leo, crouched down, studied the orbiting discs with those sharp, analytical eyes, and fired a black lightning bolt at him to test the response. The barrier intercepted it perfectly, automatically. How did you build this? Her voice had dropped from manic to fascinated in the span of a heartbeat. Leo, who had been shaking 30 seconds ago, answered with the steady clarity of someone on solid ground. He explained the modified stones, the detection mechanism, the autonomous response. Two young geniuses circling the same problem from different angles, forgetting that one of them had just tried to demolish my dining hall. I looked at the ruined table, the cracked walls, the shattered dishware. If you stay, I told Iris, you behave, you work with Leo, you do not destroy anything else in my house. "Deal," she said, already dragging Leo toward the workshop by the sleeve. They vanished down the corridor like children racing to a playground. Grace and I stood in the wreckage. "Shall I have the dining hall repaired, my lord? Please." Another genius recruited by the simple method of being interesting enough to distract them from orders. Victor kept sending weapons, and I kept turning them into assets. The letter from Helena arrived by royal courier that evening. Wax seal, official crest, the kind of document that expected to be treated with reverence. I broke the seal and read the first 3 lines. The kingdom demanded my return. It demanded oversight of my territory. It demanded acknowledgement of the crown's authority over my person, my magic, and everything I had built since they threw me out. I did not read the rest. The fireplace had been burning low all evening. I fed the parchment to it and watched the royal seal blacken and curl. The wax bubbled, the crest dissolved. In political terms, what I had just done was irrevocable. Not a negotiation, not a deferral. A formal refusal of sovereignty, witnessed by the fire and the empty room. Every court on the continent would understand the message when they heard about it. I watched the last corner crumble into ash. I owed Helena nothing. They had made that clear at my engagement party. I had spent every day since building the proof. Vera arrived the next morning with a white long coat, a greatsword across her back, and a marriage proposal already loaded in the chamber. "My future husband," she said it the way other people said good morning. "I trust the preparations for our wedding are underway." "There are no preparations." "Not yet." She sat down at the breakfast table as though she had been eating here for years. The political business came between courses. Elias saw the future clearly. The barrier was tilting the continent's balance of power eastward. Mireille and its neighbors would prosper. Elias, farther north, would gradually lose ground unless they secured a connection to the source. The queen had thought about this carefully and arrived at an elegant solution. "She wants your child," Vera said, cutting a roll in half. I nearly inhaled my tea. The terms were staggering once I processed them. Any child of mine would be granted a dukedom in Ilias. If the child carried beastman blood, which meant Vera was the intended mother, they would be offered the throne itself. The logic was brilliant. A father protects where his children live. My barriers would follow my heart, and Ilias would gain the one asset no treaty could guarantee. I need time to think. Of course, Vera smiled with the certainty of someone who had already won and was simply waiting for the other party to realize it. Eventually, my charm will overwhelm your resistance. We can finalize the details then. I wanted to argue. I could not find the flaw in her confidence, and that worried me more than any threat Victor had ever sent. Grace appeared in the doorway before our breakfast had fully settled. Another visitor, a woman from Helena, the slightest pause. "I have not killed her. Awaiting your instructions." The phrasing told me everything. Grace's sense for malice was flawless. Whoever this envoy was, she carried intentions that Grace could feel the way other people felt heat from a flame. I wiped my mouth and stood. Vera rose with me, her expression shifting from warm to predatory in the span of a breath. "Helena sending envoys the day after you burned their letter?" Her ears flicked forward. "I would like to observe." I allowed it. An Ilias sword saint sitting beside me when Helena's representative walked in was not an accident. It was a message. But as we moved toward the reception hall, my thoughts were already past the envoy. The intelligence had been accumulating for weeks. Victor was desperate. Gemog had failed. Iris had defected, each move more reckless than the last, and Elaine had been seen leaving the capital, not fleeing, traveling with purpose. My former fiancée, the woman whose glance at Victor across the engagement hall had destroyed everything I was. She was coming, not with magic, not with soldiers, with whatever she believed would still work on the man who had once loved her. That was one front. The other was colder. Border patrols had reported figures in the eastern tree line, dark-skinned, sharp-eared, gone before anyone could close the distance. Dark elves, not attacking, observing, counting patrol routes, measuring response times, mapping the terrain with the patient precision of people who plan to use what they learned. 2 threats, 2 directions, one from the wreckage of my past, one from a future I had not anticipated. Neither was here yet. Both were coming. I had built something worth taking. That was the cost of doing good work. The same lesson Helena had taught me. The same one I kept learning in new forms. Good things attract attention. Some of it was Vera, sitting beside me with warmth in her eyes. Some of it was whatever was moving in those trees. The barrier held. The territory grew. The auto defenses ran without me, but I could feel it. The way you feel pressure change before a storm, before the sky has given you a single cloud. Something was shifting in directions I could not wall off. This time, I would not walk away. This time, I was not alone. I entered the reception hall with the sword saint at my shoulder and my barriers in the stone beneath my feet, and I waited for whatever Helena thought it could send me that I had not already survived. It had been a long time since I had seen Elaine. She was still beautiful. That was the first thing I noticed, and I resented that I noticed it. The blue hair fell the same way it always had, framing sapphire eyes that could make you forget whole conversations if you looked too long. She stood in the center of the reception hall, wearing a pristine white dress and matching white gloves. Not a speck of dust on her despite weeks of overland travel. Behind her, 4 escort knights waited in armor caked with grime, faces gaunt from the road. Elaine looked like she had stepped out of a portrait. That was the first thing that felt wrong. Grace had detected malice the moment the convoy crossed the territory boundary. I had known Elaine was coming for days, courtesy of courier reports Azazel's network intercepted. One detail stayed with me: white gloves. Elaine never wore gloves. I remembered a conversation from years ago. She said they made her feel confined, preferred bare hands. So why was she wearing them now? I had asked Vera to remain for the meeting. She settled into a chair beside me with the ease of someone who had decided this would be entertainment. Elaine glanced at Vera, then back at me. She asked if we could speak privately. Vera is an envoy of Ilias. We were discussing territory business. She stays. The disappointment on Elaine's face was precise. Downturned lips, faint crease between her brows. She used to make that expression whenever she wanted me to give in. For years, it had worked. She offered to wait. Tomorrow, the day after. My schedule is full. I am a lord now, Elaine. Not the barrier mage you used to look down on. I did not actually have a packed schedule. Those are the terms. Speak here, with everyone present, or leave. She agreed with a gracious nod, promising absolute sincerity. Sincerity, Vera leaned back. Now I am curious. As am I, Grace added from the doorway. Her expression had not changed, but I caught the faintest loosening around her eyes. Both of them were looking forward to this. Elaine's performance began. She asked where to start. I told her that was a fine question. A pause. Her eyes glistened. She stepped closer and said that when I was accused of treason, she should have followed me into exile. That fear had paralyzed her. She begged my forgiveness. The tears caught me off guard, not because I believed them, but because they were physically beautiful. The shimmer, the tremble in her lower lip, the way she angled toward me like a flower bending toward light. For half a second, I nearly forgot what she was saying and just looked at her. I told her I had never planned treason. Why would the man who built the shield destroy it? She said she had found the evidence herself, searched my room at Victor's request, but now she believed Victor had planted everything. I assumed you planted them, I said. No, larger tears. Another step, close enough that those wet blue eyes filled my entire field of vision, pulling at something I thought I had cut out years ago. She said she realized now that even the discovery had been Victor's design. How could she not have seen it? You are serious? The words left my mouth before I could stop them. Of course she is not, Grace said from behind me. I blinked, looked at Grace, looked at Vera, both shaking their heads. I had nearly been taken in by tears alone, in my own hall, knowing she carried malice before she walked through the door. If those two had not been been present, the crying would have had me second-guessing facts I confirmed months ago. This was why she wanted to speak alone. She pleaded for my trust, said outside voices were poisoning my judgment. Those shimmering eyes hit me again. Maybe she was telling the truth? I looked at Grace. She shook her head. I looked at Vera. Same. Fooled twice in the span of a minute. Having them in the room was the best decision I had made all week. Elaine wept openly now. She wailed that she was innocent, that everything had been Victor's design, that she was nothing but a victim. Then she dried her eyes with one hand and extended the other toward me, palm open. The white glove caught the window light. She said we should go back to the capital together, stand side by side against Victor. All I had to do was take her hand. I stared at the glove, not at her face, not at her tears, at the glove. Iris had mentioned something weeks ago without understanding its value. Before she defected, Victor had consulted her about spatial magic theory. She handed over her research freely. That same research formed the basis for spatial skip magic, the kind that let a person step through space like an open door. Most movement magic was limited, but spatial skip was exclusive to a handful of users, unless someone built the theory into a device, something activated on contact. Elaine never wore gloves, and she had traveled weeks without a wrinkle on her dress while her escort arrived half destroyed. She had stayed inside the carriage the entire journey, untouched, because the gloves were her extraction plan. You finished the spatial magic research that Iris left behind, I said. You cannot cast it yourself, but someone in Helena built it into a tool. Those gloves, touch activated, a forced warp back to Helena for whoever you grab. Her eyes went wide. The mask cracked. She had not expected Iris to be here, defected and sharing everything. Grace already had her water crystal sword in hand. Sir, what does this mean? It means we are fine as long as no one touches the gloves. Stay ready. If I had taken her hand, I would have been warped to Helena, probably underground, a cell for a man whose only weapon was defense. My barriers would hold forever in a cage, but I would be cut off from everything I had built. Not overpowered, contained, clever, genuinely clever, hidden inside a performance convincing enough to make me hesitate even when I already knew she was hostile. Remove the gloves, Grace said. Place them on the floor. Elaine pressed both hands to her chest. She did not speak. The silence confirmed everything. Sir, Grace's voice was final. This conversation is over. The escort knights drew their swords, 4 blades at once. The lead knight told Elaine to fall back, said they would handle things. Once they had me, he said, they would force me to recast the barrier and sort everything out afterward. I had allowed them to keep their weapons because they posed no threat. 4 soldiers from the kingdom that could not hold its borders without the mage it discarded. Their steel would not scratch my barriers if they swung until next winter. Before any of them moved, Vera laughed. She threw her head back and laughed toward the ceiling, loud and genuine and full of delight. The sound filled the hall. One knight dropped his sword, not from a blow, just from the pressure of her presence. Wonderful, she said. The whole performance, she stood, did not draw her greatsword. The glove trick was clever. Her gaze settled on Elaine. But here is what you do not understand. She pointed at each knight in turn. Hopeless, mediocre, useless. That one has potential. The lead knight told her to stay out of it. He is my future husband, so it is absolutely my affair. She looked back at the knights. Even without me, none of you could touch him. You could not scratch him if you trained for the rest of your lives. And if you somehow locked him away, I would come for him. That would not be a rescue. Her voice dropped. That would be the beginning of a war. Someone swallowed loud enough for everyone to hear. Then Elaine dropped every mask she had worn. The tears vanished. Her voice came out cold and stripped raw. She said everything was my fault, that if the barrier had never been cast, her life would never have fallen apart. There she is, Vera grinned. I much prefer this version. The lead knight ordered the charge. One lunged at Vera. She hit him with a casual backhand that sent him through the east wall. Stone exploded outward. The knight vanished into the courtyard in a shower of plaster. My wall, again. The knight who had already dropped his sword once dropped it a second time and sat down. His legs had given out. Send someone who matters next time. Through the hole in the wall, wings. Azazel landed in the gap, returning from the dungeon at precisely the wrong time for anyone wearing Helena's colors. Demons fanned out behind him. Leo and Iris peeked through to watch. Azazel assessed the knights the way a man looks at something on his boot. Information first or disposal? Information. His decay magic dissolved their swords and armor in seconds. The knights were led away in silence. Vera hoisted Elaine over one shoulder like a grain sack. The white gloves came off in the process and fell to the stone floor. I am taking this one. Objections? I nodded toward Azazel. The knights were his to process. She is a former acquaintance, I said. Nothing more. Vera carried Elaine out. The protests faded down the corridor until they were replaced by silence. The room was empty. The silence that followed was the kind that makes you realize how loud everything had been. Grace and I stood alone in the reception hall. The white gloves lay on the floor between us. A man-sized hole gaped in the east wall where a knight used to be. Leo will repair the wall, Grace said. You must be tired. Shall I bring tea? The layered pastry is available. Cut it in half, as you wish. She left. I stood there for a moment, watching the dust drift in the morning light. The hall smelled like broken stone and something sharp and faint, like the air after a lightning strike. The spatial enchantment fading from the gloves. I picked them up. Fine stitching, high-quality leather. The spatial weave was worked into the fingertips, subtle enough that a casual inspection would miss it entirely. Iris would want to examine these. Leo, too. Between the two of them, they could reverse engineer the activation mechanism and turn it into something useful. Enemies kept sending me tools that ended up in my workshop. Grace returned with the tea and the pastry, sliced precisely in half. I sat in the chair Vera had vacated and ate in silence. The tea was good. The pastry was better. The morning light shifted while I ate, stretching golden strips across the stone floor. Something felt closed, not resolved the way I had imagined during those early days of exile, when the betrayal was fresh and the anger still had teeth. There was no dramatic confrontation, no speech. Elaine had come to trap me, and I had known she was coming, and now she was in Vera's custody, and her knights were in Azazel's care. The machinery worked. The trap caught the trapper, that was all. I set the cup down and sat back. The chapter that started at an engagement party and ended in a reception hall with a hole in the wall was finished. Completely finished. By the following morning, everything had sorted itself with unsettling efficiency. Vera had spent one night with Elaine. I did not ask what was said. When I passed through the corridor at dawn, Elaine was clinging to Vera's leg, begging to be taken to Elias instead of returned to Helena. Whatever Vera had done, it was thorough. Azazel's report on the knights was brief. All four were now cooperative. They would return to Helena as planned, but from inside the kingdom, they would report to Azazel. Every piece of intelligence would be forwarded to Mireille. The white gloves have been secured, Grace said. Leo is building copies. He intends to repurpose the spatial mechanism as a communication device. Enemies sent me weapons. My people turned them into infrastructure. When Elaine and the knights reached Helena, she would confess everything. The conspiracy, the planted evidence, the assassins, the spatial trap. All of it before the king. Within the week, Azazel's spy reported through the very device Leo had built from the confiscated gloves. Victor had knelt before the throne. He argued that the barrier's collapse proved I had always meant harm. 3 years and it fell, he said. The king was too exhausted to parse the logic. He ordered both of them imprisoned, indefinite, all titles stripped. Helena had lost its barrier mage, its court mages, and now its knight commander. The kingdom that threw me away was discovering, piece by piece, exactly what I had been holding together. Victor's imprisonment was politics, not justice. Political prisoners get released when winds change. I filed the report and moved on. Faye returned that evening. She came through the garden gate, rubbing her stomach with the expression of a creature who had consumed enough for a small army. She had been gone for days, eating at the expense of a merchant trying to secure the territory supply contract. You were gone for 3 days. The man has a family. I showed restraint. He was sharp, that one. He will be back, and when he does, I will sit with you for the meeting. I owe him that much. A conscience buried deep. Was it worth the trip? Not bad. Met a healer at the end. We drank together. Faye tilted her head. She had a lost quality, like someone chasing a thing she could not quite reach. A healer good enough to earn Faye's respect was worth remembering. She had something else. Faye produced a crumpled letter from inside her dress. An elf, nearly dead when it reached me, handed this over and collapsed. The healer took the elf to a local inn, said there was still a chance. An elf. I had thought they were legend. The letter was battered but legible. I unfolded it and read by the fading light. The warmth drained out of the evening. Dark elf forces mobilizing in the north. Not scouts anymore. An organized military buildup moving south. The elf who delivered this had crossed hostile territory and nearly died for the effort. Something interesting? Another war, or close to it. I folded the letter. I need to gather Exiled and the others. You are staying, obviously. Faye picked bread from my plate without asking. You dying to something as boring as dark elves would be an insult. I have standards for how my meal ends. There it was, the promise she always returned to. She would eat me when I died, and until that day, nothing she considered beneath her was allowed to kill me. The torches caught the last of the daylight. My barrier hummed through the perimeter stones, invisible and patient. The courtyard smelled like roasted meat and warm stone. I finished eating, tucked the letter into my coat, and walked inside to plan for whatever was coming next. The chapter with Elaine was closed. The chapter with the dark elves had not yet opened, and in the space between the two, for one evening, the territory was quiet. I had built a lot of things people forgot about, but this place, I thought, might be worth remembering. The letter was still in my coat when I sat down to eat. Faye was already 3 courses deep, chewing through a roasted bird like it owed her money. I asked her what she knew about elves. She stopped chewing. That alone told me this was serious. Faye never stopped eating for anything. Annoying creatures. She picked at a bone. Tough, clever, lived through the war of gods on the human side. They and some summoned hero from another world gave us real trouble. She said it casually, but I knew her well enough by now. When Faye called something annoying, it meant it had nearly killed her. When she called it trouble, the memory still stung after 300 years. Elves lived 1,000 years. A millennium of training in swordsmanship and magic. If even Faye respected their strength, these were not enemies to take lightly. The letter had arrived through Faye herself. She had stumbled across a dying elf messenger during one of her outings and handed me the sealed parchment like it was a restaurant receipt. The messenger barely survived. Olivia, still wandering somewhere in my territory without knowing it belonged to me, had apparently saved the elf's life with resurrection magic before vanishing again. What the letter described changed everything. The elf's name was Lillian. I visited her at the inn once she was strong enough to sit up. Grace stood guard at the door. Lillian sat on the edge of the bed, thin and exhausted, and told me everything in a voice that never wavered. 50 years ago, an elf named Dominic had seized power on the elf island. He was what they called a dark elf, a title earned not by birth but by ambition. Any elf who pursued power aggressively enough lost the forest's sacred blessing. Their skin darkened, their temperament hardened. Dominic had gone further than any dark elf in history. She described him through the intelligence her resistance group had gathered. Strongest attack mage in elven memory. Sun magic powerful enough to level cities. He ruled through terror, kept his own people as slaves, and had already turned his eyes toward the continent, toward my territory. I did not care about elf politics or their 1,000-year feuds. What I cared about was what his capabilities told me about his military. Dominic had been gathering forces for years. Dark elf scouts had already infiltrated the mainland. The one my soldiers captured weeks ago was just a forward probe. He will come, Lillian said quietly. Not if, when. Her resistance had sent her across the ocean at the cost of every escort's life. Not to ask for help, to warn us so we could prepare. That kind of selflessness made me uncomfortable. I was not that good a person, but I could respect it. I opened the window and showed her the holy barrier shimmering along the edge of my territory. Can his forces break this? She hesitated. I have never seen anything survive his magic. I closed the window. That was the answer I needed. Not because it scared me, because it meant this fight would actually be interesting. The weeks that followed were the busiest of my life. A dark elf assassin found us first. The creature appeared on a rooftop near the inn where Lillian was recovering, firing an arrow of pure condensed mana through the roof directly at her. I caught it with a barrier, but the arrow did not reflect. It simply dissolved against the surface. That rattled me. My standard magic reflection should have sent it right back, but this was not magic in the traditional sense. The dark elf was firing raw mana, shaped and launched without the framework of a spell, something only a species with 1,000 years of magical sensitivity could even conceive. Azazel's decay magic drove the assassin off the rooftop. We tracked him, captured him, and I spent days examining his technique from every angle. When a second dark elf broke free from his chains in my own mansion and fired that same mana arrow at point-blank range, I was ready. Mana reflection, a new barrier calibrated not for spells, but for raw magical energy. The arrow bounced back and punched through the dark elf like glass. One problem solved, 100 more waiting. I brought in Brooks, the round merchant who had won Faye's approval by letting her eat through his entire travel budget. He had sailed to the elf island before. He knew the routes, the currents, the distances. He also knew ships. I put him in charge of building a fleet, not merchant vessels, warships. Leo and Iris joined the project. Leo's auto shield devices, those barrier generators he had been perfecting for months, could be mounted on hulls. Iris provided magical theory. Lucy helped with practical barrier design. Brooks found me the cheap sour oranges from my orphanage days as a final audition. Nobody else could have tracked down that specific terrible fruit from my past. I bit into one, nearly broke my jaw, and tasted everything I had been before the court, before Helena, before any of it. The sourness was awful. The memory was priceless. He got the job. Samel Toria sat in the northeast of my territory, a high plateau facing the sea on one side and a sprawling plain on the other. The plain ran all the way to the Urai border, flat and open and completely untouched for 100 years. I wanted to build my capital here. The position was perfect. Seaport to the east, mountain pass to the south connecting to the existing territory, and a wide northern corridor that could become a continental trade route. Azazel found the problem before I did. Why has no one settled this land? The answer arrived when I crossed the border into the unclaimed plain. The ground clicked under my boot. Then it exploded. A genius war mage named Bomber had saved Urai from invasion a century ago by mining the entire plain with explosive magic. Thousands of buried charges, each powerful enough to crater the earth. The bombs ended the war and turned the borderland into a dead zone that neither nation dared cross. I discovered this the hard way 10 times. Each detonation sent me cartwheeling through the air, only to land unscratched on my barrier and think, well, that was embarrassing. I tried sprinting through the field with a time acceleration spell from a demon named TikTok. Worked beautifully for 30 seconds until the chain reaction started. My detonations triggered neighboring mines, which triggered their neighbors, and the entire section erupted at once. The blast launched me back over the border like a catapult stone. Plan 2. I flew above the mined plane on Grace's griffin, looked down at the full scope of Bomber's work, and held out my hand. One barrier, the largest I had ever cast. A flat plane of magic so enormous it covered the entire mined section of the plane, pressed against the earth like a lid on a boiling pot. The drain hit me instantly. My vision blurred. The griffin's feathers became the only solid thing in the world. I held on. Then I pressed the barrier down. The detonations started, muffled at first, then building. Hundreds, thousands. The entire plane erupted beneath my barrier in a continuous roar that lasted half a day. The ground shook so violently, the vibrations reached towns on the other side of the mountain range. The barrier did not crack, not once. When the last explosion faded and silence crept back across the scorched earth, I released the spell and nearly collapsed on the griffin's back. My legs would not stop shaking. I had never spent that much magic in a single cast. Azazel and Grace were waiting at the border. Grace was crying. I found that simultaneously touching and alarming. "Told you it would work," I said. Azazel's remaining hand was gripping his own wrist hard enough to turn the knuckles white. He had been worried. Good. That meant it had looked as impressive as it felt. Bomber's 100 years of buried genius, erased in an afternoon. The plane was clear. The Uri negotiations went smoother than I had any right to expect. I flew there on the Griffin, arrived a day early, and watched their entire diplomatic corps scramble to accommodate me. Their young king, barely a teenager, was sharp. The kind of sharp that notices when a foreign dignitary's companion is being insulted by a fat minister and immediately has that minister arrested. I liked the boy. The deal was direct. I had cleared Bomber's minds. In exchange, Uri would cede the entire northern plain to my territory. The chancellor stroked his bald head and asked if I could truly do such a thing. "Already done," I said. "Yesterday." The silence was worth 12 hours of sustained barrier magic. The young king approved the transfer personally. He asked why I was building warships. I told him the truth. Dark elves were coming, and I intended to destroy them before they reached the continent. He listened with the seriousness of someone twice his age and offered no objection. Samaltoria was mine. The plain was mine. The northern trade route was open. My capital would sit at the crossroads of 3 nations, and I would build it on land I had personally cleared of a century of buried death. I came back from Uri to find Faye in bed. Not lounging, not napping between meals. In bed, covers pulled over her head, refusing food. Faye refusing food. The impossibility of it hit me like a wall. Her maid Marie stood outside the door, wringing her hands. Faye had not eaten since the previous morning. She would not let anyone close. I went in anyway, pulled the blanket down, poked her cheek until one golden eye opened to glare at me. What happened? Nothing. Sleep is the cure. Go away. You do not sleep through meals. You do not sleep through anything. She yanked the covers back. Human doctors cannot help. Leave me be. I sat there for a long time, watching the small lump under the blankets. Faye was the one constant in my defense. The golden dragon who promised to eat me when I died. The force of nature who broke doors and shattered budgets and complained about everything while secretly protecting all of it. And she was too weak to argue with me properly. Azazel told me later, quietly, that the impossible weather we had experienced during my trip to check the plateau, the thunder from a clear sky, the lightning that cracked the clouds, had probably been Faye, fighting something above the cloud line where no one could see. A white dragon, he guessed. One of the elves' war beasts, sent to probe our defenses. She had fought it alone, told no one, and was paying the price in silence. That was the most Faye thing I had ever heard, and the most frightening. Because if a single dragon could reduce her to this, what would happen when the full army came? I left a tray of her favorite food by the bed and posted Marie around the clock. Then I went to my study, sat down, and felt something that might have been fear. It lasted about 10 seconds. Then I opened a map and started planning. Intelligence filtered in through Azazel's spy network over the following days. The picture it painted was not encouraging. Dominic sat on his stolen throne in a room that stank of power and cruelty. His generals knelt before him. The white dragon was dead, killed by Fae above the clouds, and the scouts inside my borders had gone silent. Yet the dark elf king was laughing. He announced his invasion like a man declaring a festival. His sun magic would shatter my barrier. His armies would burn my territory to ash. My head, he reportedly declared, would be added to his personal collection. One of his own warriors tried to counsel caution. Dominic threw a wine glass at his head and ordered the fleet prepared. He was arrogant, he was powerful, and he was coming with 30,000 soldiers against my force of fewer than 1,000. I read the intelligence report, set it down, and smiled. The numbers did not worry me. My barrier had never broken. Not for demons, not for dragons, not for the strongest mage in Helena. It was not going to break for an elf who needed an army to feel confident. But I was not going to sit behind it and wait either. I did not wait for the invasion. I went to meet it. Azazel's scouts had found the staging ground, a small island off my coast, previously home to petty pirates and slave traders, now crawling with 300 dark elves, using it as a forward base. They were the advance force meant to coordinate with infiltrators inside my territory when Dominic's main army hit. I gathered 26 elites. Azazel, Grace, the demon swordswoman who had single-handedly captured the first dark elf scout, TikTok, a massive demon named Giga who could punch through stone walls with his bare hands, 20 more of the strongest fighters in my domain, plus Oliver and a handful of the best human soldiers. 2 orders. Nobody surrenders until they are offered the chance, and nobody on our side dies. The demons flew. I took a boat. Embarrassing, yes. Barrier magic does not come with a flight option. The dark elves were ready. They had sensed the approaching magic, lined up their archers on the beach, and launched a wall of mana-forged arrows at my ship. The sky went black with them. Thousands of projectiles, fired in perfect formation. Mixed in were real arrows and spellcraft variants designed to counter reflection. They had studied me. I cast a single barrier over the hull and sat down. The arrows hammered against it for 10 minutes straight. The ship did not rock. The barrier did not flicker. When the barrage ended, the dark elves on the beach stood staring at the untouched vessel gliding toward their shore. By the time I stepped onto the sand, the fight was already over. My people had torn through the island from the air while the archers wasted everything they had on my boat. 300 dark elves and their pirate allies, broken in under an hour. Not one of my 26 was killed. Giga earned the biggest share of the credit. He had single-handedly destroyed the archery formation on the beach, using at one point an actual boulder as a weapon, which I found excessive but could not argue with the results. Prisoners were taken. Pirates were sent to the mines. Dark elves were handed to Azazel for interrogation. The forward base that was supposed to coordinate the invasion of my homeland was a smoldering ruin before breakfast. I stood on the beach, watching the sun come up over the water. The war had not started yet. Not really. Dominic still had his army, his sun magic, his impossible confidence. The battle that would decide everything was still ahead, but he was going to fight it without his forward base, without his scouts, without his white dragon, and without the element of surprise. I had drawn first blood. The rest would come when it came. My barrier was not going to break. Not for him, not for anyone. Faye was awake. The relief hit me before I could stop it. Somewhere between the warship orders and the intelligence reports, I had gotten used to a world where the golden dragon was not at the table. I did not like that world. She was already in the dining hall when I arrived. The cook had saved his strength for this moment, and the spread looked like a banquet for 30. It was all for her. Skewers vanished one after another into that impossibly small body. "Everything here is mediocre as always," she announced, cheeks full. I laughed. That complaint, delivered while eating more than 3 soldiers combined, was the surest sign she was back, fully recovered. Come out with me after this. The warships are coming along, and the mountain pass is nearly finished. She scoffed, called me childish, and agreed to come along. Faye loved outings more than she would ever admit. The territory was prospering faster than I could track, revenue piling up. Time to inspect and reward the people doing the work. I wanted Faye's perspective. She vetoed every raise I proposed. Azazel and Grace first. Gold is wasted on people who never use it, she argued. Brooks at the shipyard, too round and comfortable. The engineering team, not good enough yet. The mountain construction leads, vetoed before I opened my mouth. A preemptive strike. I overruled her on the construction crew. Faye countered by ordering bathhouse improvements instead, and they cheered her name like she was a deity while I stood there holding the coin purse. The military barracks got training facilities instead of pay. The soldiers roared. Not a single raise approved. Nobody complaining. Too busy thanking the dragon. The seafood crisis found me through a stack of reports I had started reading myself instead of delegating. Prices had tripled in weeks. The fishing towns were bleeding workers to the shipyards and construction projects. Every coin I poured into warships pulled a fisherman off the water. Every booming industry offered better wages than a net and a prayer. My fault. The territory was rich enough that nobody starved, but the prices were obscene, and the people who could not keep pace with the boom were falling behind. A new dungeon had surfaced near Alpin, a quiet town west of Samaltoria. Massive in scale, unexplored, restricted by the Adventurers Guild. Reports described an underground water system of staggering size. Faye volunteered to come. She had smelled something promising, she said. She carried me there on her back in dragon form, the first flight since her illness. The speed was devastating. Wind tore at me from every angle, and I had to throw up a barrier just to keep my eyes open. We arrived in minutes. The locals stared at the golden dragon descending into their quiet town, but they relaxed when they recognized me climbing down. That would make the papers. The dungeon entrance sloped downward through slick rock, and I walked it slowly on purpose. If ordinary people could not navigate this path, the dungeon was useless. The footing was treacherous, but workable. At the bottom, a vast underground sea opened before us. Salt water, no visible end. The cavern ceiling hung low, but the water stretched into darkness in every direction. I stripped off my coat, fashioned a spear from a broken branch, and dove in. The barrier kept my body temperature stable and gave me breathable air. I was essentially a sealed vessel with a pointy stick. The fish were grotesque, bulging bellies, antenna-like feelers, a mucus coating that made them shimmer in the dim light. They were also impossibly fast. Every thrust of my improvised spear met empty water. Their antennae detected danger before I could close the distance, and those bloated stomachs turned out to be pure, fast twitch muscle. Several humiliating minutes later, I surfaced empty-handed. Faye was lounging on the shore, unimpressed. I went back under with a new approach. Barrier walls, 6 of them, angled to funnel the school into a sealed cube. The fish could not outrun geometry. I trapped dozens in a space the size of a small room and wrestled out a handful by hand. The taste changed everything. Raw, with no seasoning, the fatty cut dissolved on my tongue. Sweet, rich, the kind of flavor that made you close your eyes without meaning to. The lean meat was just as extraordinary, tender enough to come apart without chewing. Faye ate hers whole, bones and all. Then she said it was good. Coming from the dragon who complained about every meal she had ever been served, that single word carried the weight of a royal decree. We grilled more over a campfire. The first batch came out as charcoal because Faye's idea of a gentle flame could melt stone. After calibrating her firepower down to a literal spark, the results were magnificent. Crispy skin, fat that popped and sizzled, a richness that made my chest tight with something close to joy. This dungeon was not a monster pit. It was a treasure vault. Not gold, not magic ore, food. The bounty depended on one rule: leave the dungeon boss alive. Kill it, and the dungeon collapses. No more fish, no more underground sea. I sealed the first candidate, a massive squid with a glowing violet core inside a barrier cube. 3-year seal. Water and small fish could pass through. Nothing else. The squid would live. The dungeon would persist. Then Faye tensed on my barrier bubble. Something stronger was approaching. The sound reached us first. A high fluting note that echoed through the black water like a song played on an instrument I had never heard. Beautiful above the surface. Down here, it raised every hair on my body. A silver shape materialized from the deep. Long, serpentine, glowing faintly with its own light. A sea dragon of enormous size, moving through the water like it was made of the same substance. Leviathan, Faye said. 300 years. The creature knew her. Shifted into a human shape. A girl with silver hair 3 times her own height, drifting like living kelp in the current. She looked at me riding on Faye's back and decided that the world would be better if everything were underwater. Her magic hit my barrier and bounced. The reflected pressure struck her instead, and she drifted upward, unconscious, trailing silver hair through dark water. When she wakes, Faye told me, she will follow you. Show a dragon power, and they choose. I carried the unconscious Leviathan to the surface and got to work while she slept. Barrier stairs from the shore down to the water. Handrails along the walls. A smooth cart path for transporting fresh catches. Lighting blocks made from barriers filled with Faye's fire. Cooling blocks filled with the Leviathan's ice for preservation. She woke up partway through, touched the barrier staircase with something close to reverence, then looked at me. Your barrier magic is beautiful. A pause. You are not. She alternated between the 2 observations for a while. Beautiful barrier, ugly human. Beautiful barrier, ugly human. I let it go. She followed us back to Mireille. Another dragon added to the roster. Land, air, and now sea. I called her Pearl because Faye's suggestion was worse. The trade route through Samaltoria opened the way money opens doors. Quietly at first, then all at once. The first caravan made the crossing on a gamble. No inns, no supply posts, no guarantee the road was safe. But it was shorter than the coastal detour, free of bandits, free of monsters. They made enough profit to retire on. Word spread. More caravans, then individual traders, then civilians. I went to the plateau and started building. Barrier tents for travelers, 5 to a shelter, free of charge. Barrier crates for food storage. The settlements along the route were already bursting with new business. I gave the village elders formal land rights in exchange for road maintenance. The tax rate sealed the deal. The exchange hub rose at the crossroads where 4 routes met. A cylindrical building with brick walls and a dome of barrier magic for its ceiling, transparent so the sky was always visible. Brooks managed the operation once he recovered from a merchant attack that had briefly cost him his famous roundness. He asked for the barrier dome specifically so it would need renewal every 3 years. A festival, he said. A reminder that the territory exists because of the barrier, because of you. I had spent years building things people forgot about. These people wanted to remember. I cried a little. I will deny it if asked. Tea from Urai came through the northern route, rich and fragrant, preserved better over land than sea. Oil from Minant through the southern pass. Our fish from the Alpine dungeon. Bizarre looking, but already legendary. 3 signature goods, and the money followed. Later, I stood with Azazel overlooking the construction. He mentioned, almost casually, that a plague sweeping Minant had not touched Murray. Not a single case. The holy barrier had filtered it out entirely. Birth rates up, death rates down, disease declining across the territory. I did not know my barrier could do that, I said. He believed me. Then he asked permission to study the effect, to understand what the barrier provided and what they would need to replace when it was no longer there. He meant after I died. Humans live short lives by demon standards. He was planning for a future without me. Faye will be here. Pearl too. You will be fine. He accepted that with a rare, quiet smile. Then he moved to the next item, because Azazel always had a next item. The Cornwell sisters summoned me like a supplier running late on a delivery. Zero met me at the door, short, deep green hair cut to her shoulders with curled ends, black dress, high heels, pearl necklace. She told me I was late before I said hello. Her sister Ichi appeared behind her, taller, straight-haired, same black dress and pearls. She apologized for Zero's tone with the practiced ease of someone who did it several times a day. "You are slow," Zero said. "The port should have been finished months ago. You waste time on inland projects while the sea lanes rot." She knew about the coming war. A merchant network spanning the continent picked up intelligence faster than any spy ring. She asked if I could win. "I can promise I will not lose. My barrier does not break." She studied me, a long, uncomfortable appraisal. Then she nodded. "The barrier is competent. You are not. But I will bet on the barrier." She turned to her sister. "Move our capital here, all of it." The terms came fast. Prime land near the exchange hub at a steep discount. Bulk purchase. In exchange, the Cornwell Trading Company would relocate its headquarters to Samultoria, supply ships and logistics support for the war, and keep the invasion intelligence quiet until I was ready to announce. And if I refuse, she smiled. The kind of smile that had collapsed smaller territories. Information was hard to contain, she said. Rumors spread. A war announcement would empty Samultoria of settlers overnight. She was sure that would not happen, though. We were allies, after all. Grace confirmed it afterward. No malice in the read. Pure commerce. Zero did not threaten out of cruelty. She threatened because it was efficient, and efficiency was the only language she spoke. I took the deal. The land, the discount, the ships, the silence. The Cornwell sisters would fund my war, and I would make them richer than they already were. Neither of us pretended it was friendship. "Pleasure doing business, Lord Incompetent," Zero called after me. Her sister bowed and apologized. I was already walking. The sea monsters went last. Grace asked me to serve as bait. She said it politely, the way she said everything, but the request was what it was. I sealed myself in a barrier cube, sank to mid-depth, and activated a signal stone that Leo had modified to attract marine predators. Every creature within range swarmed me. Sharks shattered their teeth on the barrier. Smaller beasts piled on until the cube went dark. Then Grace's Kraken, a blue titan with a sapphire crest and tentacles that reached the ocean floor, peeled them off one by one and ate them all. Not dignified, effective. That evening, I stood on the new pier and watched Pearl's silver shape patrol beneath the surface. The coastal waters were clear. The trade route was operational. The exchange hub hummed with activity even after dark. The Cornwell sisters were moving resources into the territory faster than I could track. Pearl owned the sea. The trade routes generated revenue. The Cornwell deal funded the military buildup. Azazel had the army organized and drilled. Faye was healthy, fed, and terrifying. The barrier covered every inch of land that mattered. Everything that could be prepared had been prepared. The only thing left was the war itself. Dominic was coming, and when he arrived, he would find that the frontier territory he planned to conquer had become something none of his scouts had reported. An economic and military power that could afford to fight him on every front, by land and by sea, for as long as it took. I checked the barrier one more time. Patient, invisible, thorough. It held the way it always held. Good enough. I wanted peace. I wanted to keep building, keep trading, keep watching the territory grow into something worth being proud of. But 30,000 dark elves do not care what you want. The scouts confirmed the number. 30,000. Every single one a trained magic user. Their ships were already massed along the coast of the Elf Island, ready to launch across the sea corridor toward Marais. In any other era, that number would have ended a continent. I received the report while drinking tea. I set the cup down gently so no one would see my hands shake. Then I got to work. Before a single enemy ship moved, I cast a barrier across the open sea. Not the holy barrier that covered the territory. Something different. A wall that divided the ocean between Marais and the Elf Island into two separate worlds. Nothing Nothing from the dark elf side could pass through. No ships, no magic, no arrows, no clever tricks, but our side fired through it cleanly. One directional, absolute. I admired it for a moment. The convenience was almost unfair. The auto-shielded warships loaded at the harbor, 500 regulars, plus 1,000 borrowed from Ilias, and 1,500 from Minant. Both nations understood the math. If Marae fell, the Dark Elves came for them next. I stopped one of my soldiers to apologize for the impossible odds. He looked at me with the calm certainty of a man who had already decided how this ended. "We have your barrier, my lord. I cannot imagine losing." That was the moment I realized something. I had been nervous for weeks. They had not been nervous for a single day. I briefed Azazel and Grace on the real plan. The fleet would engage behind the sea barrier, drawing attention, hammering the enemy from behind an impenetrable wall. Meanwhile, I would take a small air squad straight to Dominic, end the war at the top. Azazel hesitated. He trusted the barrier and wanted to win slowly, safely. Grace stepped in. Her voice was quiet, but her eyes were not. "If we go with him, nothing touches him. That is our purpose." I watched Azazel weigh her words. Then he nodded. It was the first time I had seen Grace overrule him on tactics. She was not being reckless. She was being certain. One last thing before we launched. A familiar magical signature flared at the perimeter and then vanished toward the enemy fleet. Gemog, the former Helena court mage who had been our cooperative prisoner. He blinded the sentries with light magic and ran for the Dark Elves. Azazel and Grace both looked at me, waiting. "He was already useless," I said. "Agreed," Azazel said. Grace noted that if she found him on the battlefield, she would handle it alongside everything else. Nobody mourned, nobody panicked. Whatever Gemog told Dominic about my barriers was months out of date. I had improved everything since his defection. We set Leo up as my body double on the flagship, dressed him in my coat, stood him at the prow. The resemblance was terrible. Leo was too small, too young, and too obviously uncomfortable. But from a distance, with auto shields glowing around the ship, it would do. Faye and Pearl declined to fight. Faye said she would step in if things got desperate. Pearl said elves were slightly more beautiful than her current allies, so she lacked motivation. The two most powerful beings in my territory, lounging at home while I went to war. At least their presence at the rear gave the garrison peace of mind. I rallied the troops one last time. Then we launched. The air squad was small. Me, Azazel, Grace, a reinvigorated Giga, and a handful of our strongest demon fighters, all capable of flight magic. We moved through the clouds while the fleet advanced below. From altitude, I could see the sea barrier stretching across the water like a second horizon. On our side, the warships. On theirs, an ocean that had disappeared beneath dark elf hulls. 3 paragraphs of intelligence reports had not prepared me for the visual. 30,000 was a number. This was a continent of ships. They came straight at my barrier. Full speed, full confidence, as if momentum alone would carry them through. The first wave shattered on contact. Hulls splintered, masts cracked, crews pitched into churning water. The barrier did not move. Then the magic started. Thousands of elves casting simultaneously. Fire, ice, lightning, corrosion, spatial distortion. Enough concentrated power to level a city. My barrier absorbed it the way stone absorbs rain. Meanwhile, our ships fired through from the safe side. One-directional warfare, the kind of advantage that turns a battle into arithmetic. Then he appeared. A figure rose above the dark elf fleet, one hand raised to the sky. Dark skin, pointed ears, a lavish robe draped over bare skin. A sphere of light materialized above his palm, growing, brightening, until it rivaled the actual sun. The heat evaporated seawater into fog, and then evaporated the fog into nothing. Lillian, riding beside me, identified him. Dominic. I looked at the most dangerous mage on the continent and noticed something my tactical preparation had not covered. Beneath that robe, Dominic was wearing nothing at all. The Dark Elf King had brought 30,000 soldiers to war, and left his pants at home. I wanted to focus on the tactical situation. I really did. But the brain records what the brain records. His sun magic hit my barrier. I was ready. Barrier over my eyes to shield against the light. Hands poised to recast if the wall cracked. Every contingency rehearsed. Every scenario mapped. I watched the collision through protected vision, holding my breath. The light faded. The sea settled. My barrier stood exactly as before. No crack, no scratch, no bend, not even a flicker of strain. The supreme attack of the greatest living mage had accomplished nothing. I stood there in the sky for a long moment, genuinely confused. Is Dominic actually weak? I managed. No, my lord, Azazel said from beside me. Your barrier magic is simply beyond anything this world has produced. Below us, morale among our fleet went from high to ecstatic. They had watched their lord's magic swallow a sun and not even blink. On the dark elf side, the opposite. An army that had just watched its king throw his greatest weapon at a transparent wall that refused to notice. Dominic was not finished. More magic followed. A concentrated metal spear that grew sharper on impact. An adhesive flame that burned without fuel. Creative, innovative, entirely useless. My barrier held against everything, not because of luck, because I had engineered it for exactly this. Dark elf sun magic, high-density mana strikes, exotic attack patterns. I had studied every captured spell, every intelligence report from Phase 6. The barrier was not invincible by accident. It was prepared by design. We move now, I said, before the fleet wins without us. The red dragon came from above the clouds. We were descending toward Dominic when its roar hit my chest like a physical blow. Massive, fire-scaled, barely controlled even by its own handlers. Not as large as Faye in her true form, but a dragon is a dragon. Azazel recognized it instantly. His jaw tightened. Let me handle it, I said. Grace moved her mount forward, her crystallized water sword already forming. Azazel and I will take this. You go to Dominic. Azazel added that if he could not defeat a dragon, he had no business serving me. I left them and pushed forward with Giga and the remaining demons. What happened next? I learned from Grace afterward. She told me in her usual flat, precise way, as if reporting on supply deliveries rather than the fight of her life. Azazel opened with his decay magic. The spell hit true, eating into the dragon's scales, beginning the slow corruption that would eventually reach vital tissue. But the creature was enormous. The decay needed time they might not have. Grace summoned her Thunderbird. The massive lightning-wreathed beast dove at the red dragon, matching fury with speed. While the Thunderbird held the dragon's attention, Grace struck with her water sword, prying loose scales to expose raw flesh beneath. Azazel landed more decay on every opening. The dragon retaliated with a full sphere of heat in every direction. Azazel's hair caught fire. Grace's uniform ignited. Both survived. Both kept fighting. Then Azazel drew the death scythe, 300 years old, forged during the age of the God Wars. The weapon that had taken the arm of a hero summoned from another world. It was the most dangerous thing Azazel owned, and using it against a dragon meant closing to arm's reach. Grace and the Thunderbird created the opening. Water magic to blind the creature's eyes. Kraken ink to steal its attention for one critical heartbeat. Lightning to lock its muscles. One combined instant of diverted focus. Azazel suppressed his presence to nothing, approached the dragon's neck like a shadow crossing a wall, released everything he had into a single strike. The scythe took the dragon's throat. The dragon fell, and the scythe shattered. Grace told me the sound was small, a crack, then particles dissolving into air. 3 centuries of war compressed into a single weapon, and that weapon had given everything to cut through dragon scale. The feedback burned the arm that swung it. Azazel held the empty space where the handle had been. He looked at the dissolving fragments with an expression Grace described as peaceful, which was not a word she used often. He said the weapon knew its time had come. that the world I was building would have no place for a tool designed to slaughter heroes, that it had served well, and now it was done. Grace was not sure if he was talking about the scythe or about himself. The dragon's body fell into the sea, leaking toxic miasma. Grace sealed them both in a water bubble until the air cleared. Below, the corpse would eventually become a massive magic stone, but for now, it was dead weight sinking into the deep. They returned to the lines, battered, singed, missing a weapon that had been part of Azazel's identity for 300 years. The sky was ours. Giga cleared the path. He was punching dark elf soldiers out of the sky so hard they hit the ocean like falling stars. Whatever confidence he had lost against Faye, he was reclaiming it now, one launched body at a time. He even found an opponent worth respecting. The strongest elf warrior matched him, blow for blow, until the surrender made them stop, and the two of them apparently decided they were friends now, which left me and the Naked King. I rode my griffin close enough to see everything, and I do mean everything. There were words the moment demanded, historic words, the kind of declaration that would be remembered across generations. Put on some pants. Dominic laughed. He declared himself the world's future king. He said that his word defined reality. If he declared himself clothed, he was clothed. I told him there was a specific word for people like that. He asked me to speak it. Pervert. He hurled his sun magic at me again. Close range this time. The sphere of nuclear fire blazing between us, close enough that the heat should have stolen the air from my lungs. Barrier magic. Reflection. His own sun bounced back. Dominic conjured a massive tree of light to absorb the returned blast. The tree shattered. The remaining force blew his robe clean off. Now, he was entirely naked. This was, without question, the worst outcome. He kept attacking. Dozens of spells. Every variety, every angle, every school of magic I had ever heard of, and several I had not. Beautiful, colorful, devastatingly powerful magic. I wrapped myself in a spherical barrier and sent everything back. The elegant truth of reflection. The more he threw at me, the more came back at him. And my barrier cost almost nothing. Simple magic, low mana drain, 0 damage taken. I could sustain this until the sun burned out. Dominic could not. He tried deception. A duplicate of himself, nearly indistinguishable from the original, absorbed my reflected spells, while the real Dominic circled behind me. Smart. I had to give him that. That works once, I said, without turning around. Now that I had seen the technique, my reflection would track the original body. No more tricks. Dominic appeared at my back. In his hand, a blade I had never seen before, transparent, barely visible, made of pure condensed mana, the most refined magical weapon in existence. Centuries of accumulated mastery forged into a single cutting edge. He called it the primordial mana blade, the original magic of the dark elves. The final technique. He swung. Barrier magic. Mana reflection. The blade met the barrier held, the blade reversed. The finest weapon ever created took its creator's head. Clean, quick, the kind of finality that settles like a foundation stone dropping into place. Dominic fell. The dark elf king who had conquered an island, enslaved a people, and fought a war without pants, was ended by his own magic reflected from a wall he could never break. I had never attacked him, not once. Every wound came from his own hands. That was barrier magic. That was always barrier magic. Your strength becomes my weapon. The harder you swing, the deeper you fall. Dominic's death moved through the battlefield faster than any spell he had ever cast. The dark elf army stopped. Not a gradual retreat, not a negotiated ceasefire. They simply put their weapons down. 30,000 elves, disarmed and still, as if the string holding them upright had been cut. Elves were not warriors. Dominic had forced them into this. Without him, there was nothing to fight for. The surrender was unconditional. Weapons relinquished. Ships turned over. Full cooperation with whatever terms we set. My casualties were almost nothing. A handful of demons needed rest. The fleet took minimal damage. On the elf side, the losses were concentrated in the navy. Their ground forces were intact. I found Azazel and Grace back at the harbor, both singed, both carrying themselves with a lightness I had not seen before. Something had been left behind in the sky, an old weapon, an old identity, an old war. "You two did the real work up there," I said. Azazel gave me an expression I rarely saw from him, open, unburdened. "I left an old companion behind. I am grateful you gave me the fight to do it in." Among the tribute the elves brought, there was a sword, elf-forged, luminous, impossibly fine. Azazel asked for it quietly, a new weapon for a new era. His old companion was gone. This one would carry him forward. I gave Grace the bolt of elf silk. She accepted it with the faintest blush. For a woman who could direct a kraken to clear a coastline without changing expression, the sight of her cheeks turning pink over fabric was something I would not soon forget. Then the rice arrived. Elf rice, grown in soil that had been tended by elves for 1,000 years. My cook prepared it that evening, and the moment it hit my tongue, every plan I had for the elf island rearranged itself. Sweet, rich, mineral deep. The kind of flavor that reorganizes priorities. The elf island would not be a conquered territory. It would be an agricultural partner. Their soil was too precious, too carefully cultivated across centuries to exploit. We would grow elf rice in Mireille too, but the island product would be the premium brand. The elves keep their forests, their way of life, their traditions. We keep the rice. I installed Harriet as interim governor. She was a demon administrator from Azazel's staff. Cold, precise, mechanical. Evan and Lillian would advise her, and over time, I intended to replace the position with an elf who understood the island from the inside. A week later, I toured the elf island with Grace. The place was breathtaking. Ancient forests, rich earth, crystal clear streams running through mineral-dense groundwater, every inch maintained by generations of elves who understood their land the way I understood barriers. Grace spotted it first. She ran. Grace, who never ran unless something was dying, broke into a sprint toward a cluster of ancient trees and pointed upward with an expression of pure, undiluted joy. "A phoenix!" she breathed. "There is a phoenix here." A small red bird sat in the upper branches, trailing sparks of crimson light with every movement. Beautiful, graceful, and, according to Grace, extraordinarily rare. She explained that phoenixes bond with those they deem worthy, granting their partner wings of fire. The catch was earning their trust. Phoenixes valued beauty above all else. I had nothing beautiful on me. No jewelry, no fine clothing, a water flask, and a bag of dried fish. So I made a small cube from barrier magic, perfectly formed, light-catching, unbreakable. The phoenix ignored it at first, then pecked at it, then nudged it with one foot. Then its eyes went wide. Barrier magic, the only currency I had ever needed. The bird hopped onto my arm and nuzzled my cheek. I climbed down from the tree, and fire wings erupted from my back. I did not fall. I floated, controlled, smooth, lifted by wings of flame that somehow did not burn. The barrier mage who could not fly had just grown wings. Grace clapped. She stood beneath the ancient tree and clapped like I had done something magnificent instead of simply descending at a controlled speed. I may have done a small celebratory loop in the air before the wings faded. Grace cheered the entire time. During the rest of the inspection, I met the young elf that Evan and Lillian had been pushing forward. Harriet, silver white hair pulled into a ponytail, pointed ears, fine-boned features. She looked about 15 by human standards. "I have only lived 30 years, she said, bowing. "I still have so much to learn." I nearly choked on my tea. 30 years, longer than I had been alive. And she called herself young. Elves. Despite her youth by elf standards, the veterans spoke highly of her. Magical talent that had impressed even the warriors. Intellectual curiosity that she valued above everything except, apparently, food. She wanted to learn about the human world. She wanted to understand governance. And she wanted very badly to eat Mireille cuisine. I reassigned her from the interim governor role. She was not ready for that, not yet. Instead, I placed her at Farmas, the agricultural district south of the capital. Hot, humid, miserable for living, but perfect for growing rice. She would oversee the elf rice cultivation project, learn human administration from the ground up, and eventually return to the elf island as its proper governor, an elf governing elves. That was the long-term plan. For now, she was a young elf in a straw hat, knee-deep in rice paddies, learning what it meant to build something from soil. On the ship back to the mainland, I stood at the rail and considered infrastructure. A barrier bridge from Samaltoria straight to the elf island, my magic spanning open ocean. The image was already forming in my mind, and it was beautiful. The Dark Elf War was over. Dominic was dead. The elf island was mine. Azazel had said goodbye to his oldest weapon and picked up a new one. Grace had slain a dragon and then applauded me for floating down from a tree. A small red bird had given me the one thing barrier magic could never produce on its own: wings. Murray now held land, sea, and air. Pearl beneath the waves, Azazel on the ground, a phoenix on my shoulder. Somewhere behind us, Olivia was sailing north in a stolen elf boat, utterly convinced she was heading toward Murray. She was heading in the opposite direction. She would continue heading in the opposite direction for a very long time. Ahead of us, Helena was watching. The kingdom that exiled a barrier mage now looked at the map and saw his territory growing. An elf island, a sea dragon, a defeated dark elf king, and a barrier that had eaten their continent's greatest magic without blinking. They would come for me eventually. I could feel it. I checked the barrier one last time before we docked. Patient, invisible, thorough. It held. The humidity at Farmes hit like walking into a mouth. My shirt stuck to my back within the first hour. By the third, I stopped noticing because everything else was also sticking to everything else. The elf rice seedlings needed hand planting, one row at a time. A lord's work, people told me. Not this kind, they meant, but the repetition was familiar. It reminded me of those years when all I did was cast the same barrier 1,000 times until the 1,000th was perfect. Simple work, patient work, the kind that builds something you cannot see until it is already strong. Harriet waded through the paddies beside me, her ponytail plastered to her neck, ears drooping. She threw herself into the mud without complaint. I liked that about her. The soil holds warmth longer here, she said. The rice will taste different, heavier, different soil, different grain, a new product, not a copy. By night, the humidity turned treacherous. I solved it the only way I knew how, a water-blocking barrier over my quarters. Within 2 days, the interior was dry and livable. I applied the same treatment to every house in the settlement. Harriet thanked me with tears. The crew embraced me like soldiers who had survived the same battlefield. The enemy was just moisture, but it had been winning. Then I found the hot spring. Groundwater ran warm beneath Farmas, and I had been watching for it since day one. A barrier casing sunk into the earth, and we had a public bath. I built 3 more before the week was out. The rice grew. The land was becoming home. Grace brought a letter from Minant. The king wanted to see me in Perel, their capital. I left Farmas to Harriet and the crews, and Grace and I flew south. I was still a terrible flyer. The Phoenix wings responded to intent, not skill, and my intent kept disagreeing with gravity. I crashed 5 times before I stopped counting. Grace rode her griffin beside me, politely feeding it fish and pretending not to notice each time I cratered into the ground. Perel was stunning. White buildings stacked against a harbor crammed with ships from every nation. The fish stalls sold catches pulled from the water that morning, grilled right in front of you. I ate my way through 4 of them before remembering I had an official meeting. A runaway galleon nearly plowed into the crowded dock. Grace shielded a girl who had fallen near the impact zone while I threw up a barrier across the ship's path. The bow snapped on contact. I saved the port. I also destroyed someone's very expensive ship. Run, I told Grace. At the castle, King Yuamai greeted me with a crushing handshake and a merchant's grin. 30 dignitaries sat around a table loaded with food I was too full to eat. He told me Minant was recognizing Mireille as an independent nation, not a territory, not an autonomous lordship, a country. I let that settle. The land I had built from nothing was sovereign, but merchants do not give gifts. They make investments. There is something concerning us, Yuamai said. His smile did not change. Helena has released the Knight Commander from prison. I already knew. Azazel's network had reported it days ago. Victor was free. He has a gift, the king continued. The ability to summon an otherworld hero. We believe Helena intends to use it. The table watched me. Every dignitary, every advisor, every server holding a wine pitcher. They all wanted the same answer. Could my barrier stop a hero's holy sword? The blade that cuts whatever its wielder desires? I did not know, and I told them so with a smile that Yuamai called unsettling. I agreed to stand with Minant if it came to war. It was not generosity. Victor hated me more than he feared Minant. If the hero's blade pointed anywhere, it would point at my chest. Yuamai beamed and called it friendship. I called it mutual insurance. I learned what happened next from Azazel's people inside Helena, and from intelligence that reached me in pieces over the following weeks. Victor had been pulled from his cell for one reason: his gift, the ability to summon a hero from another world. Helena's king had authorized it out of desperation. The national barrier was gone, the economy was hollowing out, and Mireille's conquest of the Elf Island had made every council member in the capital sweat through their robes. The summoning worked. A 16-year-old girl woke up on a stone floor in the center of a magic circle. She wore round glasses. She liked drawing and horse races, and she had never hurt anything larger than an insect. Her name, I would learn, was Hannah. Victor told her the world needed saving. He told her a traitor named Ethan had allied with demons and dragons to bring ruin to the continent. He told her that if she completed the mission, he would find a way to send her home. That last part was a lie. There was no known method to return a summoned hero. Victor knew it. He offered the possibility anyway, because a possibility that has not been disproven is a leash that never needs tightening. According to the reports, Hannah asked to go home. He said no. She asked again. He dangled the promise like bait above deep water and waited for her to reach. She reached. What else could she do? She was 16 and alone in a world where she could not even recognize the sky. Hannah had creation magic. She could look at any weapon and replicate it perfectly. Every hero across history also shared one common ability: the holy sword, a blade that cuts whatever its wielder wants to cut. When I read that, I set the report down and stared at nothing for a while. My barrier stops everything. The holy sword cuts everything. I had never encountered a contradiction that direct. Before the hero could reach me, I had business at home. Gemog, the light mage who had defected to the dark elves before the war. He knelt in front of me, looking like a man who knew exactly how many people wanted him dead. The answer was everyone. I had been planning to free him. Before the defection, his dungeon work had been excellent. Then he ran to the losing side and burned every bridge behind him. 3 years, I told him. Mining duty in the deep dungeon. Come back alive and you walk free, he whimpered. I smiled. He took the deal. I wrote a new law that afternoon. Defection during wartime, capital offense. Gemog was lucky he had betrayed us before the ink dried. A merchant's son who had beaten a civilian and bought silence with his father's money got the same treatment. I gave him one chance to turn himself in. He laughed. He stopped laughing in the mines. A lord who lets power go unchecked creates the next rebellion. I had learned that watching Helena. I built the bridge on a Tuesday, set aside 3 weeks, finished in 6 days. Barrier slabs, flat and wide enough for 2 carriages, laid end to end from Samaltoria across the open water to the Elf Island. The Phoenix wings let me fly the route and drop each segment from above, transparent, weight-bearing, guaranteed 3 years. After that, someone would build a real one, but 3 years was enough to change everything. I added barrier fencing on both sides after a rogue wave nearly swallowed a painter. The wave itself I knocked back with a reflection barrier. The sea surrendered. It usually does. On opening day, traffic was immediate. Elves heading to the mainland, merchants heading to the island. The painter I had saved gave me a watercolor of Mire seen from the bridge. Pearl declared the artist worth keeping alive and ordered me to pay him. The Southern Island's legendary warrior turned out to be an old elf named Numenon. He ambushed me with arrows of pure mana fired from every direction. When those failed, he dragged me underground through tunnels he had carved over centuries. When that failed, he reversed gravity and floated me skyward while the air thinned. None of it worked. When he launched his gravity spell a second time, I reflected it back. He cratered into the earth under his own magic and had to cancel it before it buried him. My win, I said. I am using this land for tea. He told me to take his head. The loser dies. That was his code. But the self-hatred in his eyes was older than I was. He had raised Dominic, found the Dark Elf King as an abandoned child, trained him, watched him become a tyrant. Numenon blamed himself. He had been hiding here for decades, waiting for guilt to finish what time had not. Dominic is dead, I told him. His sun magic did not even make my barrier glow. He did not believe me. That was fine. Come see for yourself. The elves are free. Your students' war is over. I have a territory full of brilliant, undisciplined kids who could use someone who knows how to train power without creating a monster. He took my hand, not because he believed me, because he was tired of the alternative. I brought Numenon back to Mire and put him in charge of the younger talents. Iris, Leo, the restless prodigies. He had raised a catastrophe once. He could raise something better. I told him one thing before he started. Teach them whatever you want. Make sure they wear pants. Non-negotiable. He sighed like a man who had carried that particular shame for a very long time. The tea plantation grew faster than anything I had built. The southern island soil was extraordinary. The elves called it the Blessed Land, and they were not exaggerating. Everything planted there thrived as if the earth itself were trying to impress someone. Green tea, not the fermented black tea the mainland drank. The elves brewed their leaves fresh, unoxidized, and the result was clean, sweet, and humbling. I had been drinking tea my whole life. I had been settling. Faye came back from the elf villages with a cart full of rice liquor and a recipe she had bullied out of an elder. The liquor was clear as water and hit like a falling bridge. She and Pearl had been drinking for days. Their cheeks were flushed, and their criticism of everything in my territory was reaching new heights. "Try this cheese," Faye said, throwing a wedge at my head. I caught it. I bit in. My eyes watered. It was the most pungent, aggressive, wonderful thing I had ever eaten. The stink was criminal. The flavor was divine. We made a feast of it that night. I hunted birds from the sky by placing barrier walls in their flight path. They hit the transparent surface at full speed and dropped straight down. Efficient, humane enough, delicious when grilled over charcoal from the island's own timber. The smoke sealed in by a barrier enclosure I built around the fire pit. Faye and Pearl ate first. 30 workers watched in silence. The pause was unbearable. "This is incredible," Faye roared, and Pearl screamed something about beauty, and the entire crew erupted because apparently watching dragons enjoy a meal was the highest form of entertainment. I kept the thigh for myself. Dark meat, slow roasted, salt crusted, the charcoal smoke soaked into every fiber. I bit in and the world simplified. Just fire and fat and good company and a sky full of unfamiliar stars. We lay on our backs afterward, full and warm, watching the colors change. a good day, the kind that made the hard ones worth surviving. The intelligence reports kept coming. Hannah was growing stronger. That was the simple version. The complicated version kept me awake. She had developed her creation magic to the point where she could switch between replicated weapons mid-swing. Victor could not last more than a few exchanges sparring with her. Azazel's agent reported that she had disarmed him so casually that his sword lodged in the wall behind him and his wrist cracked from the force. But Victor's control over her was crumbling. She was asking questions he could not answer without contradicting himself. She had stopped responding to gifts, to flattery, to promises of rank. The only thing she wanted was to go home, and he had already played that card. She was also leaving the castle, every day, alone. I found out where she had been going when Azazel handed me a report with an expression I had never seen on him before, something between respect and unease. Hannah had found an orphanage in Helena's slum district, a place called the Shelter, run by an old woman named Catherine and 2 blind cooks, housing 30 children with nowhere else to go. This was not reconnaissance. She went every day. She brought food she had taken from the castle kitchens. She taught the children basic magic. She let Catherine boss her around and smack her with a walking stick when she talked back. The old woman reminded her of her own mother. I understood that. Catherine had that effect on people. Catherine had that effect because she was the woman who raised me. The Shelter was where I had grown up. 5 years old, no family, nothing but a stack of barrier magic textbooks, and a stubbornness that Catherine tried to beat out of me with that same walking stick. I had studied nothing but barriers because I wanted to protect people. When I became court mage at 15, I sent my salary back every month for years. After the exile, I kept sending money through intermediaries. I never told anyone. It was not a strategy. It was not leverage. It was the one thing I could do that nobody could take away from me. And then one of Catherine's cooks slipped. The report described it simply. Hannah asked where the funding came from. The cook said my name. Catherine hit the cook with her stick and then sat Hannah down and told her the truth. Not all of it, just the parts Catherine had seen with her own eyes. A boy who studied nothing but barriers because he wanted to protect people. A teenager who sent every coin home. A young man who never stopped being the kid from the slums, no matter how high he climbed. Hannah asked if I could really be the monster she had been told about. Catherine said she did not know what I had become, but she knew what I had been. And she asked Hannah if it came to a fight to bring my body back to the Shelter so I could rest in the only place that had ever been home. Hannah ran. The report said she left the orphanage without looking back and did not return to the castle until well after dark. I read that twice. Then I folded the paper and put it in a drawer. I did not know Hannah yet, but I knew what it felt like to have every certainty ripped out from under you, to discover that the story you were living in was written by someone who needed you to never ask questions. I had stood in that exact place once at my own engagement party, watching Elaine exchange a glance with Victor. Hannah was not my enemy. She was a weapon being aimed by one. Helena declared war on the first day of autumn. The declaration cited territorial expansion, unlawful annexation of the Elf Island, alliance with hostile non-human forces, and refusal to submit to royal authority. It read like a legal document designed by people who knew they were wrong but needed it to sound right. The real reason was simpler. Mireille had become too strong. Helena could not afford to wait any longer. Azazel spread the declaration across the map table and weighted the corners with daggers. "They will send the hero first," he said. "Everything else is theater." Grace stood beside him, hands folded. "The Cornwell sisters have offered a war loan. Favorable terms." "Suspiciously favorable," I added. "They are betting on us winning. I recommend taking the money." I looked at the map. Helena to the west, Mireille in the east, the Elf Island chain to the south, Minant caught in between, sweating through its merchant robes. The hero was their weapon, creation magic, holy sword, a girl who could replicate any blade she had ever seen and cut through anything she wanted to cut. But she was doubting. The orphanage had cracked something inside her that Victor could not repair. She was still training, still growing stronger, but Azazel's agent had used the word hollow to describe her eyes. A weapon that does not believe in its target is a weapon that might not fire. I could not count on that. I would prepare for full strength, full conviction, the worst possible version of the fight. But I allowed myself, in the quiet after Azazel and Grace left the room, to hope. Not for my sake, for hers. Because she was 16 years old, stolen from her home, lied to by the first face she saw in this world, and she deserved better than to die proving someone else's point. The war was coming. Hannah would have to choose. I turned back to the map and started planning. The elf rice harvest came in, and it was magnificent. Each grain separated cleanly on the tongue, lighter than the sticky sweet rice from the elf island. I ate 3 bowls before I remembered to save some for testing. Brooks reported the first trading post shipment sold out before sundown. Between this and the green tea plantations, Mireille was becoming the kind of country other nations built trade routes toward. The castle still amazed me. Blue-green crystal ore from Samaltoria's dungeon caught sunlight and scattered it across every corridor in shifting aquamarine patterns. Compared to the ruin we had been using, this was a palace. The demons were thrilled. The dragons were worse. Faye and Pearl had invented a game involving a ball of compressed magic that they batted back and forth across the main hall. The shockwaves from each hit rattled the windows. When Pearl froze the ball and Faye set it on fire, I had to absorb the whole thing with my barrier before it cratered the floor. Dragon magic tasted awful going down, like swallowing a thunderstorm. "Go play outside," I said, dangling elf rice liquor and the promise of a new restaurant in town until they left. These two needed a house made entirely of barrier material. I made a note to secure land far from the trade roads. I was still planning their exile when Azazel appeared, kneeling formally in front of all 3 of us. He never addressed Faye and Pearl unless the news warranted it. It warranted it. Helena had declared war on Mireille. Grace was already moving toward the northern border. The otherworld hero would lead their advance. The room went quiet in a way that had weight to it. Helena's justification called me a threat to the world, commander of demons and dragons, architect of chaos. They were not entirely wrong. Faye would try to devour the world after I died. Half my military leadership were demons who had once waged war against every living thing on the continent. From the outside, I looked exactly like the villain they described, but from the inside, I had built a country where elves farmed rice beside demons who once tried to exterminate them, where a human merchant could argue prices with a dragon and walk away with his head. An orphan barrier mage had become king because he refused to let anything he protected fall apart. Justice was on their side, but I was not giving this up. "The hero will be at the front," Azazel said. "They are framing this as a holy war to save the world." Faye crossed her arms. "I refuse. Absolutely refuse. The hero is the one thing I will not fight." Pearl agreed instantly. Both of them had been sealed by the last otherworld hero 300 years ago. The memory ran deeper than pride. "Then stay here and finish the rice liquor," I told Faye. "I will handle the hero myself." She stared at me. Then her expression softened into something I rarely saw. "If you cannot handle it," she said quietly, "I suppose I might consider helping. Possibly." That was the closest Faye had ever come to saying she was worried about me. I smiled too wide. She scowled and told me to stop grinning like an idiot. "But there is something I can do," she added, already moving toward the door. "Come, both of you. And you too, Pearl. I know you are hiding behind that pillar." Faye flew us north in her dragon form, cutting through blizzards until we landed on a plateau where magma-heated snowmelt pooled in a basin of natural stone. The hot spring sat at the top of the world. Steam curled into freezing air. It was beautiful. It was also occupied. A woman lounged in the water with the ease of someone who owned the mountain and everything beneath it. Long purple hair floated around her like living tendrils. Sharp, feline eyes found me immediately. "A stinking human," she observed. "How novel." Faye tossed a bottle of elf rice liquor across the pool. The dragon called Jormungandr caught it without looking, uncorked it, and drank. "Undress," she said. I do not speak with the clothed. Faye and Pearl were already stripping. They knew the rules. I stood on the rocks, processing the fact that a legendary poison dragon was demanding I take my clothes off before she would hear a war proposal. I got in the water. I named her Serena on the spot because the full title was a mouthful and she told me to pick whatever I liked. Faye suggested something involving the word hag. Pearl suggested something worse. I ignored both of them. Serena was interested in me the way a cat is interested in a mouse that refuses to run. She pressed close, draped an arm over my shoulder, and asked if I wanted to fight to the death. She smelled like sulfur and old wine. Between the heat, the proximity, and 3 very naked women, I was already losing blood flow to every organ my brain needed. "Show me what you have," she whispered, grinning, "and I will show you mine." There was only one correct answer. Faye had told me long ago that dragons respect power. Words meant nothing. You had to demonstrate. "Fine," I said. "Let me get dressed first." "Why?" "The distraction gives me an advantage." She was not wrong, but I was not fighting a dragon naked. I had standards, low ones, but they existed. Her sword came out of her mouth, a long purple blade slick with something I refused to identify. She swung it in lazy arcs and then came at me with a style I had never encountered. Fluid, serpentine, every movement curved where I expected angles. Barrier, physical reflection. The blade bounced back. Her own edge cut across her skin, and the wound healed before the blood had time to fall. Dragon regeneration at its finest. She came again, faster, Faye fast. Her purple hair spread across the ground behind her and circled around to my back. The real attack. Needle-sharp strands laced with venom struck at my spine. My barrier held. The hair rebounded into her own body. Poison that would have killed 100 demons ran through her veins, and she vomited once, stood up, wiped her mouth, and laughed like a child at a carnival. "Marvelous. Let us go until one of us stops breathing." "Or," I said, "you could fight someone stronger, the otherworld hero. She is real. She is here, and I will let you have as many rounds with her as you want." Serena went still. Her eyes widened. Faye confirmed it from the hot spring without even looking up. 300 years ago, you missed the last one because you were busy training. This one is reportedly stronger. That sealed it. Serena sheathed her sword the same way it came out, dove back into the water, and dragged everyone into a celebratory embrace while demanding more alcohol. Tomorrow was the first day she had looked forward to in centuries. We drank until the sun went down, then flew home. The Cornwell sisters arrived at my castle as though they already owned it. Zero, the elder, sat on my couch and crossed her legs with the authority of someone who was about to ruin my afternoon. Ichi stood behind her, holding a leather document case with the patience of a loaded weapon. Their opening demand was 10% interest every 10 days. I said no. Their counter was the right to buy Samaltoria's remaining land at 30% below market. Absolutely not. They huddled, whispered, and came back with something cleverer. "Win the war," Zero said, leaning forward with practiced sweetness, eyes wide and cheeks flushed like a girl confessing her feelings. The performance was flawless. "We lend you everything you need. No interest. Just let us buy a little of whatever territory you take from Helena." The trap was obvious. Their version of a little would expand to fill whatever container I failed to define. But the reverse was also true. If I won and took nothing, the contract cost me nothing. If I took land and sold them a sliver, that was my definition of a little, not theirs. I signed. Zero shook my hand with both of hers, beaming like she had won a championship. Ichi delivered a blank-faced air kiss on her way out. It was somehow more unsettling than her sister's theatrics. "We will tell our merchant partners about the king's generosity," Zero called back. "Everyone will be very curious about how much a little means to royalty." There it was, the real knife. If I gave them too small a portion, they would parade my stinginess across every trading floor on the continent. My reputation as a fair ruler would take the hit. I had been outplayed, again, but the war chest was full, and that was what mattered. I could settle accounts with the Cornwell sisters after I settled them with Helena. Fortress Oralbear was everything Murray was not. Old stone, thick walls, siege architecture built by generations of people who expected war the way farmers expected rain. I arrived to find Grace and Caprice had already fought off more than a dozen skirmishing parties without losing a single engagement. Caprice wanted a pat on the head. I gave her one. Grace wanted one too, but would never say so I praised her twice with words until the faintest crack appeared in her composure. Serena was in the fortress hot spring. Of course, Oliver was still marching in with the regulars and the young talents Numenon had been training. The old elf was earning his keep. I walked the river border and laid down the barrier, one enormous wall from ground to sky, following the waterline, sealing every approach from Helena's side. The same philosophy that won the elf war. Let them come. Let them break against something that does not break back. The setting sun caught the translucent wall and threw prismatic light across the valley. Half the garrison came out to look. The irony gnawed at me. This was the same barrier magic I had once built for Helena. The same techniques. The same patient, invisible thoroughness. 3 years I had spent protecting their kingdom. Now I was using everything they taught me about defense to keep them out of mine. Somewhere beyond that wall, in a tent I could not see, a girl with round glasses was studying my barrier and wondering why it looked like nothing special. She would learn. She came the next day. Hannah floated above the barrier line, announced herself by name to both armies, and challenged me to single combat. Black hair whipping in the wind, round glasses catching the light, the unmistakable posture of someone who had trained obsessively and knew she was dangerous. She offered to end the war between the two of us so fewer people would die. I appreciated the thought. I genuinely did. "Hold on," I shouted back across the barrier. "I need to use the bathroom first." The silence that followed was unlike anything I had experienced on a battlefield. Both armies stared. Hannah's face shifted from noble resolve to volcanic fury. She called me things that confirmed she was absolutely a teenager from another world. Before I could explain that biological needs do not pause for declarations of war, Serena was already airborne. She had jumped from the courtyard with enough force to crack stone, rising to Hannah's altitude with a grin that belonged on a predator, not an ally. A purple spear emerged from her mouth. She told the hero she had been waiting 300 years for this moment. Hannah called her a circus performer. They had that much in common, at least. Serena opened with her deadliest poison magic. The air turned black around them both, a toxin that would have killed 100 demons in seconds. Hannah's fingers went numb. She acknowledged the danger and decided to end things quickly. What followed was a display of power that made the elf war look like a sparring match. Hannah replicated Serena's own poison spear with her creation magic and turned it against her. Serena pulled weapon after weapon from inside her own body. Hannah matched each one. They traded blows at speeds that blurred the air. Then Hannah produced the holy sword, golden light. One swing from a distance that should not have mattered. Serena's head separated from her body and fell. The battlefield held its breath. Serena's body hit the ground, found its own head, and put it back on. Ow, she said. A Jormungandr cannot be killed by cutting. The flesh reconnected, bone fused to bone, and by the time she was standing, the wound was gone. But the holy sword left something behind, a burning ache that Faye later explained would persist for as long as the blade existed, which meant forever, or at least until Hannah died. Hannah watched from above. She had just used her strongest weapon, and it had failed to kill. Worse, the fight had cost her. Serena's poison was already in her system. Fighting a Jormungandr at close range was like breathing inside a furnace of venom, not deliberate, just what Serena was. The air around her was lethal, the same way the air around a bonfire is hot. Hannah retreated. I could see the way she favored her shoulder. She shouted something unkind in my direction when I offered to postpone the bathroom trip, and then she was gone, descending toward Helena's camp. Serena came back through the barrier, holding her neck like a woman with a stiff pillow. Faye examined the wound, slapped it, and delivered the verdict. You poisoned her. She took your head. You are even at best. The poison fades. The holy sword's pain does not, but she looked worse. She has an army of healers. You have this one. Faye pointed at me. I chose not to take offense. Serena had bought us time. The hero was poisoned and shaken. Her ultimate weapon had failed to produce a corpse. For the first time since Helena declared war, the other side had reason to doubt. Thank you, I told Serena. Rest. The hot spring is yours. She muttered about not needing gratitude and stomped toward the baths. Faye watched her go. Stubborn old snake, she said. Then, quieter, almost to herself. She did well. The intelligence came back days later. Airlock, my best spy, brought the full picture. 100,000 soldiers on Helena's side. We had 10,000, including the Minant and Uri reinforcements. Our regulars numbered 1,000. The rest were allied forces. The numbers were absurd, but numbers had been absurd before. More useful was a name at the bottom of his report. Atmos, the legendary mercenary company, 1,000 strong, hired by Helena to break the stalemate. They had never lost a contract. Airlock brought me something better than troop counts. The captain of Atmos had a younger sister. She was cursed, a disease no healer could touch, destroying her right eye, keeping her feverish and barely conscious for months. They had carried her from healer to healer across the continent. Everyone had failed. I knew what I was going to do before I finished reading the report. That night, I flew into enemy territory on Grace's Griffin. Just me, Grace, and Airlock. No army, no declaration. The Griffin was quieter than a whisper, and Airlock's knowledge of their patrol routes got us through the detection wards without a ripple. We landed in the middle of the Atmos camp without a soul noticing. The command tent was large. Maps covered the table. Officers looked up in alarm. At the back, seated with perfect stillness, was the captain himself. Red hair standing like a flame, a cloth band across his forehead, and eyes that did not flinch when he recognized me. Ethan, he said, not a question. Bring me your sister. The tent went rigid. Officers reached for swords. The captain raised one hand and they stopped. Why? Because I can heal her and you cannot. That is all the reason either of us needs. They brought her on a cot, feverish, murmuring, her right eye swollen and discolored by a curse that human magic could not touch. I knelt beside her and wrapped the eye in a barrier, not a combat barrier, a healing one, the same patient, stubborn magic I used on everything. The barrier sealed around the curse and cut it off from spreading. Then I layered restoration over it, slow and thorough, the kind of healing that does not give up because my barriers never give up. She opened her eyes, both of them clear. Big brother, she said, and her voice was steady for the first time in what must have been a very long time. My eye does not hurt anymore. The captain crossed the tent in 2 strides and took her hand. He was crying. She was crying. The officers were pretending very hard to be looking somewhere else. I stood up. This is a debt, I said, not a demand. Fight for whoever you want in this war, but when it ends, come to Murray. The curse is contained. not cured. My people might be able to finish the job. I walked out before he could answer. Some offers work better when you do not wait for the reply. Grace told me I was magnificent on the flight back. Airlock agreed quietly. I told them both to stop before my head got too big, and then I spent the rest of the flight grinning into the dark like an idiot. Somewhere in that camp, Hannah was recovering from Serena's poison in a nearby tent. She would hear what happened. Camps talk. Word travels fast through canvas walls. The man she had been sent to kill had walked into an enemy encampment alone, healed a stranger's dying sister, and left without drawing a weapon. I did not know if it would be enough to turn her, but I had learned something a long time ago. Back when I was a boy, sleeping on the floor of an orphanage, funded by a barrier mage nobody remembered to thank. Kindness is not weakness. It is the longest strategy there is, and it works best when nobody sees it coming. The fortress lights appeared on the horizon. The war was far from over. Hannah was out there, poisoned and doubting, and 100,000 soldiers stood between my barrier and the kingdom that had thrown me away. But for the first time since Helena declared war, I was fighting on my terms. I always fought better behind a wall. Tonight, the wall was the truth. 3 days and nothing. Hannah stayed in her tent the entire time. My scouts reported every detail. The best healing mage in Helena's court worked on her around the clock. Serena's poison was not something you walked off in an afternoon, not even if you were the strongest warrior summoned from another world. The fever ran hot. The dark circles deepened. 100,000 soldiers sat in their camp staring at a barrier they could not break, led by a hero who could not stand. I knew all of this, and I was in the best mood of my life. Reports said the Helena camp was fraying. Soldiers asked why the hero had vanished for days. The Atmos mercenaries were dragging their feet. Victor sat in his command tent with the barrier visible on the horizon, and according to my scouts, he could not stop staring at it. Good, let him stare. Let the thing he threw away remind him what it looked like from the outside. I had spent years being overlooked. It was gratifying to be the thing 100,000 men could not stop looking at. The morning routine at Oral Bear had become almost pleasant. Exercise done. Overnight reports reviewed. And now I was sitting in the fortress dining hall with a bowl of elf rice topped with raw shogyo fish, drizzled with the special sauce the kitchen had shipped from Samaltoria. A soldier in the mess had discovered the combination by accident. Lay the fish directly on steaming rice, let the fat melt into the grain, add the sauce. Something unreasonable happened to the flavor. I was on my second bowl and considering a third. This is incredible, I said, shoveling rice into my mouth with the enthusiasm of a man who had forgotten he was in a war zone. The sweetness of the elf rice caught the fish fat at exactly the right moment, and the sauce tied it together into something I could not stop eating. Grace poured tea without looking at the cup. She never missed. You seem cheerful, my lord. I am. The sauce was close to perfect. Something about the finish needed to be sharper. I made a mental note to tell the kitchen staff when we got home. Getting home required winning the war. Minor detail. My lord, a scout report. Grace set the teapot down. The otherworld hero has emerged from her tent. I paused mid-bite. How does she look? Terrible, reportedly. Dark circles. Unsteady. She put on her coat and walked toward the barrier line. She appears to be preparing something. I looked at my bowl. Empty. Perfect timing. I stretched my arms above my head until my shoulders cracked. 3 days of excellent food and clean sleep had left me restless. Whatever Hannah was about to do, I was ready for it. Tell everyone to stay behind the barrier. No exceptions. Whatever happens out there, nobody moves forward. Grace bowed. Understood, my lord. I rolled my shoulders, cracked my neck, finished the last of the tea. Somewhere out there, a girl who had been lied to by everyone she trusted was about to throw the most powerful attack in existence at the thing I had spent my entire life perfecting. Breakfast was done. Time to go to work. I launched from the fortress on Phoenix's wings, fire feathers carrying me through cold morning air until both armies spread below like a map. The barrier bisected the world. On one side, my people. On the other, 100,000 soldiers traitors, and a girl who thought she was saving them from me. Hannah floated on the far side of the barrier. She looked worse up close. The dark circles were carved into her face like bruises. Serena's poison had eaten days off her. She was pale, hollowed out, but standing, floating, actually, held aloft by creation magic that was already burning hotter than it should have. But her eyes were not angry. I had expected anger. What I saw was worse. Resolution. The quiet look of someone who has already decided what this is going to cost and accepted the price. "You look terrible," I said. "Maybe." Her voice was rough. "But once your barrier falls, the army moves. This ends today." No bluster. She believed it. She raised one hand and traced a line in the air. Gold light followed her fingertips, burning bright against the gray morning, and a sword formed from nothing, not a replicated weapon, not creation magic copying something she had seen before. This was the holy sword itself, the blade that existed only for the hero. It pulsed with a radiance so pure, it turned the overcast sky golden at the edges. She lifted it above her head, closed her eyes, and began to draw. Power from everywhere. Mana pulled from the atmosphere, the ground, the clouds. The golden blade became a pillar of light, climbing toward heaven, and the sheer concentration made my teeth ache. This was not like Faye. Faye's power was raw and elemental, a dragon throwing weight. This was precise, focused. Every particle of ambient magic in the region compressed into one edge. I ran my hand along the barrier, checked the layers, checked the anchors. Everything held. Everything felt solid. The mana concentration exceeded anything I had ever measured. I admitted that honestly. Whatever she was building surpassed the scale of any attack I had faced. Bigger than Faye's fire, bigger than Dominic's sun. I laid down another barrier behind the first, then another, then another. If the front wall cracked, the second would catch. If the second cracked, the third was waiting. I did not fight power with power. I built walls until the power ran out of things to hit. That was the job. That had always been the job. Holy sword art! Hannah's voice carried across the field without effort, amplified by the mana radiating from the blade. 10K. The sky broke open. The golden pillar collapsed into a blade edge and came down on my barrier with a force that had no business existing inside a human body. The air did not scream. It stopped. Pressure replaced sound. The world compressed into the single point where Holy Sword met barrier wall. Then the explosion. Golden light expanded outward in a dome that swallowed the horizon. The ground beneath the barrier turned to glass. Trees within a mile ceased to exist. Not burned, not broken, erased. The shockwave hit the Helena camp and sent tents and soldiers tumbling across scarred earth. Clouds overhead scattered into nothing, blown apart by the sheer discharge of magical energy. Later, historians would call it the Golden Sunrise. They would not be wrong. For one frozen heartbeat, a second sun had been born on the border of Murray, and it was the color of everything Hannah had left to give. The light lasted longer than I expected. I could not see, could not hear, could only feel. The barrier beneath my hand vibrated at a frequency I had never experienced. Every layer hummed as it absorbed and redistributed energy across the network. Force flowed through the structure the way water moves through a canal, directed, channeled, dispersed, not fighting the attack, processing it. The vibration did not feel like cracking. It felt like work, like the barrier was doing exactly what I had built it to do. And this was simply the largest job it had ever been given. And then the light faded. The radiance retreated like a tide, and the world came back in stages. Sky first, cloudless where clouds had been moments before. Then the ground, which on the Helena side was a moonscape of fused glass and shallow craters. Smoke rose from what used to be forest. On my side, nothing had changed. The grass was there. The fortress was undamaged. A bird resumed singing from a parapet, and the barrier stood, not cracked, not dimmed, not struggling. It stood the way it always stood. I ran my hand along it, the same motion I had made before the impact, checking for stress fractures, resonance damage, micro fissures in the lattice. Nothing, not a scratch. I stared at my own barrier and felt something I had not expected. Surprise. Genuine surprise. The force that hit this wall should have broken anything. It should have broken several anythings. Faye's full power had not done this. Dominic's son had not done this. And yet my barrier had absorbed the single most destructive technique I had ever witnessed and emerged looking like nothing had happened. I had built this, and I did not entirely understand how it had worked so completely. Something about my barriers operated on principles no one had ever studied. I was the only barrier mage who had pushed this far. Every wall I raised was an experiment no one else could replicate. Maybe that was why the Holy Sword could not cut through it. You cannot break something that does not work the way you expect. That was a question for later. Right now, there was a girl on the other side who was not finished. What? Hannah's voice cracked. What is that? A barrier, I said. That is all it has ever been. She did not accept it. I had not expected her to. Hannah screamed and came at me directly, holy sword still burning in her hands. I stepped out in front of the main barrier to meet her. If the wall could not be broken, I would give her a smaller target. My body wrapped in its own barrier shell. The simplest barrier I knew. No effects, no reflection, no enhancement. Just pure, unadorned wall magic. The first thing I ever learned and the hardest thing I had ever built. The first swing hit and detonated a shockwave that rattled both armies. My barrier held. The magic did not reflect. I noticed that immediately. Every other attack I had ever faced, my reflection worked. Not this one. The Holy Sword passed through countermeasures and simply stopped at the wall. Interesting, frustrating, irrelevant. If it could not break through, it could not break through. She swung again. Each impact erupted golden light and force across the battlefield. Helena's remaining tents blew away. Soldiers on their side dragged wounded back from the shockwave zone. From mine, it looked like watching fireworks through a window. Why will you not break? The word came out half sob. It is just basic magic. Why does the Holy Sword lose to basic magic? Because basic magic is all I have ever had, and I have had a long time to make it work. I read her breathing. The poison had slowed her by half a step. Every third swing came a fraction late, and her mana output was dropping. Your breathing is off, I told her. Victor never taught you to hide that? Shut up. She did not. I am the otherworld hero. I was summoned to save this world from you. I will not lose to a barrier mage. Her attacks kept coming, relentless, furious. Each impact shook the air and lit the battlefield golden. She was pouring mana into the Holy Sword at a rate that would have emptied Faye's reserves. And still the sword held. Still she swung. The stamina was absurd. The willpower behind it, terrifying. I tried weapon destruction. Nothing. I tried mana reflection again from a different angle. Nothing. Whatever the Holy Sword was made of, it defied every countermeasure I had developed over a lifetime. I could not reflect it. I could not shatter it. I could not do anything except stand here and let it fail against me. Fine. My barrier was cost efficient. I could do this for 3 days without breaking a sweat. Hunger or a bathroom break would end me before mana depletion would. She could not say the same. Her breathing was getting worse with every exchange. But the barrier did not care about willpower. It cared about physics. This ends it, she said, and her voice had gone quiet. Holy sword art. Golden world. The sword blazed. The golden light returned, concentrated, apocalyptic. Mana poured into the blade until it looked less like a weapon and more like a star held in a girl's hands. The sky turned yellow. The air hummed with pressure. I wrapped myself in the simplest barrier I knew. No tricks, no layers of reflection, just a wall. She brought the sword down. The impact rewrote the landscape a second time. The shockwave carved trenches into fused glass. Clouds that had tried to reform scattered again. The golden light bloomed so bright I could taste it. and my barrier held, unmoved, unchanged, doing the only thing it had ever done, a sound like crystal breaking, thin and high and final. The holy sword split down the center. Two halves of golden light trembled in the air for one heartbeat, then shattered into fragments that dissolved into glowing particles before they touched the ground. The weapon born of another world's magic, forged by the summoning itself, broke against a wall built by a man who could do nothing else. The golden light faded from her fingers, from her eyes, from the air around her. No, a whisper, then nothing. Her eyes rolled back, her body went limp, and she fell. We had been fighting in the sky. The ground was a long way down. An unconscious girl dropping from that height would not survive the landing. It did not matter that she was the strongest warrior from another world. Gravity did not care about titles. I moved before I thought about it. Phoenix's wings folded and I dropped, catching the updraft to angle toward her falling body. She was lighter than I expected. All that power, all that fury, and she weighed barely anything. A 16-year-old girl who had been handed a legendary sword and told the world needed her to use it on a man she had never met. I caught her with both arms and nearly lost my balance. Barrier mages are not known for upper body strength. I wobbled, adjusted my grip, and pulled her against my chest until I stabilized. She was breathing, shallow, ragged, but alive. The dark circles under her eyes looked worse up close. The poison discoloration on her shoulder had spread past the collarbone. She smelled like ozone and sweat, and the metallic aftertaste of total mana depletion. I looked at her face and felt nothing like triumph. She was a kid pulled from her home, armed with a weapon, and told to point it at me because the world depended on it. Everything she had done because someone told her it was right, and she had believed them. Because what else could she do? She was 16. 16-year-olds believe what adults tell them. That is not a flaw. That is being 16. I could have ended her right there. She was unconscious, defenseless, completely at my mercy. A strategist would have. A smarter man, maybe. But I was a barrier mage. I had spent my entire career protecting things. Killing a sleeping girl was not something my hands knew how to do. All right, I said quietly. To her, to no one. To the sky that still smelled like holy light. Let us get you somewhere warm. I turned toward Oralbear and flew back with the otherworld hero asleep in my arms. Below, neither army moved. The battlefield was a ruin of glass and craters and dissolving golden light. And in the middle of all of it, the barrier stood exactly where it had always stood, unchanged, unbroken, patient as the first day I laid it. The golden sunrise was over, and the only thing it had proven was what they should have known since the day they exiled me. My barrier does not break. The scolding began the moment I landed. Faye was first. She planted herself in front of the entrance with her arms crossed and told me I was a fool. Serena, still nursing the ache in her reattached neck, said she had been keeping me alive out of politeness, but was reconsidering. Pearl drifted in last, silver hair floating like seaweed in a current, and stared at the unconscious girl in my arms, the way someone stares at a hornet that flew in through a kitchen window. 3 dragons, all furious, all backing away every time I moved closer. I took one step forward. They retreated. Another step, another retreat. I could not stop myself. I shifted left, then right, herding them into the corner while Hannah slept in my arms. Their synchronized shriek when I lunged forward was the most satisfying sound I had heard all week. "My lord, you will pay for this later," Grace said behind me. The expressions on those 3 faces promised slow, creative consequences. "That is enough," Grace said, and this time it was not a suggestion. I set Hannah on the nearest sofa. She did not stir. Her breathing was steady but shallow, her face slack with the kind of exhaustion that burrows past muscle into the marrow. The creation magic armor had dissolved completely. Underneath, she was just a girl in thin clothing, too light in my arms, covered in fine old training scars and the fading purple stain of Serena's poison spreading past her collarbone, small scars on her hands and forearms, a healed cut on her cheek. She had trained hard enough to mark herself, all of it to fight in a world that was not hers, for people who had lied to her. "What do you intend to do with her?" Grace asked. The easiest answer was the obvious one: end the threat while she slept. But she had been called to a world she did not choose, given a weapon she did not ask for, and pointed at me by a man who treated her like ammunition. If I put her in chains, every word Victor had spoken about me would become true. Her mana is empty. The sword is gone. She is not a threat. And if she wakes up violent, then I beat her again. My barrier does not break. We have established this. Grace studied me. Something shifted behind her careful expression. Not quite a smile. "Run her a bath," I said. "Give her clean clothes. A guest room. She is not a prisoner." "Are you certain?" "Mireille takes in everyone who comes. Dragons, demons, elves, now an otherworld hero. That is the kind of country this is." Grace let out a quiet laugh. "You are exactly who I thought you were," she said. Then she bowed, gathered Hannah from the sofa with surprising gentleness, and carried her out. The dragons stayed in their corner, watching me with narrowed eyes. I waved. They did not wave back. 2 days passed. Helena threw 100,000 soldiers at the barrier in a final desperate push. It did not shiver. After what the Holy Sword had failed to do, conventional numbers were an afterthought. I ordered ranged attacks from inside the barrier's protection, and within 48 hours, their front line shattered. The legendary mercenary company Atmos made their attempt and found the same wall everyone else had found. Morale collapsed. The war was functionally over. That was when Grace appeared at my side and told me Hannah had woken up. She was asking to see me. I was the only person she knew in this fortress. Strange that. The enemy commander as the closest thing to a familiar face. Grace accompanied me to the guest room. I knocked. No answer. I let myself in. Hannah sat upright on the bed, staring out the window. The moment she heard the door, she snatched her glasses from the side table and shoved them on, and the soft, unguarded expression I had glimpsed for half a second vanished behind sharp focus and suspicion. "Ethan Reyes," she said, like the name was a blade she was testing. I noticed the tray beside her bed. Bread, a meat and vegetable stew, a bowl of sliced fruit, every item untouched. "You did not eat." I sat down in the chair beside her bed, picked up the bread, and bit into it. Her eyes went wide. "Why are you eating my food?" "You were not going to. Shame to let it go cold." I reached for the stew. "That is mine." Was. Past tense. I took a long sip. Good stew. Grace's kitchen never disappointed. She watched me work through the fruit with an expression caught between outrage and disbelief. The silence that followed was not hostile. She watched the window. I watched her. The scars on her hands. The way she held her shoulders, braced for impact even sitting still. Then her stomach growled. Not a polite sound. A sound that rattled the cutlery on the tray. A sound I genuinely mistook for incoming siege fire for 1 full second. "That was not me," Hannah said instantly, her cheeks blazing red. "Grace? Enemy attack?" "That was the hero's stomach, my lord." Hannah pressed her entire face into the pillow. I should have felt bad. I almost did. "Tell me what you actually want to eat," I said. "You do not like bread?" Her voice came muffled through the pillow, small and stripped of all defiance. "I want rice. Hot rice. Fresh, steaming rice. I have not had rice since I came to this world. I know it does not exist here, but I would give anything for a single bowl, and I do not even care if that sounds pathetic anymore. We have rice." No reaction. "Elf rice," I said, "grown in Mireille's fields. Better than anything you have ever tasted." She lifted her face. Her glasses were crooked. Her eyes were glassy. "You are lying." "I am not." "You are lying." "Grace, would you have the kitchen prepare elf rice for our guest?" "At once, my lord." It took 3 tries before she believed me. On the 3rd, I watched the moment land. Her lips pressed together. Her chin trembled. Her hands curled into the sheets and squeezed until her knuckles went white. I knew that look. I had worn it once, a long time ago, when someone offered me something I had stopped hoping for. I did not say anything. Sometimes, the kindest thing you can do for a person is let them feel what they are feeling without making them explain it. The rice came in a deep ceramic bowl, steaming, the grains white and luminous. Hannah held it in both hands and did not move. She just looked at it. Then she breathed in through her nose, slow and careful, like someone afraid the smell would disappear if she rushed. Then she started eating and did not stop, and did not speak until the bowl was empty and not one grain remained. I had food brought for myself too, and invited Grace to join us. Eating alone is fine, but eating together is better. There's a phenomenon I have never found a name for: the way food tastes richer when shared. One of those facts everybody knows, and nobody can explain. The three of us sat in that guest room eating breakfast, one of the strangest meals of my life. Yesterday, this girl had tried to unmake me with the most powerful weapon in any world. Today, I was stealing side dishes off her tray, and she was too busy with the rice to stop me. "This is incredible," she said, and her voice was different now, quieter. The combat edge was gone. What replaced it was something younger, something closer to the girl she had been before they put a sword in her hand. This rice. It is genuinely, truly incredible. She was not wrong. Elf rice was in a category of its own, firm, slightly sweet, with a body that held up plain or paired with anything. The kitchen had prepared dishes to complement it, and each one worked. Elf rice was the most supportive ingredient I had ever encountered, second only to barrier magic in my personal rankings. "There is better rice in Mireille," I told her, "from the Elf Island. Different flavor, richer." She glanced at me over the rim of her bowl, her glasses fogging in the steam. She said nothing, but her throat moved. Hannah turned to Grace, who sat beside us, eating with her back perfectly straight, each bite precise, her expression carrying the quiet radiance of a woman who had found exactly where she belonged. "You seem happy," Hannah said. "I am very happy. I have lived a long time. There has never been a better time than now." Something shifted in Hannah's face. She looked between Grace and me. The two versions of reality she had been given could not both be true, and I could see which one was crumbling. "They told me you were a tyrant," she said, "that you enslaved women, massacred innocents. Creative fiction. I am almost flattered." Catherine said otherwise. Catherine, the old woman from the orphanage I had been funding through back channels. The woman who raised orphans with nothing but stubbornness and a wooden stick she was not afraid to swing. "Is she well?" I asked. I kept my voice even. "She worries about you. She is grateful for everything you have sent." Good. That was enough. I did not need to hear more. "Hannah, I want to propose something." She stiffened. In her experience, proposals from people in power came attached to conditions and cages. "Come to Mireille, not as a defector, not as a prisoner. Come as a visitor. Walk the streets. Meet the elves and demons who live there. See the farms, the orphanages, the trade routes, the workshops. See it for yourself and then decide who was telling you the truth. I already know who was telling the truth. Then come anyway, because there is something else that matters more than any of this." Her head tilted. "You want to go home." The room went still. Even Grace's fork paused. "I cannot send you back to your world," I said. "I will not pretend otherwise. But the elves and demons of Mireille have lived for centuries. They hold knowledge humans have never touched. If there is information about crossing between worlds, it lives in their libraries, their histories, their magic. You will not find that in Helena. Victor never cared whether you got home. He cared whether you were useful." She did not respond for a long time. The steam from her rice bowl drifted between us. "And there is more elf rice in Mireille," I added. "Much more." No words, but I heard it. In a room this small with only 3 people, a swallow is impossible to hide. I held out my hand. She looked at it, then at Grace, then at the empty bowl she was still holding with both hands. warm against her palms. "Fine," she said, "but only because of the rice." I did not believe that for a second, and from the way her eyes dropped, neither did she. That evening, I put the lie into motion. Through every channel I controlled, the same message went out. The otherworld hero had perished in the explosion of the golden sunrise. No body recovered. The holy sword confirmed destroyed. The hero was dead. Hannah was upstairs finishing her 4th bowl of rice. Very much alive. Very much not dead. But the lie freed her. If the world believed she had died in that blast, no one would come looking. No one would try to summon her again, or use her, or point her at the next target. She could move through Mireille as an ordinary person, and for the first time since she had been ripped from her world, no one would expect her to be a weapon. The news hit Helena's forces like a hammer on glass. I did not need scouts to confirm it. The pressure against the barrier dropped to nothing within hours. While they broke, I built. I left the fortress after midnight and walked east alone, past our existing barrier line, into the empty ground between the two armies. The night was cold and still, and the stars were very clear. I worked in silence, laying barrier magic into the earth the way a mason lays stone, steady, patient, invisible. By dawn, I had raised a second barrier wall across the entire Alsace front, a massive line of force running parallel to the first, 1 kilometer deeper into contested territory. When the sun came up, Helena's army found themselves sandwiched between 2 walls they could not break, could not climb, could not tunnel beneath. The soldiers caught in the gap began surrendering before breakfast. I stood on my side and watched their faces. The confusion that slid into recognition, that slid into despair. I grinned until my cheeks ached. 2 weeks of good material, at least. The surrender arrived disguised as a ceasefire request. I let them keep the word. Dignity costs nothing when you have already taken everything else. Victor came himself. 2 years since I had last seen him. The time had carved him hollow. Same broad shoulders, but the man inside them had shrunk. I sat across from him and poured tea. He told me to stop performing. I smiled wider. 2 years ago, this man had stood at my engagement party and read false charges, while the woman I trusted exchanged a glance with him across the hall. Now, he sat in my tent, and I was about to take his land. Territory, I said, pleasant, smiling. He offered alternatives. I repeated myself. Same smile. The people who knew me well understood what the smile meant. Victor was a slow learner, but the lesson was sinking in. He offered the Alsace region, Helena's eastern frontier, undeveloped, bordered by the dragon forest, the land they had dumped me in when they threw me away. He thought he was offering waste. I considered it for 3 seconds. Vast territory near the center of the continent, adjacent to the dragon forest, room to build, room to grow. Done, I said. Your personal accountability is a separate matter. His jaw tightened, a man bracing. I looked at him for a while, then I told him to go home, back to Helena, back to the court he had hollowed out, the kingdom he had weakened, the people who would never trust him again. That was his punishment, living inside what he had made of himself. He called me cruel. I told him he was not qualified to make that judgment. Then I smiled one last time. He left. The formal session documents were signed. Alsace belonged to Mireille. The war was over. I sat alone in the tent afterward. The canvas walls moved slightly in the wind. I was tired in a way that had nothing to do with mana depletion and everything to do with the weight of a chapter finally closing. Grace appeared without a sound and draped a blanket across my shoulders. She did not ask if I was all right. She knew better. "Let us go home, Grace." "Yes, my lord, with pleasure." Somewhere far away, in a tavern in the Beastman territories, a woman with pale green twin tails was learning from passing merchants that the war had already ended. Olivia had missed everything again. She had been so close this time. She had found a merchant caravan heading toward the Alsace region and talked her way into joining them. "Follow the group," Do not wander. Simple. The caravan drifted into the dragon forest by mistake. A dragon roared somewhere in the canopy above. The merchants abandoned their wagons and ran in every direction. Olivia stood alone in the dragon forest, surrounded by discarded crates and the fading sound of screaming traders. She sat down on a barrel of abandoned supplies. She cried, properly cried, the kind with hiccups and everything. Then she wiped her eyes, picked a direction she was reasonably confident was east, and started walking. She was heading west. Olivia's journey would take considerably longer than planned. The kingdom was celebrating, and I was standing next to the most dangerous weapon on the continent, praying no one recognized her. Hannah walked beside me through the gates of Murray, with her glasses slightly crooked and her borrowed tunic 2 sizes too large, looking nothing like the otherworld hero who had nearly flattened everything I had built. That was the point. As far as anyone knew, the hero was dead. I had made sure of that. No telling anyone who you are, I said. I mean it. I know. She stuffed her hands into the tunic pockets and glanced at the cheering crowds with the expression of someone watching a party she had not been invited to. I recognized that look. I had worn it most of my life. She was not ready to celebrate. She was not ready for anything except a meal and a quiet room, and that was fine. I did not need her to love Murray today. I just needed her to stop wanting to destroy it. Grace moved ahead to arrange quarters, her white hair catching the sunlight as she navigated through the crowd with practiced efficiency. She had taken one look at Hannah that morning and decided this was a guest, not a prisoner, and that decision had settled everything that followed. Delicious food, I told Hannah. I promised you that. Let us start there. Her eyes changed instantly. The sulking vanished and something childlike replaced it. A spark that had nothing to do with combat or summoning circles or broken swords. I had figured out early that the fastest way to reach Hannah was through her stomach. I had the kitchen prepare our signature dish. Fresh fish from the breeding ponds, sliced and laid over elf rice, with the house sauce drizzled across the top. Simple, perfect. Hannah stared at the plate, then her eyes went glassy. She could barely get the word out. This is a seafood rice bowl. I had no idea what that meant, but the tears forming told me it meant everything. Apparently, in her world, laying raw fish on rice was common, her favorite meal. She had not tasted anything like it since being dragged into our world. She ate in silence, and I let that silence stand. Some things do not need commentary. When she looked up, her glasses had fogged from the steam, and she was trying very hard not to cry. She failed, but she failed quietly, and I pretended not to notice. Not bad, she said, wiping her cheek with the back of her hand. Barely acceptable. I knew what that meant by now. I gave her a department. Hannah had creation magic that could replicate anything she saw, and she needed something to do that was not breaking things. So I created a new division, the Magic Research Department, and put her in charge. You are now the head of our research wing, I told her, leaning back in my chair. How does that sound? The name is terrible. It is a perfectly fine name. It is embarrassing. She looked away, her voice dropping to a mumble. But the thought is appreciated. That was the closest to gratitude she was going to offer, and I took it. I showed her the territory, not the paperwork version, not the maps Azazel kept in his office, the real thing. Grace came along because Hannah needed at least one person nearby who would not accidentally provoke her into punching a wall. The barrier bridge stopped her cold. She stood at the edge of the translucent span and stared down at the ocean churning beneath her feet. Her face went white. You built a bridge out of barrier magic? It is sturdy, I promise. That is not the point. Her voice climbed an octave. Who looks at barrier magic and decides to build infrastructure with it? I ran onto the bridge, jumped, and landed hard. Nothing happened. Nothing ever happened. 3 years. That was the lifespan I built into every barrier structure. And within that span, this bridge was not going to crack for anything. Hannah inched forward, grabbed Grace's hand, and made sounds I would describe as undignified but understandable. By the time we reached the carriage, she had gone from terrified to fascinated. "It is so smooth," she said, pressing her face against the carriage window. "No bumps at all, like riding in a luxury vehicle." I did not know what that meant, but I accepted the compliment. Elf Island changed everything. The elves lived in treehouses built into ancient canopies, reading books in dappled sunlight, moving through their days with a patience that made the rest of the world look like it was rushing towards something it would never catch. Hannah stood beneath the great trees with her mouth open. When we sat down with the elves for lunch, she tried the freshly harvested elf rice cooked in a traditional clay pot, and her brain visibly short-circuited. I knew the feeling. Pure elf soil rice did things to a person. "I want to live here," she said. "That is not quite what I planned. This soil." She was kneeling, running the dirt through her fingers with an intensity I usually only saw before combat. The things I could grow in this soil. I asked what she wanted to grow. She hesitated. Then she told me. "Soybeans. My family has been making soy sauce for generations back home. If I can grow the right beans here, I can make it. You just want to eat better fish bowls." Her face went red. "That is not the only reason." It was absolutely the only reason. But I was not going to argue with the results. She had found her purpose, and it had nothing to do with destroying kingdoms. I would take soy sauce over holy swords any day. The northern island had been marked off limits because of a dangerous divine beast. I figured Hannah could handle it. She could. The beast was a shapeshifter, a massive bipedal cat creature that could perfectly duplicate anyone it saw. It chose Grace, which was the smartest possible target. Two identical white-haired maids stood side by side, both claiming to be real, both summoning water swords, both responding to my voice with the same devoted precision. I had no idea which was which. My longest-serving retainer, the woman who had been at my side since the beginning, and I could not tell her apart from a giant cat. Hannah suggested a test. She had them compete for Grace's griffin. The real Grace, she reasoned, would let go rather than hurt the creature. Ancient trick. Should not have worked. It did. The fake popped like a balloon and revealed itself. A massive cat, taller than a horse, standing on hind legs with fur that rippled like shadow. "Oh my God, it is adorable," Hannah breathed. She punched the divine beast into submission, named it Vivros III for reasons she refused to explain, and within the hour had it eating out of her hand. She informed me it was her pet now. I gave her the northern island, good soil, plenty of space, one recently traumatized divine beast included. She could grow her soybeans, run her research department, and keep the creature from eating anyone. Weeks passed. The northern island transformed. Hannah planted rows of soybeans alongside trees she called cherry blossoms, and by the time I visited again, the entire approach was lined with flowers so pink they turned the air into something out of a dream. Petals drifted down like slow snow, settling on the barrier paths I had built between the islands. "How is the research going?" I asked, sitting beneath the blossoms with Grace, drinking elf rice wine from a barrier platform I had raised 2 meters off the ground for the view. Hannah glared up at me from below. "That is cheating. That is absolutely cheating." She was right. Barrier magic was cheating, but the cherry blossoms looked even better from up here, and the petals collecting on the transparent surface caught the light like stained glass. She was happy. She was productive. She was not destroying anything. If soy sauce was the price of peace, I was willing to pay it. Meanwhile, 3 things happened that pulled the world forward. First, the newly acquired Alsace region folded into my territory with almost no resistance. I had expected months of resentful compliance. Instead, the moment I raised a barrier over the region, the same barrier magic that had protected Helena for years before they threw me away, the locals practically threw a parade. The bald local lord, who had sent his hot-headed son to confront me, did an about-face so fast I thought he might injure himself. Barrier magic, it turned out, was more persuasive than any speech I could give. Second, Leo found the mirror. It was discovered in ruins ruins beneath the territory, an ancient artifact, a full-length mirror large enough for 5 people to stand before, set in a heavy wooden frame carved with patterns no one alive could read. Behind the glass, embedded in the backing, sat a configuration of magical stones arranged in a pattern that an old demon researcher named Juke spent 2 hours explaining to me. I understood a tenth of it. The stones created a resonance with the natural flow of magic in the world, amplifying their energy far beyond individual capacity. A masterwork built by someone who had spent a lifetime on it. Brooks, who had accompanied me for the inspection, spent the entire lecture calculating what the mirror would sell for. I told him to stop. He could not stop. But his actual idea was better than selling. If the mirror led somewhere, whatever was on the other side had goods. Goods meant trade. Trade meant profit. His eyes went glassy in a way that reminded me of Hannah looking at fish. Third, Leo solved the energy problem before I expected it. He had watched my battle with Hannah from the rear lines. The collision between her holy sword and my barrier had produced the most concentrated magical explosion he had ever witnessed. If he could replicate that reaction in a controlled environment, he believed he could build a device generating near infinite energy. He needed fragments of the holy sword that Hannah could produce, and barriers of various shapes to contain the explosions. I gave him an industrial quarter northeast of Samaltoria and told him to build whatever he needed. Holy sword meets barrier, barrier holds. The collision generates power, the same force that had nearly destroyed us both, now harnessed to open portals and light cities. I sent word to Hannah about the mirror. Her response arrived by letter. She wrote that I should go check it out. If it was her world, she would come home eventually. Right now, the soy sauce was more important. She told me to stop bothering her. I stared at that letter for a long time. The girl who had wept about wanting to go home was now too busy farming to care. Faye said yes before I finished asking. Another world? Her golden eyes went wide. The bored aloofness dropped completely. When do we leave? I just need you to open the portal. I can go alone. Absolutely not. I had hoped she would refuse. A dragon's appetite on the road was a logistical nightmare I had survived once and was not eager to repeat. But there was no arguing with that expression. She was already packing, which for Faye meant putting on shoes. I packed heavier, preserved food, gold, supplies for a month. She told me I was bad at traveling. I told her she was bad at not eating everything within a 3-mile radius. Leo's energy device was not ready yet, so we needed Faye's raw power to activate the mirror. She stood before the artifact and began channeling, and the volume of energy that poured from her small body made the air vibrate. Grace and Leo, standing nearby, both staggered from the pressure. I was fine behind my barrier, but the reminder of what Faye actually was settled over me like cold water. This was not a little girl. This was the most powerful dragon alive, contained in a body the size of a child. "Go," she said through gritted teeth. "This is tiring." I stepped toward the mirror, hesitated, stepped again. "Stop stalling." I jumped. The mirror caught me, pulled me through something that felt like sliding between layers of the world, and I was standing somewhere else. The first thing I felt was heat. The second thing I heard was screaming. The world on the other side of the mirror was on fire. Trees burning, grass burning, structures in the distance burning. Through the smoke, people running. Behind them, armored cavalry in tight formation, lances lowered, riding them down. An arrow whistled past my head. Barrier, reflex. The arrow shattered against the shield before my conscious mind finished processing. Someone had shot at me. I had appeared from nowhere into their battlefield, and their response was violence. Fair enough. Faye materialized beside me a moment later, stepping out of empty air with the mild interest of someone watching weather. "Interesting," she said. The people being cut down were civilians, men, women, some barely old enough to hold a weapon, running from the cavalry line with no hope of outpacing horses. They fought back with magic where they could, but the attack had been sudden. They were scattered, dying. The cavalry was 40 yards away and closing. I did not think about it. There was nothing to think about. I had been building barriers my entire life for exactly this moment. The wall went up across the width of the charge line. 6 horses hit it at full gallop. The sound was something between a thunderclap and a cathedral bell. Lances shattered. Riders flew from their saddles. Horses screamed and reared. Their momentum stopped dead by a wall they could not see. The cavalry commander, ornate armor and a white horse, started shouting about his lord, Count Conrad. I filed the name away. One of his men, an archer with an annoyingly handsome face, dismounted and shaped his flames into a lion. He told me I was a talentless fool clinging to a worthless defensive magic. I reflected the lion back at him. It found its creator. He did not get up. The commander tried next. A wind-wrapped spear, thrown while pretending to negotiate. His hands were sweating from panic. The spear veered off target and hit Faye, who was crouching on the ground, sniffing the soil. She raised one finger. The earth beneath the commander erupted skyward. When the dust settled, there was nothing left but a crater. The remaining soldiers fled. I let them go. I had bigger concerns. The people we saved had purple eyes, every single one. Deep, luminous purple that caught the light even through dust and tears. They stared at me with an expression I had seen before, the look of people who had stopped expecting help. One man approached, young, lean, a fresh cut across his cheek pressed with a bloodied cloth. His purple eyes were steady. "You are not from here," he said. "Why did you help us?" "Because they were killing you, and I was standing right there." I moved through the wounded, laying healing barriers over anyone who still breathed. The man led us to their settlement afterward. The buildings on the surface were decoys, half-burned shells designed to draw attention. He peeled back a section of turf, revealed a trapdoor, and led us underground. What I found below was astonishing. Tunnels engineered with precision that rivaled anything in Marais. Lights that burned without fire. Devices that moved air through enclosed spaces. Tools built with materials I could not name. Magic tools, the man explained. Our people have always been builders, and it is why you are hunted? A thin, tired smile. Partly. Count Conrad controls this region. He has declared our people subhuman. We are to be exterminated wherever found. Faye answered the rest, between mouthfuls of their food. "They have dragon blood," she said. "I could smell it the moment we arrived. These people are descended from a blue dragon I knew, one who left the forest 500 years ago." The underground hall went silent. "This is not another world," Faye continued. "We are on the same one, just very far from home. The mirror sent us across the ocean, dragonkin." That explained the purple eyes, the magical aptitude, the engineering talent that seemed to exceed what any ordinary human community should produce. "Dragonkin," I said. The word felt right. No one answered. They were watching me, the way people watch a lit fuse, waiting for the disgust, the fear, the rejection they had learned to expect. "That is incredibly cool," I said. The silence broke. Not laughter exactly, a release. The man introduced himself as Kui. His sister stood behind him, water blue hair and fierce eyes, watching me decide. Kui told me what I had already guessed. Conrad's persecution was systematic. Villages burned, families scattered, technology destroyed before fleeing so it could not be used to hunt them. "So you run," I said, "and they chase. It is how we survive. It is how you die slowly." I held out my hand. "My name is Ethan. I build barriers that nothing can break. Your people build things too, and you should not have to destroy them. Stop running. I will handle the rest." Kui stared at my hand. Behind him, his sister stepped forward. "I am tired of running," she said. "We all are." One voice became many. "Fight, stay, build." The words echoed through the chamber. Kui's eyes changed. The purple deepened, irises narrowing to vertical slits. Blue scales flickered across his cheekbones. The cut on his face sealed shut in a hiss of steam, replaced by shimmering scale. Dragon blood, alive and burning beneath the surface. He took my hand. Then we fight. Faye announced to the room that she was the strongest dragon alive, that their ancestor was her junior by a wide margin, and that they were all quite safe. The dragonkin erupted, not at my words, which they had received with cautious hope, but at hers, which they received as divine mandate. The cheering shook dust from the ceiling. I stood there with Kuai's hand still clasped in mine, watching Faye accept their worship like a queen receiving tribute, and felt the familiar indignation of being the one who actually did the work while the dragon got the credit. It did not matter. I had found my next project. Not a wall, not a bridge, not a kingdom, a people. After a full day underground admiring dragonkin fermented foods and magic tools, I wanted sky. I built a tub out of barrier magic, had Faye fill it with water, and sank in under the stars. Outstanding, I said to no one. That it is, Faye murmured from beside me. I flinched. She had appeared in the bath without a sound, settled in with a cup of grape wine, golden eyes half closed. Before I could object, she spoke to someone I could not see. An invitation to join, directed at empty air. A voice answered from the trees. Cool, professional, genuinely surprised. She said she had never been detected while concealed, not once in her entire career. I would hope not, Faye replied, swirling her wine. Your stealth is amateur grade. Shield, handle this. The figure dropped from the canopy without a sound. Black clothes, face covered, a short blade in each hand. Even looking directly at her, my eyes wanted to slide past. She was that good at disappearing. She introduced herself as an assassin in Count Conrad's employ. Then she told us she intended to kill us. I respected the honesty. I stepped out of the bath to face her. No armor, no weapon, nothing but barrier magic and wounded dignity. She was fast. Her movements were less like a person running and more like a black line being drawn across the air. She circled me, probed, vanished, reappeared at angles that should not have been possible. Her blade found my neck and snapped clean in half against my body barrier. The shock on her face was worth every second of standing there undressed in the cold. I cast a dome barrier around us and began shrinking it. She tried to use the wall as a foothold. I pulled it inward faster than she could adjust. She stumbled, crashed, and when the dust settled, the space was small enough for a conversation. Strongest barrier mage in existence, I said. Nice to meet you. She launched Shadow Flame at point-blank range. I reflected it back. The black fire consumed her clothes instead of her body, some magical defense in the fabric absorbing the worst of it. She stood stripped bare, weapons gone, options exhausted. She asked me to kill her, said failure meant she had no value. I held out my hand instead. Your life, I said. I'm claiming it. Come with me. She looked at the hand, then at Faye, who was still soaking in the bath, watching the whole thing with the expression of someone whose show had been interrupted. My rates are expensive, Mira said. I can afford it. She took my hand. We ended up sharing the bath. All three of us. Mira informed me, with her face half submerged, that she recognized me as a man worth following, and also worth other things, for an appropriate fee. Her face beneath the mask was unexpectedly pretty and entirely serious. Faye stole the rest of the wine. The dragonkin needed food. The nearest supply was Conrad's walled city. We bribed the gate guards with 2 gold coins. I considered it a deposit I would collect later. Then, Faye spotted the casino. I had survived holy swords, dragonfire, dark elf sun magic, and a war against an entire kingdom. None of those experiences prepared me for watching a golden-eyed girl slam every coin we had onto a roulette table and announce, with absolute serenity, that she was going all in on red. My heart stopped. The ball rolled. It landed on red. I screamed. I grabbed Mira and spun her around. Faye sat there with the calm of a creature that had expected nothing less. The next game started. Faye bet everything on red again. I nearly passed out. The ball landed on red again. I screamed again. Mira was getting dizzy from the spinning. I had built barriers against cavalry charges and found them less stressful than this. Faye tossed high-value chips to the gathering crowd like a queen distributing favors, which, from her perspective, she was. The casino had become her throne room. The dealers obeyed her rhythm. The crowd worshipped her. I was somewhere between a devoted subject and a man watching his life savings evaporate in real time. The third bet landed wrong. Number 26. Our winnings vanished. I held Mira mid-celebration and slowly set her down. But Faye was not upset. She laughed, loud and genuine and furious. She announced that someone had cheated her and that she was going to end the game on her terms. She demanded I hand over every remaining coin. I looked into those golden eyes. They were not the eyes of a gambler anymore. They were the eyes of a dragon who had been insulted. I gave her the money. She bet everything on a single number, 24, straight up, 36-1. I placed a tiny invisible barrier near the wheel, just enough to nudge the ball off whatever rigged trajectory the casino had set. After that, pure chance. The ball landed on 24. I cried, real tears. Faye stood and laughed like she owned the building, which, effectively, she now did. The casino's enforcers came. I talked circles around them, pointed out that the only provable cheating was theirs. When they swung, my barrier sent the biggest one sailing across the room. Mira appeared behind the manager with a blade at his throat. We walked out with everything. On the street, I asked how she had known the ball would land on 24. Pure luck, she said. She had not expected it to land there at all. I almost collapsed. We returned loaded with food, livestock, and enough supplies to last a month. Kui bowed so deeply I thought he had tripped, but the real gift was above them. I had raised a holy barrier over the entire settlement, the same type that had stopped holy swords and dragonfire. It hung above the village like a second sky, and it meant that nothing Conrad sent could reach them. The adults understood. Some were crying. The children did not notice. They were too busy chasing the new road horses. Faye added her own guarantee. The dragonkin trusted her word over mine without hesitation. I was absolutely bitter about this. Over the next week, the settlement transformed. Crops were planted, livestock penned. I made popcorn for the children using a barrier container and Faye's fire. When the first kernel popped, her eyes went wide like a child seeing a magic trick. She gave hers to the kids before eating any. Then she sat on a fallen log and watched them with an expression I had never seen on her face. Something soft, something maternal. These were descendants of a dragon she had known. The days were quiet, peaceful, almost dangerously so. Conrad did not attack, not once. I should have understood why. Kwai came running with a letter. His face was white. His younger sister, Lily, the genius who had been kidnapped 20 years ago, whose inventions Conrad had stolen to build his empire, was alive. Conrad had her crucified outside the city walls. The letter demanded every dragonkin surrender by noon, or she would be killed. I stopped cooking. The anger that moved through me was not fast. It was slow, structural, the kind that builds foundations. I took a road horse and rode for the city. Mira followed on foot, matching the horse's speed, because of course she could. What I found was worse than the letter. Conrad's army waited in formation, hundreds of soldiers. The fat count himself sat on a gilded sedan chair carried by servants, surrounded by mercenaries, and that same purple-eyed swordsman I would learn was named Kay. And behind them, on a wooden cross erected for the occasion, was Lily. She had been displayed as bait. Her condition made clear what had been done. I saw enough to know that every second she had spent in Conrad's custody had been a cruelty. She was small. She looked barely 10 years old by human standards, though dragonkin aged slowly. I had miscalculated. I had spent a week eating popcorn while this was being prepared. Conrad barked an order to Kay through that porcine sneer of his. Take the head. Use it as bait for the next round. Kay walked toward me. Beautiful face. Purple dragonkin eyes. A sword longer than he was tall. I asked him what he was. He told me. Dragonkin. Traitor. The one who had kidnapped Lily in the first place, as a gift to buy his way into Conrad's service. All for the obsession of getting closer to dragonkind by consuming fragments of the blue dragon's body. Noted, I said. You are sentenced to death. The reason is that you are garbage. His sword moved like a living thing. It bent around my barrier, curled along the surface, tried to reach me from angles a rigid blade could never attempt. Dragon blood made the metal flexible, alive. It did not matter. Every strike reflected. His own blade punched through his chest and he regenerated, dragon blood knitting the wound shut. He thought that made him immortal. I used the stored energy from every fight I had ever reflected, every strike from Faye, every blast from the Dark Elf King, every swing of the Holy Sword, all of it, compressed into a single point and released. The ground where Kay stood ceased to exist. There was no body to regenerate from. Mira had already freed Lily during the fight. She appeared beside me with the girl in her arms, unconscious, breathing faintly. Up close, the evidence of prolonged captivity was even harder to look at. Then Faye arrived. She had not been invited. The explosion must have drawn her. She landed near us, took one look at the girl in Mira's arms, and went still. I had seen Faye annoyed. I had seen her contemptuous. I had seen her so hungry she threatened to eat a castle, but I had never seen what crossed her face when she looked at Lily. These were her kin, descendants of a dragon she had cared about, and a child among them had been treated like this. Worthless creatures, she said. Her voice was flat, wrong. There was no humor in it, no warmth, no Faye. Every last one of them. Golden fire materialized above her palms, not the playful bursts she used for cooking or showing off. This was concentrated destruction. One shot and the walled city would be gone. Every building, every street, every person inside. I stepped between her and the city. Faye, the people inside are not Conrad. They watched. They did nothing. Same crime. There are children in there. There is a child right here. The fire grew. The heat pressed against my face like a wall. Around us, what remained of Conrad's army was fleeing in every direction. The ground under Faye's feet cracked. Her eyes had gone full dragon, vertical slits in seas of gold. No girl left in that stare, only the oldest thing alive, and it was furious. I threw up a barrier between her and the city. She hit it with everything. The impact split the earth in a line radiating outward from the point of contact. The sky above us changed color. My barrier held because that is what my barriers do. But the force behind her punch was on the same level as the Dark Elf King's greatest magic. She hurled a black hole spell. I reflected it. She planted her feet and endured the pull through raw physical strength. She conjured meteors, actual burning stones from the sky, dozens of them, trailing fire as they fell. I expanded the barrier to cover the city and caught everyone. While I was looking up, she hit me with a holy sword, the same golden blade Hannah had used. Faye had eaten the magic and learned it. The strike nearly got through before my reflexive barrier caught it. This was the most dangerous moment of my life, not because of Conrad, because my closest companion was trying to kill a city, and I was the only thing in her way. Every hit you throw at my barrier gets stored, I told her. You are making me stronger. You know that. She knew. She did not care. But the holy sword had drained her. The meteors had drained her more. Faye was the most powerful being I had ever encountered, but even she had limits when she burned through magic that fast. She landed in front of me. We stared at each other for a long time. Heal the girl, I said. That matters more than burning this city. Something shifted behind her eyes. The dragon receded, not gone, never gone, but leashed. She walked to Lily without another word, knelt, and poured healing magic into the small body. Old scars and new wounds dissolved under golden light. The girl's breathing steadied. Her color returned. In minutes, she looked like she had never been touched. Faye stood. Her expression was exhausted in a way that had nothing to do with magic. The pig is yours, she said. Do not show him mercy. She punched me once more before leaving. A goodbye shot. It rang off my barrier like a temple bell and sent me flying. When I picked myself up, she was already walking back toward the settlement with Mira carrying Lily behind her. My ribs ached from the impact vibration alone. I watched her go and thought that this was the first time I had ever been genuinely afraid. Not of dying, of losing her to what she almost became. Conrad's army regrouped behind his walls. The gates sealed. Half a day passed. I sat outside and waited, eating grilled corn that Mira had prepared before leaving with Faye. A spatial rift tore open beside me. Azazel stepped through, one-armed and immaculate. Grace followed, water sword already drawn, white hair catching the late light. Leo's energy device had worked ahead of schedule. The mirror portal was operational. My people had come through. Azazel surveyed the situation with the calm of a general who had been managing impossible problems since before most nations existed. Grace punched the mercenary who had been grabbing my collar, then hugged me. She smelled like home. All of these are condemned, I told them. Do it loud. It was not a battle. It was a sentence being carried out. Azazel's forces poured through the portal and dismantled Conrad's army in hours. The mercenaries broke first. The soldiers followed. Conrad himself was dragged from his mansion, still clutching a half-eaten fruit. Azazel handled the politics. Grace handled the logistics. I handled the part where I tracked down the gate guard who had taken my 2 gold coins on the way in and made him return them. The coins were worthless to me now. The principal was not. We renamed the city. I chose Gate because that was what it was. The connection between 2 worlds. Azazel accepted the name without comment. Grace turned away when I said it, which I chose to interpret as overwhelming approval. The Dragonkin were brought into the city. For the first time in their lives, they walked through streets openly, purple eyes and all. Lily was still unconscious, but healing. Kui stood in the city square and looked up at the sky and seemed to not know what to do with a life that no longer required running. Faye sat on the wall of the former count's mansion, legs dangling, watching everything from above. She had not spoken since healing Lily. She stayed close to the girls' room. When the Dragonkin children brought her popcorn, she ate it without comment. I watched her from the courtyard and felt the weight of what had almost happened settle into my bones. The strongest creature alive, the one who had walked beside me since the dragon forest, had almost burned a city to ash. I had stopped her. She had stopped herself, but the margin had been terrifyingly thin. This world, this new continent beyond the Mist Sea, was ours now. Gate stood as the bridge. The Dragonkin were free. Conrad was finished. And somewhere in the quiet aftermath, between the reconstruction and the grilled corn and Grace threatening to kill Mira for standing too close to me, I realized that my territory now spanned 2 continents, and I still could not get a single person to credit my barrier magic for any of it. Faye would claim the credit. She always did. But I had seen what she looked like when she lost control, and I had seen what she looked like when she chose to come back. The second image was the one I kept. I had been back from the field for less than a day when the war started. Not a real war, something worse, a domestic one. Grace stood on my left, hands folded behind her back. Mira leaned against the wall on my right, arms crossed. The air between them could have frozen a lake. Grace spoke first, her voice silk over steel, inquiring whether the newcomer understood how many years of loyal service she was disrespecting by standing in this room. Mira replied that longevity without results was just furniture. My lord, surely you need only one attendant by your side. Grace's crystallized water blade caught the sunlight. Mira stepped off the wall. Then it should be the one who can actually protect him. You could not protect a candle from a breeze. Funny, you could not snuff one either. They were somehow complimenting and insulting each other at the same time. I had built barriers against armies. None prepared me for this. Azazel had excused himself 5 minutes ago. The coward. I was saved by the door. No knock. Hannah walked in like she owned the place. She took one look at the 2 women flanking me with weapons half drawn and grinned. 2 of them? I leave for a few months and you start a collection? That is not what this is. Grace and Mira turned toward Hannah in unison. Then something I did not expect. They exchanged a glance. looked back at Hannah, and extended their hands to each other. Temporary truce. Grace's jaw was tight. This one is dangerous. Mira accepted the handshake. Agreed. Her magic is absurd. We deal with her first. Within 30 seconds, they had formed an alliance and walked out together for tea. I was fairly certain they were already friends. The strangest friendship I had ever witnessed, born from mutual jealousy and shared tactical assessment. Hannah dropped into the chair across from my desk. She had changed since I last saw her. Not physically, though the color was back in her cheeks, and her glasses sat crooked the way they did when she was excited. It was her posture. She sat like someone who had stopped waiting to leave. "I owe you an apology," I said. "The portal did not lead to your world." She laughed, not politely. A real laugh. "I forgot about that weeks ago. I started working on the soy sauce and got distracted." She shrugged. "Murray is pretty great. I have friends here. I have work that matters. A divine beast that hates me, and a rice patty that needs me. So, no, I am not going home." Underneath the shrug was something heavier, a decision made alone, probably at night, after weighing everything she was giving up against everything she had found. She had chosen this world, not because she could not go back, because she did not want to. "You are tougher than I gave you credit for." She pointed a finger at me. "Do not start. Your romantic situation is complicated enough." She reached into the bag she had brought through the gate portal and pulled out a glass bottle, dark liquid inside, cap sealed tight. "What is that? Poison? If I wanted you dead, I would use the holy sword." She held it up like a trophy. Soy sauce. She had been growing soybeans on the northern elf island for months. I knew about the project as a line item in a report. I had not realized she was this close. She uncapped it. The smell hit me, rich and fermented and complex, something I had no framework for. A Mirai cook carried in an insulated crate of ice. Hannah pulled out a shogyo by the tail, commandeered my desk, and carved the fish over a cutting board with more enthusiasm than technique. Scales flicked across the wood. The desk had been Conrad's. I had not paid for it. She laid sliced shogyo over steaming elf rice, drizzled the soy sauce across the top, and added seaweed and wasabi. I tasted it. Something detonated behind my eyes. Layers of flavor folded over each other. Salt and depth, and a richness that made my brain stop working. The fish alone was magnificent. With the soy sauce, it became something else entirely. "More," I said. I had not finished the first bowl. Hannah beamed, and in that moment, with fish scales on my desk and soy sauce on my fingers, I understood something. It was not just barriers and trade routes I had built. It was this. People choosing to stay. People planting what they loved from wherever they came from, because here was home now. Hannah's soy sauce was a declaration. She was home. The diplomats arrived the same day. Azazel had been running intelligence since we took the city. Conrad had been a tumor. We cut it out. The problem was that half the nobility owed him something, feared him something, or had buried something he knew about. A diplomatic envoy from Harua appeared at the city walls. I received them in Conrad's audience chamber, sat in his chair, feet on his table, every inch of it theater. The envoy, a viscount, read his script. Condemnation, demand for withdrawal. "What is the real version?" I said. Quieter, he admitted the entire country was grateful Conrad was gone. The man had held blackmail files on half the nobility. Azazel. Azazel produced Conrad's entire blackmail archive. I threw the stack at the viscount. "Take it. Tell every noble with a file to come collect it in person. Bring a gift. I accept wine and useful information." The viscount left in a hurry, clutching his own file. We claimed the territory officially. I renamed it Gate, set fair taxes, abolished every predatory law, and declared that my barrier would protect the region. My empire now spanned 2 worlds. The crown prince of Harua arrived the next morning for his own file. Even the royal family had been under Conrad's thumb. Then he did not show up. Mira appeared at my window, dragging something scorched behind her. "This is the prince. He is alive, Probably. The explanation arrived in the form of a small dragonkin girl with purple eyes and an expression suggesting the sky was about to fall on her personally. Lily. She was healthy now. Faye's healing had erased every trace of what Conrad had done. She looked like any bright-eyed child, but Lily's refinement magic was extraordinary, and her talent for catastrophic unintended consequences was even more so. She had modified my holy barrier without asking. Anyone approaching with hostile intent toward me would be struck by purifying lightning. The prince, carrying the perfectly natural hostility of a royal walking into an invader's stronghold, had triggered it instantly. "I wanted to help," Lily whispered. Her face went white. "Everything I do goes wrong." I knew her history. She had improved corn for her village, and Conrad enslaved her people for it, built defenses, and Conrad seized those too. Every gift she had ever given the world had been weaponized against her. I patted her on the head. "You are the funniest person I have ever met." The tears came, messy, hiccuping, the kind that only happen when someone has held everything together for too long. She sobbed that nobody except Kwai and her sister had ever said anything kind to her. Behind her, under the table, the prince groaned and opened his eyes. Lily was still mid-declaration, fists clenched, swearing she would prove herself useful. The bookcase behind her wobbled, tipped, and crashed into the table. A large ceramic vase slid off the edge, arced through the air, and landed squarely on the prince's head. The sound it made was deeply satisfying. "Where am I?" he said. "Who am I?" His memory was gone. Lightning plus pottery had wiped him clean. I looked at his blank, trusting face and saw opportunity. "You and I are old friends," I told him. "You came here because this is the one place where people treat you honestly." The prince accepted everything, that I had taken this territory to protect its people, that his files were being returned as kindness. All technically true. The framing was just selective. He cried, said no one had ever invited him anywhere without wanting something. That royal life was lonelier than anyone understood. I felt a pang of guilt, very small, the kind you could lose between couch cushions. His memory returned that afternoon. He remembered both versions. The amnesia had stripped his conditioning, and what he had seen with clear eyes was a territory that worked and a leader who returned leverage instead of using it. He left, returned the next morning on a wyvern, eyes shining. Faye intercepted him. She had found a rare bottle of wine and needed someone who understood alcohol. The prince identified the vintage, vineyard, and ideal cheese pairing within seconds. Faye's eyes lit up. She claimed him as her personal sommelier and dragged him off. I watched them go. Then I quietly removed Lily's modifications, rebuilt the barrier clean, and extended the holy barrier across the entire gate territory. The prince was inside it, a royal guest protected by my magic. If his country wanted him back, they would have to come through me. Lily's catastrophic luck had handed me the best political asset on this continent, wrapped in scorched clothing and flower petals. That evening, I stood on the balcony and looked out over Gate. The city was settling into its new life. My people had integrated without violence, paying at shops, keeping order through presence. Dragonkin walked the streets openly for the first time in generations. Children chased each other through the market square, while lanterns flickered to life. Faye found me there, cheeks faintly flushed from the wine. "Good land," she said, leaning on the railing. "Decent wine. Could be worse. High praise from the Golden Dragon. Do not push it." A pause. "The soy sauce girl, she is staying?" "She chose to." "Good," Faye said. Nothing else. I thought about what I had now, an empire across two worlds, a hero from another dimension making condiments in my territory, a prince who thought I was his first friend, an assassin and a maid locked in a cold war over proximity to me, a dragonkin girl whose good intentions were a natural disaster, a demon general handling the paperwork, a golden dragon judging the local wine. This was what I had built from exile, from one spell nobody valued and a walk into a forest nobody survived. The barrier held over Gate the way it held over Mireille, patient, invisible, thorough. The kind of thing people forgot about until it was not there anymore. Tomorrow, there would be trade negotiations with Brooks about the soy sauce. Grace and Mira would resume their war. Lily would attempt something ambitious. Hannah would improve her recipe. Faye would demand better food. But tonight, the house was full, and that was enough. The workshop smelled like clean metal and fresh-cut wood, and the ozone tank that came off too much magic in too small a space. Leo bowed almost to the floor when I walked in. He had grown into the boy I had first taken from a demon village, but the bow was the same. "Lord Ethan, this way." He led me through a corridor that smelled like a forest. Pipes overhead pulled in air from a greenhouse he had built somewhere on the roof. What he wanted to show me was simpler than I expected and stranger than I expected. A holy sword pressed at a careful angle against a sheet of my barrier magic. The point of contact glowed white. Around it, dozens of magic stones drank in the energy and stored it. "Holy sword and barrier," Leo said. "Hold them together at the right pressure, and they generate energy without ever stopping. We have it at the lowest setting right now. The stones are already at capacity." Gold wire ran from the stones to a great mirror set into the far wall. The portal device. The gate that stitched two worlds together. Leo had been quietly powering it for months. "And you have surplus. More than we know what to do with, my lord." He showed me the lamp next, a small magic stone in a glass shell. He turned it on, and the workshop brightened. He turned it off. No smoke, no heat to speak of. "For homes," he said, half ashamed of how proud he sounded. A second device sat under a cloth. He pulled it back, almost shyly. An axle, a brass body, a humming core. "It is a wagon without the horse." I stared at it longer than I meant to. I had just imported workhorses from another continent. I was already invested in the old way of moving freight. And here was my own demon boy quietly preparing to make every wagon obsolete inside a decade. "Build it," I said. "Build all of it. Do not ask me first. Just build." Leo bowed so deeply his forehead nearly touched the bench. He told me, without quite saying it, that he had already started. That was the right answer. Azazel set a painting on my desk, like a man delivering bad news. A view of the Gate Mountains from a slope I had never seen. In the middle distance, just past the foothills, a faint dome arced over a valley, translucent, crooked along the eastern flank, where its maker had run out of either skill or magic. A barrier, not mine. "Someone is building copies," Azazel said. "The neighboring lordship. They are calling it a holy barrier." "They are calling that a barrier?" "They are." I felt briefly the kind of insult that lives in craftsmen and nowhere else. Barriers had been my one and only thing for my entire life. Watching someone slap together a frame and call it a wall hit me in a place I rarely felt. "Leave it," I said. "It will collapse on its own." Azazel cocked his head. He was a demon general, one-armed and patient, and he knew when I was about to add a second sentence. "Do not buy land at the bottom of the price drop when it does. Let the market do its thing." A month later, it did. Inside 2 weeks, the dust settled and the barrier religion came knocking at my gate. The high priestess of the new religion arrived through the gate portal in a plain gray dress, no jewelry, no entourage. She had become the most powerful religious figure on a continent, and she still showed up looking like she was on her way to wash dishes. I respected that. She told me, quietly, that her followers wanted permission to officially certify barriers. Anything not certified would be classified as folk barrier work. The wreck out east had been the spark. I gave the permission. I made one small request, quiet and absurd, that the apprentice barriers my own students were still learning be officially listed as folk work for at least another year, for their training, for my entertainment. She bit back a smile. Before she left, she paused at the door. She told me, almost as an afterthought, that there had been a strange kind of quiet running through her congregations in the Western lands. People praying for spells that would not cast. Mages whose hands had stopped working. Magic vanishing for hours, sometimes for days. No pattern, no source. I asked her to repeat it. She did. After she was gone, I stood in the hall a long time. Magic does not vanish. Magic is the floor under everything. Roads, food, light, defense. If the floor goes, the building goes with it. I told Azazel to send people west, to listen, to map. He went. There is a foolish little pleasure in being cheered by a room full of teenagers, and I will not pretend I am above it. The university had been renamed without my asking after me and was now the most prestigious school on the continent. They cheered louder when I told them I was offering 10 of them tickets to the new continent through the gate portal. Top student, 1 faculty pick, 1 student vote, 1 open contest, 7 working as one team, writing a paper on how they would defeat my barrier. The cheering had a different sound after that, hungrier, the kind of noise that meant they were already drafting in their heads. The papers came in 2 weeks later. Most had quietly conceded that the barrier itself could not be broken, and instead written long, careful pages on how to break the man behind it. Hostage scenarios, starvation, poisoning. The winning team had landed on the cleanest answer. Cut the mage off from food, build paranoia, watch the magic run dry. It was a good paper. They got their tickets. I should have stopped there. Leo and I were halfway through a tour when the man stepped out from between 2 storage crates and pointed a knife at me. He had not slept in days. His hair stood out in matted tufts. His lips were dry. He smelled like a room nobody had aired out. You took everything from me. In his other hand, he held a magic stone, a copy of Leo's work. He pressed a stud on its side, and I felt my mana start to slide out of me toward the stone, slow and steady, like a leak from a flask. I had to give him credit. The thing worked. Leo went pale. The sensors at the workshop entrance had been keyed to mana signature, not the body. The boy in front of me had carried in a stone preloaded with a worker's mana and walked through unchallenged. It was a beautiful trick. I told him so. He told me to stop talking. He told me he would kill me. Your name? He hesitated, then said it. Haji. And why? He told me, in pieces, that he had wanted that ticket. He had locked himself in his room for a month, building the stone, drinking nothing but anger. He had not been able to find 6 other students to make a team with. The other slots had needed friends he did not have. I felt, briefly and inconveniently, a small sting of guilt. I had not thought about the boys who had no one to team with. I had not thought about the loners, the geniuses who locked themselves in rooms. I was sloppy with the contest, I said. That is on me. It is not enough. The guards reached the workshop. I held them off with one hand. He charged me, knife in both hands. Finally, with the look of a man who had stopped thinking, I cast a single sheet of barrier magic between us at the last second. He hit it like a sparrow hits a window. He went down and did not get back up. I crouched next to him. The stone had worked, I told him. He had pulled almost all of my mana out, and 30 seconds of rest would have given me enough for a wall anyway. That was the part nobody had taught him. Barrier magic does not need much. It only needs a little. That is what makes it cheap. That is what makes it deadly. The guards wanted to take his head. I told them to take him to a cell for 2 weeks instead, expel him from the school, and assign him to Leo's department. Leo looked like I had handed him a dragon's egg. Take care of him, I said. He has the head for it. He does not have the friends. Fix the second part. Leo bowed twice as low as usual. I have learned to read his bows. That one was a yes. Faye had asked me, in a rare unguarded moment in the corridor, to buy a thing. She had looked older when she asked. She had said the words, "an old friend's eyes," and walked away before I could ask anything else. The thing had a name, Alexander's eyes. 2 red gems lifted supposedly from the body of the most legendary dragon in recorded history. A noble family in Helena had held them for generations. The family was selling now. Helena was that kind of place these days. The opening call was 3 billion zeal. By 5 billion, I had stopped laughing. By 8, I had spent everything I had personally allocated. A merchant out of Minant called 100 billion. The room exhaled. I waved a hand to fold. Then she walked in. Grace had heard somewhere on the way that I needed money. She came up the center aisle in her white maid's uniform, the crystallized water sword still on her hip. The most lethal woman in 3 kingdoms in the body of a household servant. She did not look at me. She looked at the auctioneer. On behalf of Lord Ethan, her voice carried. 200 billion. The hall went still in a way I had not heard a hall go still in years. The hammer fell. She walked over to me afterward like she had done a small chore. That was a lot, I said. Lord Azazel told me the budget was unlimited, a small smile, an economical purchase. I did not have anything to say to that. I let her walk me out. Grace told me with a small flicker of a real smile that she was glad I was buying gifts for women now. I told her it was for a dragon. The smile stiffened and softened, both. I did not understand her or any of them. I had a velvet box of red stone worth 200 billion zeal and a household I could not predict. It had been a good day. Faye sat cross-legged on her bed with the box on her lap, the lid open, the 2 red eyes resting in her palms. She did not speak for a long time. The light off the gems painted her cheeks pink in the failing sun. She was older than I would ever be. In that moment, she looked her age. All of it, none of it. He was older than me, she said finally. Much older. She told me, in pieces, what I had not known. 2,000 years ago, she had been newly born in the dragon forest. Dragons did not breed. They woke. They simply were, one day. The first creature she had ever seen had been Alexander, perched above her, with red eyes that caught the dawn. He had taught her what dragons were. He had taught her how to be one. She and the others. The sea dragon, the poison dragon, the blue dragon whose blood ran in the dragonkin. All of them had been raised in their first centuries by Alexander. I asked her how long ago he had died. Some 500 years passed. He saw the human age coming. He told me to take the throne. She turned one of the eyes between her fingers like a child with a marble. The light moved through it. She told me, almost as an afterthought, that magic itself had not always been there. That 1700 years ago, give or take a generation, Alexander had built it. The whole system, every spell, every school, every cantrip cast by every mage in every nation. He had drawn it up out of nothing, the way another man might draw a map. Before that, the world had been quieter and harder and uglier in ways she did not feel like explaining. I sat on the edge of the bed without quite meaning to. He made magic. He gifted it to the small ones, the humans, the elves, the dwarves. He thought we should share. She shrugged in the small, disrespectful way she had. I told him it was a fool's gift. He gave it anyway. I looked at the eyes in her palms again. They had stopped being jewels for me. They were the leftover light of a man who had built the floor under the whole world. I asked her, carefully, whether barrier magic had been part of his system. She frowned. She held one of the eyes up between her thumb and finger and stared at me through it as if I were a stained glass thing. No, she said, yours is something else. It does not feel like his work. It does not feel like anyone's work. I did not know what it was when I met you. I still do not. I sat with that for a long time. Then the window opened on its own. A man stood in the frame, 6 floors and an attic up. Long hair, sharp features, a face built for posters. He was smiling like a man who had won a small bet. Forgive the interruption to your history lesson. I did not move. Faye did not move. He bowed once and asked if Faye would consider being the symbol of a coming new age. He told her, as if it were a courtesy, that his master meant to revive the age of dragons. Faye told him, without looking up from the eyes, that she liked her current life, that if his master wanted her, his master could come in person and explain it like an adult. He laughed. He bowed again. Then he threw something to the floor and the room filled with smoke so thick I could not see my own hand. Through the smoke, he thanked me for buying the eyes on his behalf. He told me his master, whose shadow I could feel by then, had a great deal of interest in me. I did not move. There was no point. Faye in a smoke-filled room is not a hindered dragon. Dragons do not see with their eyes. Something hissed in the dark. and a man cried out. The smoke cleared and the open windows draw. The man stood at the windowsill with his right arm gone at the shoulder. The wound was already cauterized by whatever Faye had done. His face had gone gray. He told us his master's plan would not be stopped. He told us we would meet again. Then he dropped backward out of the window into the dark. Mira stepped out of a shadow in the corner of the room before I had to ask. She told me she would bring him in and was gone before I could nod. Faye closed the box on the eyes and set it on her nightstand. His master, I said. Her voice had gone flat. We will meet him. Mira brought him in 2 days later. The interrogation took most of the night. By dawn, we had a name. The man pulling the strings was called Marcus, a heavy man by the spy's account, old enough to have stopped wanting to look at himself in mirrors. He had a gift, the rare kind that the world produces every few centuries. He could erase magic at the source. Within his range, mana stopped existing. Spells uncast themselves. Magic stones went dark. Barriers came down. He had been moving across the western continent, region by region, eating the floor out from under whole nations. The disappearances I had heard about from the priestess were his footprint. His goal, the spy said, was older and bigger than his gift. Marcus believed magic had been a wound on the world, an unnatural thing dropped into the natural order 1700 years ago by a creature who had no business doing it. He wanted the world before that. He wanted the floor pulled up. Every spell, every barrier, every piece of magical infrastructure, gone, returned to the quiet place it had come from. Azazel laid out the strategic implications without softening any of them. Armies were nothing without their mages. Cities would fall in a week. There was no conventional defense. No spell could counter the absence of spells. No magical wall could stand inside a zone where magic itself was absent. I listened to all of it without interrupting. Then I asked the only question that mattered. I asked Azazel whether, anywhere in the spy's account, in any field report, in any of the priestess's stories, my barriers had been among the things that failed. He checked his pages. No, my lord, they are unaffected. Faye's voice from the half-open doorway came in at the right angle. Because yours is not his, she had been listening. You build out of something he cannot reach. Grace stood at the wall with her hands folded. She did not say a word. She did not have to. I knew that look. She had decided about 10 minutes ago that she would die before any of us did. I thought about Leo's lamp, the one that did not burn, the wagon without the horse, the library, the road. Every floor in every house lit by a stone Leo had charged with a magic that by every law I had been raised on should not have been doable. I thought about Marcus, somewhere west of here, pulling the floor up. I told Azazel to bring me everything, every scrap, every report, every map. He bowed and went. I stood at the window. Below me, Samaltoria was lit in its hundreds of new little lamps, the streets glowing in a way no city in the world had ever glowed before. Somewhere out west, a man wanted to put it all out. I watched the lights and counted them and did not say anything for a long time. I had built a wall once. I had spent a life learning how to build 500 more. I had never had to build one against the absence of the thing the wall was made of. I looked east toward the dragon forest, then west toward the lights, then past them. I started thinking. The day after the spy's interrogation, I sat at my desk with the mana-draining stone Haji had carried into Leo's workshop, a small dark crystal in a brass cradle. The boy had built it himself in a month, alone in a room he refused to leave. I dropped a thread of ordinary mana into the air above it. The thread thinned, frayed, and was gone. The crystal drank it the way dry sand drinks water. Then I laid a thin barrier across my palm, a patient little wall, no bigger than the stone itself. I held it over the cradle. Nothing happened. The barrier sat there, calm. The stone did nothing to it. I waited the way you wait to be sure your roof is not leaking. Still nothing. Grace stood near the door with her hands folded. Azazel watched without moving. They had learned a long time ago not to interrupt me when I was thinking with my hands. It is not the same kind of thing. I said. The stone eats mana. My barrier is not mana, not the way the stone understands. You suspected as much last night, Azazel said. I wanted to see it. There's a difference between suspecting and seeing. Marcus's gift was supposed to drain magic out of a battlefield, whole armies. Faye said she would lose her power inside that fog. And yet my barrier, sitting 2 inches above this child's homemade stone, had not flickered, not proof, a thread, but threads were how I had built everything I owned. I followed the thread to Pharmas the next week. Wheat as far as the eye could carry, the color of a fox in autumn. Lillian met me at the road in a straw hat that did not match the rest of her at all. Her elf bearing under the floppy practical brim made me want to laugh, and I let myself. The origin of magic, I said, when we had walked far enough into the wheat to be alone. I want to know what your people remember. We elves carried our magic out of the human lands. It is what we were taught. Human magic came first. Elf magic is a branch of it. I had not expected that. I had assumed the elves came first, the way you assume the older species came first. There was no reason a long-lived species could not have learned its magic from a short-lived one. You are sure it is the oldest record we have. She watched the wheat. Why are you walking back along this road, Ethan? Because someone is trying to walk it forward, and I would like to know where it ends. We walked the field together for a while. I stayed in Pharmas a week without meaning to. When I went home, I took a sack of the best elf rice with me. Faye was going to eat for 3 days. The dinner I called when I got back was billed as a banquet and was talked about across the city as a war council. It was actually a banquet. I had elf rice. Faye sat at my right hand. Pearl sat across from her. Azazel and Grace and the founding officers filled the table. I am still chasing where magic came from, I told them, between courses. Lillian says humans first, so I am asking the only person at this table older than that question. Faye chewed a mouthful of rice with the deliberate slowness of a creature deciding whether to be helpful. The origin? Roughly 1700 years ago, maybe earlier. Alexander built it, the system you all use. He liked humans. He thought they bred fast and thought fast and might be entertaining to watch if they had a toy to play with. He spent about 100 years working out a magical system small enough for a human body to hold. From that day forward, humans had magic. Elves stole it. Demons learned it. Everyone who uses what you call magic is using Alexander's framework. The thing I had been studying my entire life had been invented by the dragon, whose eyes I had bought at auction the week before. So when Marcus says he is going to undo magic, he means he is going to undo Alexander's gift, I said. He wants the world to look the way it looked before Alexander felt sorry for the small races. Only dragons, only the old stuff. Then the eyes were a fair price. 200 billion zeal was a fair price, Grace said quietly. You agreed before you knew. Faye smiled into her rice, the kind of smile she only did when she was trying not to do it. I was at the trading exchange, signing off on a gate region shipping permit when Oliver came back from the front. I had heard about the defeat the night before. 1,200 Murray soldiers, hand-picked for skill rather than for magic, had marched on Marcus's army. Marcus had stepped onto the field. A red mist had rolled out of him in a circle wider than the army. Inside that circle, every soldier with so much as a candle's worth of mana had felt the inside of his body go quiet. Reserves drained out like water out of a cracked jar. Not killed, emptied. Oliver had ordered a full retreat and held the rear himself. Caprez carried the report home, so I knew what kind of state he was in. I just did not know he was going to come at me on his hands. He hit the floor of the exchange 10 paces from my desk and stayed there. People stopped talking. He was sobbing. Grass and dried mud on his armor from the road. He was clutching at my shin the way a child does when they have lost a parent in a crowd. I am sorry, he said into my boot. I led your army out. I lost it. Please, take my title. Strip me of every rank I hold, and let me end my life by my own hand in apology. I am begging you, my lord. I started laughing. I did not mean to. It was not cruel. It was the laugh you produce when a man you have known for years, brave to the point of self-injury, falls onto the marble in front of half the merchant class and asks permission to do the most permanent and most useless thing a man can do. "Get up," I said, when I had a breath again. "Both of you came home. That is what I asked for. Get up." "My lord, I cannot. There is no must. There is only what I decide. Get up." He got up. He did not look at me. The whole hall was pretending not to watch. I dropped my voice so only he would hear it. "You are demoted 2 ranks. You will train alongside the men you used to command, and you will not enjoy it. That is your punishment." "My lord, dying is easy. Anyone can do it. I cannot use a dead knight. I can use an embarrassed one. Embarrassment teaches faster than honor does." He was crying again, but a different kind of crying. The kind where the body does not know what to do with the relief. "I will not forget this," he managed. "That is the idea." I patted him on the shoulder and sent him back to barracks. The exchange resumed its noise. My hand shook a little, signing the permit. I was not going to let him see that. I went to Faye's room afterward because she was the only person I was allowed to look defeated in front of. "Help me," I said. "I need a way through this man." She listened to my summary of Caprice's report, the red mist. Marcus's claim that his gift was not the cancellation of magic, but the control of Alexander's framework, and that Alexander's framework included her. "I cannot help you fight him. If his gift covers Alexander's system, then it covers mine. Whatever I am inside that mist, I am not a dragon. Bring your gorilla strength to bear, O great Bahamut." "My gorilla strength runs on mana, you idiot. Pick a different solution." "I do not have one," she shrugged. "Close the gate. Never open it again. He cannot reach this continent without it. The problem solves itself." "No," I said. "Gate is mine. I built it. It stays open. Then go fight him and die. I will watch." "Heartless. Hungry. Out. The food is getting cold." I went down the stairs slowly, the way you go downstairs when nobody is watching and you need a minute. The 2 people I trusted to solve impossible problems had now both told me the problem was unsolvable. I stopped at the landing, looked out at the lit city, and felt something very small and very stupid and very familiar wake up inside my chest. The thing that had built the first barrier when nobody thought a barrier was worth building. If the math was 0, fine. The math had been 0 before. I changed into clothes I could move in and went to the elf island. I sent ahead for Hannah and for Numenon. Hannah arrived with her glasses pushed up on her nose, dirt on her knees from whatever rice paddy she had abandoned to come, and an attitude. "Why me?" she said, in lieu of hello. "Because nobody else on this island is strong enough to give me a real fight. You are the lord of 2 continents. Ask one of your generals. They are too polite. You are not." She snorted. "This is about Marcus, isn't it?" "Yes." "You're an idiot. The leader of a country is not supposed to fight the dangerous people. The leader is supposed to send other people to fight the dangerous people. That is your country's way. We do it differently here. Your way, you mean." "Same thing." She shrugged her coat off. "Fine, I will help. I do not entirely hate this stupid part of you." Was that a confession? I am flattered, but I will kill you. There it is. Numenon stood at the edge of the ring with his arms folded. I had asked him to watch every motion I made and tell me what was wrong with it. "Old grandpa is welcome to insult my grandfather technique?" he asked dryly. "Go nuts!" Hannah came at me without ceremony. 1 step, then she was off the ground and traveling. I had the barrier on, not one big shell. Today, I was wearing something I had been thinking about for 10 hours straight. A thin layer, smaller than a sheet of paper, woven onto my skin. Not one, several. She hit me in the chest. The first layer caught it and shattered into glittering motes of magic. The second caught the second hit. The third caught the third. She hit me until the sun slid down the western sky. By the time we stopped, both of us were on our knees in the dirt, breathing hard. "Effective hits," Numenon called out. "Hannah, 82. Ethan, 54. Considering you were wearing a barrier, that is not embarrassing." Hannah dropped onto her back. glasses askew, and laughed at the sky. The thing she had not realized, and I did not yet tell her, was that the barrier on my body had not been one layer, or 3. The barrier on my body had been 1,000 microscopically thin sheets, layered so close to my skin you could not have slid a hair between any two of them, each one independent, each one capable of shattering and being replaced in a fraction of a heartbeat by the layer beneath it. It was a stupid idea. It was a beautiful idea. It had taken me 10 hours to imagine, and one afternoon under Hannah's fists to confirm. "You are smiling," she said, without sitting up. "Why are you smiling?" "No reason." "That is also not a good sign." I stopped at Azazel's office on the way out. I told him I was going to the deepest dungeon in the territory for a solo run. Speaking honestly, from what I know of his gift and his army, your odds are 0. 0 is a strong word. 0 is the word my training gives me, but part of me does not believe it. The part that has watched you build everything you have built. That part insists you cannot lose. Listen to that one. The other one is wrong. He smiled, which on his face was an event. I have lived a very long time, my lord. The one piece of that future I cannot bring myself to imagine is the day you are not in it. Then I will leave you a story so loud, no demon for the rest of time will be able to forget it. Some weird man with barrier magic. He came through here once. He broke the rules. I am gone for a week, maybe 2. Hold the territory. It is held. Out in the hall, Grace was waiting with my coat and my pack. She handed them over without a word. Faye watched me from the upper landing. She did not call down. She did not wave. She just watched. That was what trust looked like in her. Silence that did not move. The dungeon was the worst one in the territory and the one nobody ever bothered to clear. A pure danger pit. I had been saving it for a day like this. I went in alone. I went in wearing the 1,000 layers. I went in pretending I had no barrier at all. The point was to live inside it as a fighter, not as a barrier mage. Days blurred. I lost track. I grew a beard I did not mean to grow and laughed at how Faye was going to mock me for it. I sustained the layers for hours, layered them denser when the danger spiked, tested how fast the underlayer could deploy when the top layer shattered. The bottom of the dungeon held a thing. 7 heads, a hide like polished black diamond. 3 of the heads dripping a green liquid that ate stone. I named it Centipede Hydra in my head and stopped naming things after that. It came at me from 7 angles. The first heads I caught with 7 small barriers, 1 per head. The corrosive liquid I caught with a layer designed to repel rather than absorb. When the thing dove into the earth and tried to ambush me from below, I let my barrier sphere catch the wrap, then turned the layer's outer face into a pure physical reflection. The Hydra burst against itself. I finished the last 2 by hand with one of its own broken claws. I did not need a barrier for the kill. I wanted to feel something land that was not powered by magic. The dungeon began to collapse. I climbed out fast, dodging falling stone, and stepped into the open air. The sun hit my face. I had to shut my eyes against it. When I opened them, my people were waiting. They were all there. Azazel at the front with his coat folded over his good arm. Grace half a step behind him with my heavier coat in her hands. Oliver was there too, 2 ranks lower in his uniform than the last time I had seen him, and standing as straight as I had ever seen him stand. Faye sat on a boulder eating something. Hannah stood off to one side with Mira, a quiet shadow next to her. Grace stepped forward and put the coat over my shoulders. "Welcome back, my lord. Quite a reception." I did not order one. Marcus has turned his army east, Azazel said. He is heading directly for the gate region. He intends the final battle there. We have your full strength assembled. We can march on your word. I looked from face to face. Azazel, who could not bring himself to imagine a future without me. Grace, who had decided long ago she would die before any of us did. Oliver, demoted, embarrassed, and exactly where I needed him to be. Hannah, who would not call me her lord if I bribed her, but who had punched me 82 times in one afternoon because I asked. Faye, who had told me to close the gate and was now waiting for me to tell her we were not closing it. I felt the 1,000 layers settled flat against my skin under the coat. The technique held. The people I had built it for were standing in front of me. I let myself smile. Good, then let us go. The biggest fight of my life starts now. Faye hopped off her boulder and stretched. Finally, I was getting bored. Try not to die, hungry one. You first, idiot. We walked back to the road together. The dungeon was sealing itself off in slow rumbles. I could feel through my boots, and my people were around me. And somewhere east of here, a man with a red mist was waiting for me to walk into his field. I was going to. I was ready. We arrived at the gate region with the strongest army I had ever fielded. The town opened its gates before we asked. Our reputation walked ahead of us by a week. We pitched camp on the high ground east of the walls and let our soldiers take meals inside, in real chairs at real tables. The kind of small kindness I had built my territory to provide. I stood at the edge of the rise with a long brass tube the dragonkin had built for me, a thing you fed mana into to see across miles. Through it, I watched the enemy command tent. Officers moved between the canvas with the quick deference of men who actually liked their commander. He looks bad. The reports had not lied. Marcus was a big man, broad through the shoulder, the kind of frame that did not need a cape to fill a doorway. The cities he had taken on the road east were running smoothly under his governors. He was, by every honest measure, good at every part of this, except the part where he wanted to erase magic from the world. That pull around him, Azazel said at my shoulder. It looks the way you look, sir. My pull is barrier light. His is being a person. The reports about Marcus had been embarrassing in their consistency. Top of his class, skilled with a sword, eldest son of an old house. I had stopped reading partway through because the contrast with my own slum childhood had started to make me want to bite something. A towel, ideally. We had no handkerchiefs growing up. You know what, Azazel? I like him. After the war, we are recruiting him. A small fraction of a second passed, while Azazel recalculated everything. Once again, you ask the impossible. As you wish. I clapped him on his good shoulder. Their army looks loose. They are walking like they expect us to sit in our barrier and shoot arrows until they die of boredom. They have read your past battles. Barrier up, ranged attack from inside, victory. That was the problem with being known. This time, I had been thinking. Inside the tent, the gate region map was spread across the table, three corners held down by cups of cold tea. Grace kept refilling without being asked. The fourth held down by my elbow. Atmos, are they out yet? Already moving. They left the day we did. I had pulled the legendary mercenary group Atmos out of every contract they were sitting on and brought them with me. Atmos was movement, reading land, slipping into the seam of a campaign, and cutting the artery before anyone realized they were inside. Marcus moved fast, too fast. Every step east lengthened his line. We know where the bread is coming from. We know which roads it has to use. Azazel traced a finger along a thin valley road. Atmos hits the route here, here, and here. 3 points. Fast cuts. They run before he can swing around. Oliver and Caprice went with them, Azazel added, with the smallest breath of something soft under the report. Trying to take it back, I rubbed the bridge of my nose. I had told Oliver to rest. Instead, he had bullied his way onto a mercenary roster. Earnest little fool, both of them. If they pull this off, tell them I noticed. Don't praise them. Just say I noticed. That will hurt more, sir. That is the point. By the end of the third day, Iraq's reports were no longer about wagons. They were about hunger. A man told tomorrow's bread is uncertain is a different man at his post tonight. I had the cooks prepare a great barbecue of shagio meat that evening, with every fire set where the smoke would carry across open ground toward the enemy camp. It was petty, I admit it. They will move today. The report came from Iraq before the sun cleared the hills. He had never been wrong about a thing he meant to be right about. Our army was bigger. Our soldiers were better. None of that mattered for the part that mattered. The part that mattered was that the man at the top of their line might beat the man at the top of ours. which would be me. Above the camp, the holy barrier hung the way it always hung, patient, invisible to anyone who did not know how to look for it, present to anyone who did. I put my hand against it from inside as I walked. It would hold for weeks. It would not hold today. The barrier was supposed to fall. The men were ready. I had briefed the captains on which way to retreat and which way to press. The barrier had never failed. Not against Faye, not against Dominic, not against Hannah, who carried a sword from another world that cut anything its bearer wanted cut. Today, it would fail. The gift erased magic. It was, at last, the one thing that ate barriers. I am sorry, I said aloud to the air. I have leaned on you for a long time. You did not deserve this. Grace, walking just behind me, said nothing. It was a strange thing to say to a magic. The words came out without me deciding to say them. Right, let us begin. I rode a griffin out to the lead position. Behind me, my captains held formations. Bow lines on the inside of the barrier, mages braced behind them, heavy infantry in reserve for the part of the day where the barrier would no longer be there. Across the plain, Marcus's army moved. He sat on a lord horse, even at distance heavy through the shoulders. His advance hit the air with a sound, the rumble of feet, voices calling cadence. The army around me was quiet, not the quiet of fear, the quiet of held breath. Every soldier behind me had decided, weeks ago, that I was the wall between his family and the man on the other side of this field. That kind of quiet has weight. It pressed me. I let it. Then the red mist appeared. A haze of dim red smoked off the ground around Marcus's position and rolled outward in a slow, expanding ring. The air inside it dimmed visibly. The grass beneath it darkened. Here it comes, the gift that erases magic. Faye had told me, drunk on elf rice, that her own dragon power would not function inside that mist. That was the scale of it. The red ring rolled toward our line like a swarm of locusts that had decided to fly together, slow on the eye, fast on the field. It reached the edge of the holy barrier. I tightened my grip on the reins. The red mist hit the barrier. The red mist covered the barrier. The red mist did not erase the barrier. The barrier did not waver. It did not shudder. It did not hum the way a stressed barrier hums against the bones of its caster. It sat in the air the way it had been sitting in the air, and the red mist crawled across its surface like a stain on a window someone was about to wash off. Then the barrier, by itself, with no input from me, no technique called, no word spoken, shrugged. That is the only word. The mist was thrown back as if a strong wind had hit it from the wrong side. A small crisp pop, the sound a heavy curtain makes when shaken out a window. The red went away from the dome in a wide, flat fan. The grass below stopped being dark. The light came back. I had not lifted a finger. I had been ready to lose the dome, and instead the dome had cleaned itself. That was me. In front of my entire army, on a griffin, the only word that had come up out of me was, this is not what I planned for. Azazel had ridden up on my left. He sat very still for a long moment. It does not seem to be erasing, he said carefully. No, at all, no. Two grown men with several wars between us, staring at each other with the same blank, slightly offended expression. Behind us, every officer braced for the holy barrier to evaporate was still braced. Some had not breathed. Grace stepped up between our horses with the kind of composure that survives anything. Master, was there a hidden plan after all? I had a stack of hidden plans. Everyone assumed the holy barrier would fall. I had nothing that began with the barrier not falling. What is this? I said, more to the air than to her. Send Iraq. I want eyes on the source. Azazel turned in his saddle and gave the order. The barrier held. Inside it, the army began, by training, to do what an army inside a barrier does. The bowlines drew. The first volleys went out across the dome wall on flat trajectories. Marcus's army, stretched and hungry from 3 days of broken supply, walked into a wall of arrows it had been told would not be there. Arake came back before noon. His face was flat in the way it went flat when he had bad news he did not want to dramatize. The The red mist was Marcus's gift, confirmed. After it failed against your barrier on the open advance, his side condensed it, sent it in tighter beams, sprayed it from vials, tried touch contact at 3 points along the southern arc. None of it worked. Their army is collapsing. I sat very still on the camp stool, the same. Everything they had tried after the first failure was the same thing I would have tried. Wide field, then narrow, then concentrated, then direct. A man who works with magic walks down that ladder by reflex when his weapon does not behave. Marcus had walked the ladder. The ladder had not helped him. Master, Grace's voice behind my shoulder. Forgive me, but is your magic? Magic. It is magic, the kind I built every day for years. I have been suspecting for a while. Today, I am sure. You are perhaps a god. Please, do not. A gift from gods cannot defeat a god. It is logical. I am embarrassed I doubted you for an instant. Her eyes had gone the wrong kind of bright. The most composed woman in my household was looking at me as if I had just confirmed an article of faith. The thought of being prayed to by Grace made the inside of my mouth turn dry. Grace, I am not a god, as you say, Master. This was worse. I would address it later. On the ride home, when the residual hero worship in her face had a chance to crack against the realities of what I looked like trying to cook breakfast, I had been lying, slightly, in the inside of my own chest. I had spent a month thinking about losing. Every plan before sleep had begun with the moment the barrier fell. I had not let myself imagine a fight in which the barrier did not fall. A gift designed to erase magic at its root had fallen against my work like rain on slate. It felt, faintly, like an insult, as if the gift had refused to acknowledge my barrier as a member of the species. Your work is a counterfeit, disqualified, and yet my work was still standing. The gift was the one that had quit. Outside the tent, the line was moving. I stood up. Right, let us go finish this man. Inside one full day, Marcus's army was breaking. Their will had gone out of them when the red mist failed. I rode the griffin out through the holy barrier and into open air. The dome stayed up behind me, a clean curve in the sky. Marcus had retreated into the center of the encampment and was, by all reports, still upright and still dangerous. Bear strong, the reports kept saying, and whatever else his gift could not do, it still drained mana from anyone who came near him. I will go. I am the only one in this army who can stand inside that range. I will come, me as well. Azazel and Grace, both at once. They wanted to see, with their own eyes, what they had watched happen this morning. So did I. We rode in past pockets of broken resistance. The last knot of his guard parted, and there was Marcus on his lord horse waiting. He was smaller than the brass tube had told me. The big-shouldered frame had gone slack at the joints. He looked like a bear that had woken up too early from his winter sleep. If the day had gone the other way, that was the man I would have been, on the wrong side of the field, trying to say something dignified before being knocked over. I am sorry, I thought. The barrier turned out to be too strong. Marcus, Ethan, he had the question sitting under my name on his lips. Even drained, his curiosity did not turn off. What is it? Your barrier. What is it? I would have told him if I could. He had earned an answer. I had nothing. I shrugged. I trained absurdly hard. I think it was probably that. That is not a force I can comprehend. It is not a force I can comprehend either. I gave you the only one I have. Shallow, Marcus. The word was not unkind. If you would like, you can come learn under me. There is room at the bench. That sounds amusing. I will refuse it. Let me struggle to the end. His hand came up, and the red mist boiled out of his palm in a thick, concentrated jet aimed at my chest. I could see it coming with so much room, I almost felt sorry for him. Barrier, a plain 20-year veteran of the craft barrier, curved, the way I had been curving them since I was a boy. The mist slid past me along the curve and went off into the dust. Behind me, a soft thump. One of my own riders had taken the curl of the dispersal full in the chest at 5 paces. He had folded forward in the saddle. Just the brush had emptied him. The man's gift was still extraordinary. I rode the last few yards forward. Your ambition ends here. Goodbye, Marcus. I had spent a month sharpening my body. I had run my fist against 500 barrier walls in the dungeon to teach my knuckles what stone tasted like. I leaned out of the saddle and I punched him in the face. He came off the Lord Horse like a sack of grain, the most dangerous man on the continent. One punch. This battle again was ours. Why did you think you could beat barrier magic? It was a small, petty thought, and I had earned it. I let it stay long enough to enjoy. Sound the victory horn. The horn went up and the army heard it, and the wave of voices that came back was the kind of sound that ends wars. The thing that was supposed to be the worst day of my life had turned out to be over before lunch. What kind of barrier magic was this? Honestly, by the time the sun was leaning west, Marcus was bound and unconscious in a wagon with healers and 4 guards. The dignitaries of the Benkar continent were already on the road to come bow at me. I would receive them with about half the patience the occasion required. I had other things on my mind. Faye had appeared in the late morning, the way she always appeared when something interesting happened. She sat on the camp table with her legs crossed, eating a small mountain of grilled meat off a platter that had not been there a minute ago. You are quiet, I am thinking. You think loudly. It is annoying. The corner of my mouth moved, the first warm thing in my body since the morning. Faye, the mist did not work. I know. You are not surprised. She bit through a strip of meat. I have been around a long time. Yours never felt right. Felt right how? Like ours. Like the magic Alexander built. Every magic I have ever felt walks on that framework. Elf, demon, human, the dragons that came after, the hero from the other world, even mine. Mine is bigger, but it is the same shape. She set the platter aside. She did not like the part where she had to sound old. Yours feels different, like an extra room someone built onto the house after the architect died. I assumed you had stumbled onto a side of the framework no one had used before. I think today is the day I admit you did not. Did not what? There is no side it could be on. The framework was built to be erased by Marcus. Yours did not erase. It is not on the framework. Pieces clicked into place in my chest, not loudly. The way a puzzle clicks when you finally see the right edge of it. The holy sword from another world had shattered against my barrier. Haji's mana-draining stone had not so much as warmed it. Lillian had said elf magic was a branch of human magic, all from the same root. Faye had said Alexander built that root 1700 years ago. Marcus's gift unspooled it. The sword cut through it. The stone drank from it. My work did not connect to that root. My barriers had been growing in their own soil the whole time. I had been told my entire life my magic was a dead-end art. The sentence had been correct, sort of. A dead end, as in it ended. The path I was walking ran out at me. Then I did not learn a magic, I said slowly. I made one, yes, without realizing. The worst way to do it. She leaned her cheek on her hand. That is why I have followed you. Yours is the only magic I have ever felt that does not feel like a thing that was given. It feels like a thing that was made. I do not know what to do with this. Probably nothing. Eat. She pushed half her platter at me. I took a strip. I had no idea where she had stolen the cooking fire from. I would be proud later. Tonight, I would just be tired. Eat your meat, Ethan. I ate. Outside, the sun was going. The holy barrier above the camp held the way it always held. Patient, thorough, the kind of thing people forgot about until it was not there anymore. I had built a lot of things people forgot about. I was, more than ever, starting to think that might be a quality of the work, not a flaw in it. The dust from the Western continent had not finished settling before Faye decided I was not allowed to enjoy any of it. I was at my desk reading reports. The Marcus problem was over. The new era was coming on softly and steadily, the way all of my better work always had. Then a small golden hand slammed down on my desk. Hold on, we're not walking past this as if nothing happened. Faye stood on the chair across from me, arms folded, golden eyes narrowed. What now? Let me have a quiet morning. There is a real chance your magic is not magic at all. A philosophical opening. I should have known. Are you trying to leave my barrier magic out of the club? I think that is exclusionary. Quiet, fool. Stand up. Bring your barrier outside. After a minute, I followed. Pearl was already in the inner courtyard in her little human form, her impossibly long silver hair drifting around her like she was still underwater. Set up a barrier, just a sheet. I rolled one out, a flat panel I could throw up in my sleep. Pearl, you too. Okay. She laid down a barrier beside mine, tinted faintly pearled blue. Faye raised her own next to it, a third sheet shimmering faintly gold. Even at idle, hers looked like it belonged in a temple. Defense is Pearl's specialty. Mine is weaker. Watch. She pulled back and punched her own barrier. A clean stance, a clean strike. It broke like a sheet of glass, the highlight tinkle of crystal hitting stone. That is a normal barrier breaking, now Pearl's. Mana gathered around her right hand, the way a storm gathered itself before deciding which direction to roll. Same stance, same strike. Pearl's barrier did not tinkle. It came apart with the noise of a stone wall collapsing. The shockwave shook loose tiles off the courtyard wall behind us. Pigeons exploded out of the eaves. Ow, Faye said, shaking her hand out. Pearl, you brute, that hurt. Pearl looked very pleased. That, Ethan, is the upper limit of what magic can do. That is the ceiling. Now, she turned and looked at mine. Then, there is yours. She pressed her palm against my barrier, tested with fingertips, then nails. Her face went disgusted. You barrier idiot. You absolute barrier idiot. Why am I being insulted? Stand back. I'm going to hate this. She walked 20 paces back. The pressure that came off her was not what she had used a minute ago. It was the kind I had felt only once before, the night a poison dragon went berserk on the other side of a mirror. Her wings unfolded, small, golden, then suddenly not small at all. She lifted off the ground and rose until she was a speck against the noon sun. Then she came down, a steep diagonal, accelerating golden mana streaming behind her like a comet. Her right arm cocked back. She put her whole body into the punch. The impact lit the courtyard. Wind tore outward. Stone tile lifted and spun. Half the windows on the inner wall blew inward. Dust climbed 3 stories. When the dust cleared, Faye was standing in front of my barrier with her right arm hanging at her side. The lawn around us was a crater. Damn it. Look, as I told you. She lifted her good hand and pointed. My barrier had not moved. No scratch, no fracture line. The same flat sheet of barely visible glass I had laid down 10 minutes earlier, sitting on the same exact patch of broken air, untouched. I cannot put a single mark on it. This is not the magic Alexander gave the human races. The dragon system does not explain it. Nothing does. Then what is it? That is the question. I have seen all of Alexander's magic. Even his mana could break a barrier, yet yours, a human's barrier, is one I cannot crack. It is not the same family. It is a separate magic, by itself, off the map. To understand what it is, we will have to chase its origin. I learned barrier magic out of a basic textbook in Helena, the kind every commoner can buy. Then somewhere along the way, it bent. Somewhere your version stopped being his and became its own. A long quiet between us. Then, at the same moment, neither of us looking at the other, we said it. Honestly though, I am not that interested. Honestly though, I am not that interested either. She smiled. I smiled. Pearl smiled. Barrier idiot. Lunch. There's a good wine in the cellar. The most powerful dragon in the world had thrown her best punch at a barrier I had built when I was 23, out of a textbook a child could buy, and the barrier had not noticed. The mystery of my magic was officially deferred to the cellar. We went and ate. A few months passed. The peace held. The only crack was that idiots kept showing up at my gate. The cause was a book, a biography that had become one of the best-selling books on the continent. The protagonist in it was apparently 2 meters tall and a master of every sword art. I am of average height. I use barrier magic because it is the only thing I can use. The book was interested in a hidden private dojo where the strongest fighters of the underworld came to compete for my recognition. The dojo did not exist. The author had invented it in volume 3. That was why men with spears were now showing up at my actual front gate. Number 11 this month was waiting for me, both hands on a long spear. Older than I expected, clean top knot, a lot of dignity in the set of his shoulders. You are the dojo breaker. That I am. I have not built a dojo. There is no plaque for you to take. I will judge that for myself once I have won. He moved. He was very good, fast, and clean. I dropped a basic barrier in the path of the thrust at exactly the right moment. The spear shaft snapped. The momentum bounced back into his shoulder. I closed and put a high kick into the soft part of his jaw. He went down and stayed there. I rested the broken spear's point against his nose. My win. Are you satisfied? It is my regret. He sat there a moment. Then he reached carefully into the front of his robe. What he pulled out was the biography, Volume 4. It would be, he said, an immeasurable honor if you would sign this. You came to fight me, so you could ask for an autograph. I am sorry, sir. I am opening a noodle shop. The hero from the other world introduced this dish. My wife is pregnant. If I had a sign on the wall above the counter signed by Lord Ethan, our shop would survive into my grandchildren's time. Please, I sighed. I borrowed a brush, opened the cover, and wrote my name under the title page. Thank you. To repay you in some small way, the author lives in Samaltoria. I looked up sharply. Samaltoria. In the territory, you rule. He took a long bow and limped away with his broken spear. The author's pen name was written in initials, OA. There were details in the book I had never told anyone. Small habits. The way I had always sat at the window during meetings in the early years, staring at nothing. The book had decided that was me being dignified and lost in thought. The truth was, I had been ignored. I had been the laughingstock of the court. The book was wrong about why. It was right that I had sat there. How did this person know? Marie, the head maid, knew where she was. There was a cafe in Samaltoria, 3 streets from my own castle wall, where a hooded woman sat at the back table every afternoon and groaned into a stack of paper. Marie had read the biography enough times to recognize the voice. We watched the cafe from a tea stand across the street. Inside, the woman groaned. She wrote. She crossed something out. She tapped her quill on her teeth. She drank from a cup that I am fairly certain was empty. She tilted it back and drank more from it. It was still empty. I watched her for a full minute. It was her. There are not many people I would recognize from across a street through a hood. She was one of them. The way she fidgeted with her sleeve when stuck on a sentence. The way her lips moved when she read her own writing. I crossed the street and went in. I sat down across from her. She kept writing without looking up. I am sorry. I am working. Please, can you order? Wait. The hood fell back. Her eyes, large, mossy, unmistakable, went round. Ethan? Hello, Olivia. It has been a while. She set the quill down carefully, like she was worried it would shatter. What are you doing here? This is Samaltoria. This is in my territory. The whole town. What? The castle is 2 streets away. You can see the wall from the window. She turned. She looked at the window. She looked back at me. The eyes filled, slowly, like a glass under a slow tap. I have been, she said, in the voice of a person who does not know whether she is laughing or crying, looking for you for so long. I went on a pirate ship. I went into a snow mountain. I lived for months with a dragon in a cave. I crossed a different continent. I gave up 6 months ago. I picked the prettiest town I could find and settled down to write to make money. I have been here for half a year, writing your story to make rent inside your country without knowing it. She was crying, the small, ashamed way of a person who has just realized that the thing she had been trying to do had already been done around her the entire time. You wrote a biography about me while you were trying to find me. The publisher said barrier magic books did not sell. They wanted a hero story. They told me to make him taller, to invent a dojo. I tried to keep the small things accurate. The way you used to sit by the window in council. The way you shook your hand out after holding your quill too long. I am sorry. Olivia. Yes, you are home. She stopped breathing. You are in my country. You are in my city. You are 3 streets from my castle. You are not lost anymore. She held it together for one more breath. Then her face came apart, and she put both hands over it. The most powerful court mage Helena had ever produced wept like a child who had finally found her parents in a crowd. I sat across from her. I did not move. I let her have it. When she finally lowered her hands, she was smiling, as wide as she had ever smiled in court when she used to win an argument. Then, I am going to keep writing the book. The next one is bigger. I am going to make you 3 meters tall this time. 3. I was 2 before. You grew. The training arc. I started to laugh. She started to laugh. Stay. Forever, if you want. I will keep this place quiet for you. I will keep it safe. Even if my fictional height someday hits 10 meters. Even then, this place is yours. Okay, she said. She wiped her eyes. Okay, Ethan. I left her with her stack of paper and walked back out into the afternoon light. Eventually, Marie said softly, "You are smiling, my lord." Am I? Yes. All right, I let her have that one too. 100 years passed. I could tell you what happened in them. Olivia's later books, the city's Dago wired for light, Beluga's grandchildren walking the orchards she had planted, the children Hannah taught on the Elf Island, the dragons who swore themselves to a kingdom they had been told only existed in stories. I could tell you a lot. None of it is for this part of the story. And then I was old. I did not feel old in the way you feel a sword cut. I felt the shape of being old. I noticed there was less of me. My hands were lighter when I lifted them. People came into my room and tilted their heads to listen when I spoke, the way people do when they are talking to someone they love who is no longer loud. I did not mind this. I was in a bed that was slightly too big for me. The blanket was very white. The window showed a city I had built that did not need me anymore. Faye was sitting next to the bed. She had not aged. She would not. She would look like a 14-year-old girl with golden eyes and a bad attitude until the world ran out of space for her to walk on. "You really are an old man now," she said. "This is why humans are no fun. You die so quickly. A few days more, you think?" She said it the way she had always said things. Bored, light, unkind in the way that had stopped meaning unkindness around the year 10 and started meaning love. "That is right," I said. My voice was thin. I had to push the words. What a wonderful 100 years. She heard me. She heard me and did not say anything. The silence she let sit in the air after I said it was the kindest thing she had ever done for me. "Are they here? Everyone, I want to hear them." "You old fool, you have gone deaf as well. Of course they are all here, crowded into the corners weeping like children." I turned my head. The room was full. Azazel was at the foot of the bed, eyes that had 100 years in them. Beluga was at the side, white hair longer, shoulders narrow, crying soundlessly. Daigo was somewhere by the wall. The boy inventor was an elder now. Olivia was by the door, clutching a fresh manuscript to her chest. "Faye, do you remember the promise?" "Of course I remember the promise. What am I, an idiot?" "Yes, I plan to keep it. And should we consider adding salt? Do not be a bore on your deathbed. I will swallow you whole. Salt is for men with low standards. You used to nag me to chew. Now you say swallow whole. That is a relief, idiot." "Faye, we have been talking for so many years. There is still so much I want to say. I do not know how that happens. That I do not understand. I have lived a long time, long enough not to need to say things twice. You are different. You always were. Faye, I am sorry. I gave you a lot of trouble. You gave me a great deal of trouble. The early years were the worst. We almost starved twice. I blame you. That was not my fault. It was a little your fault. You are right. We almost killed each other several times. You were trying to kill me. There is a difference. You are still alive. So I clearly did not try very hard." She huffed. She turned her face away for a moment. Then she turned it back. "If you want a successor, I am not running a country for you. That is asking too much. I knew you would say that, so I already picked one. Beluga's grandchildren, the one with the curly hair, that child, maybe. The look behind the eyes is yours. Take care of them. I do not babysit empires. You will, quietly, from a distance, the way I would have." She did not answer. I closed my eyes again. "Faye, the best barrier I ever built was the one that made you want to stay." She did not answer this either. She did not need to. I opened my eyes one more time. The light in the room was very gold. The bed was very white. The people at the foot of the bed had stopped pretending not to cry. I had a little more I wanted to say. I tried to find it. I closed my eyes. This is what they tell me happened after. In the morning, the court physician confirmed that the Lord had not woken. He had simply continued the sleep he had drifted into the night before. Faye had not been in the room when he stopped breathing. She had walked out a few hours earlier, said she wanted air. They found her later in places that were not on her usual path through the palace. The Magitech research building, looking down at a half-finished prototype. The orchard where Beluga's first apple trees had fruited. The roof of the central hall, watching nothing. She had wanted to give the others their last hour. She had said her own goodbyes already. When the time came for the promise, she returned alone in the gray hours before dawn to the room where they had laid him out in white. She kept her promise. She did not ask for salt. After, she came down to the courtyard. Azazel was waiting for her. He had not slept. It is done. I am sorry to ask, Lady Faye, about the magic, about what you absorbed. She walked past him to the white-draped table. She raised her right hand. A barrier appeared in the air above the table. A small one, a clean one, almost colorless, exactly the kind he used to throw up in his sleep. She looked at it for a long moment. Then she started to laugh. It started small, a breath in her chest, almost private. Then it grew until her shoulders were shaking and her hand was on her belly and she was bent forward in the early light, laughing wide and hard at the sky. Azazel had never seen her laugh like that, not in 100 years. Azazel, punch this with everything you have. Do not hold back, my lady. Punch it. He set his feet. He drew up his mana, all of it. He drove his fist into the barrier. The barrier broke. It broke the way Pearl's barrier had broken in the courtyard 100 years before, with the high light tinkle of crystal hitting stone. The fragments scattered into the air for a second and then dissolved. He looked at her. This is just a barrier. I knew it. I think I knew it from the day we met. His magic was never something that came from his blood. It was not in his bones. It was not something I could swallow and inherit. It was him. It was the way he thought about a problem. It was the way he stayed up late with a textbook he had read 40 times. It was patience. It was care. It was the part of him that could not be eaten. Did you know, Lady Faye, from the start, that this is what would happen? Of course I knew. His magic was too strange. There was no inheriting it. Then, why did you stay all these years by his side, if not for the magic? Azazel, Beluga, Daigo, the demons, the elves, the ones who were gone, the ones who are still here. I stayed for the same reason any of you stayed. It was a good place. It was fun. Do not make me say it twice. He bowed his head. It has been a wonderful 100 years. What do we do now, Lady Faye? Where do we go? Stop whining. Your support post has fallen. That does not mean you have rotted in 100 years. We do not throw away what he left us. We hold it. That is enough. Yes, I will follow you. Bothersome. But I suppose I am the one who has to do this now. She looked up. The sun was clearing the eastern wall. A new wind was moving over Murray. A wind not held back by anything, not deflected by anything. The kind you only feel on an open plain. People in the city would notice it later. They would say, for the rest of their lives, that the morning the Lord died was the first morning the wind came in clean. An era was ending. A new one was starting. Lord Ethan Rayales, the barrier mage of Helena, had built a country. He had built a continent. He had built, without meaning to, a magic of his own, carried in his hands and in his quiet evening reading, and in the way he spoke to a small girl who had threatened to eat him 100 years ago, and who had, in the end, only pretended that was the reason she was there. Then he had laid the magic down with the rest of him and gone to sleep. A golden dragon stood in a courtyard alone with one open palm, watching the morning. She did what he would have done. She got to work, quietly, patiently, thoroughly. The end.